I'm Scott Al Miller. This is Sutiava, and that means it's Thursday night. It is Nicaragua Live. Welcome to the show, everybody. It is great to be back. Hopefully we're actually live and everything is actually working. We got some different equipment today, trying some things out. Got the new microphone, which you can see on camera. It's nice and huge, as microphones should be. And we're in black and white, because why not? It's like a 1960s movie, but really sharp. But I'm using an antique lens, so it kind of has this look like maybe the 1940s, really, kind of. There's just the tiniest bit of swirl in the background, and while I'm waiting for people to get on the show, but we are live, we are working, everything so far is working okay, but it always works this quickly. But a note from my daughter, who's in the room doing some taxonomy work while we're here. She is into photography and understands the lenses and stuff with me, and I was watching an early Shirley Temple movie. I was watching some of Heidi, and she's not listening to me. I don't think she can hear me. I was watching Heidi, and the antique lens that they used had the most extreme swirly bokeh in the background, to the point where it's completely distracting that the entire background was a swirl at all times. Like, they had to use such cheap antique lenses. It was crazy. I kind of like this black and white, though. This has got a look to it. Now, the actual program is a little bit less contrasty than the preview, so I'm not exactly sure what I think we got a pretty good preview. I feel like we could film the Dick Van Dyke Show like this. Can you guys hear me okay? Is the audio coming through? Is everything good? Like, I don't have much to work with at the moment, so I am hoping for the best, really. We have no one on. This is the least people we've ever had hop on at the beginning of a live stream. That's wow. We had one person for a second, and now they're gone. Are we still working? We're still working. I'm still here. I don't know what's happening. I'm going to go announce this to some people, get some people on. Oh, one person's on now. Yeah, now we're rocking and rolling. Woohoo! I wonder, is everybody like panicking because it's black and white? What's going on? It's black and white. But doesn't that look cool? Is the black and white cool? I don't know. I only have one person watching, so I don't know that I can get really good feedback yet. And I'm hoping going on. That looks like a YouTube issue, if anything. Let me know what you guys are seeing, because we're not having any issues here that I can see. Who knows? It could just be my desktop doing something. Anyway, so how is everyone? What do we got going on? Wow, no one's on. This is really unusual. That normally people hop on and at least give it a try, right? But we've been off for a few weeks. People got out of the habit. I guess that's why we can't take days off. Like, we really can't. It seems like we could do this once in a while and people would be more excited, but it really is a pattern thing. It's like, this is our Thursday night. We hang out, we watch a show. It's what we do, right? So it's got to be habit forming. It's kind of like watching the night show, the Daily Show, or one of those things. We're here for the evening, and we plan for it. And there it is, another. It's having more data connection issues, and no one is chatting. I really need feedback on whether everything's working or not. I'm going to type in the chat. Got a question for me. Well, Lester, let me know if you can hear me first, but happy to answer once we get it going. Got a few people on now. We're getting there. Jose says, yeah, everything is all right. All right, good. All right, cool. I was starting to worry there. Normally we get like a lot of people, and it's just very quiet. So I was worried. What's everybody got going on tonight? How's the beginning of the new year been? Audio for me keeps cutting out, but I may have a bad signal. No, Michael, if it's cutting out, it's almost certainly from me. Lester says he can hear me. I am on the new microphone. I'm hoping that when it sounds good, that it sounds really good. But I am getting some warnings from YouTube that it's having issues, but my monitor says it's not. So I'm a little bit in the dark as to what's happening there. I can hear you. Janet says, I'm waiting for a student who I don't think is coming. Oh, cool. How's it going, Janet? I haven't seen you yet this year. And I have a 2-liter of water to chug during the show. All right. It's Oh, it's been a crazy couple weeks. Been in the States, been doing stuff, traveling. The last 2 weeks have been a bit of traveling, so it's just exhausting, and being in the U.S. and everything. But there's just a lot going on, a lot to do. But yeah, it's good. Things are good. Got new cameras. I'm on a new lens, normal camera, but new lens, which is cool. Jan says working just crazy hours and can't go out much. Well, work is good, right? Better than not working, as is so often the case. It's always a game of balancing things. But Jose says, hey Scott, have you thought about setting out an English academy in some of the countries you lived in? I don't know. So honestly, I don't know how good of an English teacher I would be. Now, I understand that doesn't mean I would be the English teacher, but you got to find people who speak English pretty well. I have a friend here who does teach English, and she's pretty much not interested in doing it. Like, we tried to get her started with a school, and it's just there's not a lot of market in teaching English here. There's a million people who want it, but there's not very much money in it. So there's a lot of work and a lot of need. That's real, like very real. But it's very difficult to make it a career and actually have people do it as their job, which is really what you need. Obviously, right? You either gotta have people who are just willing to volunteer, which is fantastic, but where are you gonna find them in a country where everyone needs work? Or you need people who are able to get paid to do it. And hey, Liesl, can you let Clive in? Yeah. So that's the real challenge, is that the country can't find English teachers that they can pay, right? And so because of that, people are leaving English teaching, and we would be stuck with how do we staff the school. And the English teachers that are available, it's not super easy to find great ones, right? It was unique that my friend could teach decently good English, but she was a junior teacher at the school she was at, and the teachers who were senior to her had seniority, by definition, and they would forbid her to get her English correct. And so they made her teach bad English. It was very low value. And so all the teachers in the structure didn't really know how to speak English, but they had been teachers for a while. So there's a ton of these that are out there. There's also some that speak English very well, but they're the rarity. If you speak English well at all, you have other jobs that pay really well. So to find someone who's willing to take quite literally 20 to 25% the starting salary of an English speaker in order to teach English is hard. There's a few people who will do it, but it's very, very rare. So I honestly, unless I had funding, like if we had the community got together and said, oh, we're going to raise money as like a non-profit-ish thing, not actually non-profit, but not make-profit thing, and we wanted to put together an English school, and we were going to hire people or get volunteers and come up with a curriculum and put things together, would I be willing to spearhead that and put effort into it and things to make it happen? Yes, I would. Do I think we're going to raise funds for that as a priority of all the possible things we could put together funds for and do things like that? No, I don't think likely we would. I've got a few different things that I'd love to raise money for, and I think they'd be more effective and more valuable and more unique in, like, anyone can start an English language school, right? Like, that's a pretty general, I'm not saying anyone can just, but like, you don't need my specialties to do that. And there's a lot of people who want to do it, a lot of people who have tried to do it, a lot of people who are better at it than me. That's maybe the most important thing, is that like, my English is good, but my English teaching is ridiculously bad. And what you really want is someone who has English that's quite good, but doesn't have to be as good as mine, but then has better Spanish than me, and understands language, and is really passionate about it, and has the skill of teaching it, which is a bunch of things that I don't particularly have. I can teach English in a pinch, and I can serve as a really good example as to, hey, what does this word mean? How would you pronounce this? What does a standard American accent sound like for this particular word? Is this fall into a standard lexicon, or is this a fringe lexicon? What is the history? What is the etymology of this word? Those kinds of things I can help someone with a lot, and a lot of people come to me for, hey, what exactly those things? But as far as being actually valuable as a teacher, I don't think I would be, for at least that subject matter. So that's a difficult one, right? It just is difficult. And you know, so many people have tried that, and there have been English schools everywhere, and there are English schools, and the number of people who are able to pay and willing to pay, and it's difficult. It really is. Student volume just tanked, so I have to work wherever I can find a student. Oh, that's Janet. Teaching English, surprisingly. Lester says, how much money would it cost to eat all your food if it was all organic in the U.S. month? How much money would it cost to eat? In U.S. money per month. I understand. How much would it cost to eat all of your food if it was organic? So, Lester, the biggest challenge there is knowing exactly what's organic. Most of what we get here, I think, is organic, if it's produce. But none of it is certified organic. Like, that's not a thing that I've ever seen at all. Like, that's very much an Americanism. And so most of the world is not concerned with the bizarre American concept of organic, which is fake. Not that the idea is bad. The U.S. has kind of this, like, let's grow things naturally thing, which is kind of positive. But one of the problems with it, as someone who comes from an agricultural background, some of the safest, healthiest ways to grow vegetables, for example, is inorganic. What you don't want is pesticides and things like that. Those are generally bad, and they can be organic and be bad. The problem is that plants don't eat organic material. Plants eat inorganic material. So the entire concept of the United States as labeling of things as organic is completely fake. They're taking multiple inorganic products and labeling some as organic and some as inorganic, and often by completely fake standards. For example, you can get water labeled as organic in the United States. Water, by definition, is an inorganic product. So there's no such. If you had organic water, that means it's polluted. So organic, in that case, is a negative. If you're getting plant food, it's okay to be organic, but the organic portions of it are waste, not necessarily pollution waste. So like clean soil is full of carbon, making it organic. Organic just means it has carbon in it. And having organic soil is fine. But the organic portions of it are kind of like nature's plastics. They're useless, but they're not unhealthy. The things that you need from it for plants are the salts. And all salts, by definition, are inorganic, just like water is. So you actually, in many cases, want inorganic farming. But the idea that has happened in the U.S. is that we use this term organic to refer to really basic, like, food item. I don't even know exactly how they try to describe it. Like, it's so fake that it's difficult to figure out exactly what they're attempting. It's clear that manufactured pesticides are considered inorganic. And that is also almost always a negative, granted. But what if you had organic pesticides that were incredibly dangerous? They would let those through and you could eat them? I don't want that labeling. Most countries won't do that labeling. So in that sense, I'm very thankful that Nicaragua doesn't seem to participate in the fake labeling of food just to sell it at higher prices like the U.S. But it does suck that if something is made with pesticides versus not made with pesticides, or has dangerous, like, we don't have that information necessarily, but the amount that we use those things is less. A lot of fruits and vegetables, for example, the ones in my gardens, have no pesticides whatsoever. They are grown completely organically by American standards and inorganically by science standards. So they're very, very healthy. You don't even have to wash them off, although I would. Right, it's... but we don't have the labeling. So if you wanted to really go out of your way and get things that you want to eat, I don't think you're going to pay a premium for it, money-wise. And maybe someone has tried this and can jump in with a little bit clearer information. But what I think you would end up doing is putting in some legwork, which is fine, right? Go out and find the farmers and talk to them and find out how they're growing. And you could source all of your stuff at very low cost once you're paying for the food, for very high quality food. but you'd have to go observe how they're doing it. Once you've done that, which is generally really easy, you could have a source for whatever it is you want. If you want to get bread that's sourced that way, they'll take a little bit more effort unless you're coming up with your own flour. But you could do that. You could make your own bread, obviously. If you want to get fruits and veg that are coming organically, you could totally take a little bit of effort and figure out where they're selling it, right? Like it's like, okay, there's a I don't have apples, but we'll say a pineapple field. There's a pineapple field over here, and they're shipping to this stall in the market. Well, you can talk to that stall, talk to that farmer, and once you've established that that's where you get your pineapples, you're good to go. So, would that be a pain? Of course, but trying to eat all organic is kind of a pain. So it's just a different approach to that pain than you would have somewhere else. But I think at the end of the day, you would end up cooking for yourself, right? Which is the same in the U.S. You can't, I mean, you could, but it's very hard to go to a local restaurant and get all organic food, right? You'd have to have a specialty restaurant, and they'd be super expensive. Here, no restaurant is going to do that. None. No one knows what organic is. It doesn't mean anything to Nicaraguans. So you'll never find that. But doing your own cooking at home, which is pretty much a presumption that you have to have, I can't imagine there would be any real price premium to it. Janet says, it's hard to be a school here. You can't charge, though. I know people who charge, but very little. So there's a number of people who do schools to charge. But the problem is, if you charge, you can't get students. But if you don't charge, then you kind of fall into a nonprofit, which is not impossible, but discouraged. Janet says, you need to work online, really, or just volunteer. Like you said, working online is if you want to make money as a school, which I don't think is what they're asking about, but not sure. Janet says, it is normal for local teachers to teach incorrectly all over the world. That is true. My Spanish teacher in high school, very nice lady, liked her a lot, and she did a lot to encourage me to, move to Latin America. She, and from my class alone, I had a tiny class. My Spanish class couldn't have been more than 20. So 10% of my Spanish class moved to Nicaragua alone, right? Me and one other person. But that's a pretty good number just for the ones moving to Nicaragua. They didn't teach us about Nicaragua. They taught us about Mexico and Spain and Argentina, Uruguay. I remember learning about Uruguay. So they touched on things, but imagine how many people may have gone to other countries if 10% of the class came to Nicaragua. But she didn't actually speak Spanish. She said she was a fluent speaker. She acted like she spoke fluently. And she spoke many languages. But the moment I moved to a Spanish-speaking country, I'm like, whoa, she did not know that she didn't speak Spanish. Like, it was a big shock just how much my Spanish teacher didn't know Spanish. But in her defense, it was like her fifth language. Her primary language was German, her second language was English, and her home language was Ukrainian. Jose says, yeah, thanks for answering my question. To be frank, I started watching your videos to improve my English. It's been one of the best decisions I've ever made. Oh, that's awesome. Janet, actually, who commented just before you, she teaches English, and has given out my channel as an example of people speaking English, partially because she knows me and I speak a lot, and because I'm in Nicaragua, which makes the content a little bit more accessible to students. Like, there's reasons why people connect with it within her student group, for example. Oh, Lester, I just saw that I had completely different. But my accent, so first of all, my speech is relatively clear. It's very fast, but it's relatively clear. And my accent is what's technically known as a Cleveland Buffalo accent, or as we say, Buffalo Cleveland accent, because I'm from Buffalo. And I'm aware of the neighboring accents, like the Rochester accent, or the Rochester accent, which is similar but different, and just one city over. And I have a Pittsburghese lexicon, which is a little bit odd, but pretty standard for the U.S., but larger than the average lexicon. And that makes the sound of my voice, the sound of me speaking English, is much like exactly what you would want for a news commentator, someone doing professional speaking on the news. This is coincidence. This is not something I acquired. I happen to be from the region and have exactly the accent. That is considered American Standard. I am the closest to traditional colonial English as spoken in 1680 in the United States, and that is what we consider very professional English in the U.S., so I just happen to have the right accent for those kinds of things. So a lot of people, or a handful of people watch me for that reason. Lester says what he was looking for is the cost of all your food in the United States. He's Nicaraguan. Okay, so I just came back from the U.S. This is very difficult because I don't do grocery shopping in the U.S. I mean, I used to, obviously. Now when I'm in the United States, I am visiting, and so I don't cook. I never really cooked, but I did grocery shop. But I don't grocery shop now. We get prepared food and we get restaurant food because we're only there for a few weeks at a time at most. My next trip I should be there for 3 days, right? Very little. So you just go to restaurants. But pretty typically, if I was cooking for myself, some of the Americans could jump in and say specifically, if you're cooking for yourself for a month in organic food from the grocery store, I feel like I'd be spending probably $1,500 to $2,000 a month. That feels high, but it was high when I was in the United States. Like, groceries cost a fortune, and we were not paying for organic. But it's going to vary dramatically, right? Are you cooking organic rice and beans, or are you cooking organic, like really fancy food with a lot of expensive items? It's going to vary by really big amounts. But the cost of really basic food in the United States is easily double Nicaragua for the same thing. So rice and beans, way more. But like a loaf of bread or an egg, maybe double, maybe triple, but not like wildly different. And I know that sounds like double. That's a lot more. It kind of isn't. In a food sort of way. Jenna says, why am I in black and white? Because it looks cool. Like, what do we need reasons for these things? Like, I kind of feel, so I see it on different monitors and I have different vibes from them, but I feel like it kind of looks like an old Dick Van Dyke kind of episode. I kind of look like his bald manager at the TV station from that. It's an old American sitcom, but if the black and white's not doing it, we can just reach up and we'll try something. What are we going to do? Let's go to, now we're all sepia toned. How's that? Now it looks like a silent movie. We'll give that a few minutes. Why are you in black and white? It just says it's weird. I didn't notice it was black and white. That's funny. I like the look because I do watch old movies and like sometimes black and white looks nice, right? So I don't actually like the sepia. That's just goofy. We're gonna flip. What do we got? I can't quite read what I'm ending up on. There's some classic negative film. I think that makes this Kodachrome. Oh, that looks good. I like those colors. That's a nice one. Okay. James says, to grow organic food means that you haven't used chemical fertilizers on your fields for a period of 4 years. Can't use chemical spray for weeds. That's the problem, James, is chemical. All fertilizers are chemical at some point. It's you can move the bar and or kick the can, depending on how you look at the term. But at the end of the day, all of our traditional fertilizers, a fertilizer is always chemical, and the fertilizer is always inorganic. And so what they do is they produce the chemicals from animals or from waste products and call it organic, and they produce the same chemicals from a factory and call it inorganic. And there might be some value to that, but the actual chemicals that you get to use don't necessarily vary. They generally vary, but they don't necessarily vary. But the important thing is that as the public, we don't have access to what it actually means. We have these, they give us these things that sound good, but at the end of the day, right, like my wife's a forensic biochemist, right? She's a biochemist. Biochemistry is organic chemistry, and most of the things that she worked with came from animals, but it's in a chem lab, there's no differentiation, right? But from an agricultural perspective, it's like these are just terms they use very deceptively. It is I'm very, very offended by the governments being willing to slap such false labels on things to trick the public. Goldman says, black and white is awesome. Didn't know you do live stream. Yes, we actually have done a live stream now. This is our 1 year. We did the entirety of 2024, and now we started 2025, January 2024. I had no idea. I was like, oh, we've done this for months now. And I was looking back, and I'm like, what? It goes all the way back to January? I had no idea we got a whole year in. It's pretty cool. I do, right, and I like the black and white, like it look cool. But this Kodachrome look is also quite good. And for those who are wondering why I'm able to do this so easily, I'm on a Fuji. I'm a huge Fuji and Olympus camera guy. I do have some Sonys that I kick around with. Let's see if I can, if one was in reach. I've got a couple of Sony ZVs. I love the form factor. This is possibly my favorite form factor. There's nothing more fun than holding one of these little Sony cameras. I love it. But they do not perform like a Fuji or an Olympus in any way, shape, or form. So these are my cheap ones. But they do go in my pocket. And this is what I used at the baseball game last night, is the sibling of this one. This is the 1, and the 1F is what I took with me. But for any time I'm getting like real cameras and really dropping some dough on it, Fuji is my main cameras because they're just way more versatile, and then Olympus a lot of the time, and both of them just, the look is so fantastic. But the Fuji really specializes in these film emulations, and so they actually have a film emulation dial. I'm on the XS20, has a film emulation dial, so I can just reach out, and I'm on a 16mm lens, so like I'm touching the lens right now. Normally my camera's twice as far away. This is a new lens that we got over the holidays, and so it's really close, which is why you can see more of my background than normal, even though I'm sitting in the same place. And so I've got this big dial on the left, so I can just reach up and go boop, 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 and flip between different film emulations and get completely different looks really quickly. That's like the Fuji thing, but they are so good at these film emulations. It's just, and normally when you don't see me like talk about it, when I'm less boring, less boring, we just use Reala Ace, which is one of their newest emulations and very middle of the road. Sometimes it's nice to play with it, and like this Kodachrome thing, the classic neg, like these orange just pop. It's got like this warm, very, very 1960s, like high quality 1960s vibe, as opposed to the 1940s black and white vibe. Anyway, I'm a camera guy. Luke says, Martin Mayorga made the push years ago to get farmers in Nicaragua away from chemicals in the fields of food. Having to wear a bunny suit while spraying your food is wrong. It's true, yeah. And as far as I know, there's pretty low chemical usage here, but it does exist. Sensui20 is here. Hi there. Good to have you here. Hassan is here. Midwest. Al Perry says, big dog, you're looking good in the black and white. See, the black and white's popular. People are liking it. A number 1 Savage is on. Hola. Mark is here. Howdy. Hassan says, you sound like you're from the Midwest. Folks from upstate New York, Ohio sound the same. Yes, that is exactly, I mean, that's what I said. I think he's just repeating. I do sound like I'm from the northeastern Midwest. So I am from the Buffalo region on the east side, Wyoming County, which is the farthest eastern extent of this accent. And then my family is primarily from Canton, Ohio, which is like the southern extent of Cleveland. So they're just far enough up that the accent is Cleveland and the accent is not Pittsburgh, but we're from the crossover zone, so we have a Pittsburgh lexicon, but a Cleveland accent, and that's why. So, but if you went farther into the Midwest and did like an Iowa, and especially if you go up to like Minnesota, you get a different accent. I'm from the heavily Germanic portion of the Midwest, whereas a lot of people, like if you know Garrison Keillor from Prairie Home Companion, and you listen to him, he is from the very Nordic part of the Midwest, where the accent comes from a history of Swedish and Norwegian, primarily, immigrants that brought that kind of extra sound into the language. And I'm from the portion where it's primarily Southern German, Alsatian, which is German, but now from France, but German speakers in France and Switzerland, mostly in the Northwest, from Bern to Zurich. My family specifically is from Bern and the Alsace. People from upstate New York. Larry said, hey, Larry's here. I lived with a girl in college from Buffalo. She had a very Midwestern accent like mine. I know she would be sad about not being a Scott Allen Miller member. I'm sure she is sad, Larry. But we can't help everyone. How much would you be paying for the triangle? I didn't pay for the triangle, so I don't know. It was, my wife was downtown at El Dorado. Larry probably knows. He probably buys some. They're talking about the picos, but she bought a huge bag of them, or someone bought her a huge bag of them, and she just brought them home. So I don't know. If La Marcelita hops on, we will ask her, because her mother has a bakery that just opened in Managua, and I'm sure they make them and could tell us what they charge, but I don't know. Luke says, Waffle House Index, 5 strips with bacon for $5.75, pecan waffle $5.75, cup of coffee $3.50, and tip your breakfast is over $20. Man, I remember when Waffle House was like $3.
I was just saying I wanted Waffle House.
And my daughter I don't think you can hear her. She said, I was just saying I missed having Waffle House. And funny enough, Waffle House was the final meal that I had when I was leaving the United States. Now, obviously I've gone back to visit, but my very last, I'm on my way to the airport meal in 2015, on my way to Spain. I stopped on the way to the airport and had, not a waffle, I had probably egg and cheese biscuits and a pecan pie with melted butter that they heated up on the grill, and headed to the airport and flew off, and that was my last time living in the US. Okay, so I've noticed, this is one of the things I'm figuring out. The image is just slightly jittery. I want to know if you guys notice that it's slightly jittery in the final product, because I'm just looking at a monitor and it may not be 100%. But the jitter, I believe, is being created because I think my Streamer X by Rode is forcing the camera. I think I know the camera's outputting it at 30 frames per second. I think it's capturing at 24 and then sending it to the Atom Pro Blackmagic. So I've never done this before. And doing a pull down conversion and causing some jitter. Or maybe there's no jitter on the final product and it's just the monitor. But that's my concern, is that is happening, because I've never run the Streamer X to the Blackmagic before, and I don't know if anything will tell me what image it's receiving. But otherwise, it looks good. But the reason I'm using the Streamer X is because it gives me the XLR input for this. Now, hopefully I can put this back where it was. We finally have the new microphone. This is the one I've been waiting for. Now, I didn't want to have it in green. I'm supposed to get it in orange. I'm going to order that soon. But this is the Rode Pod mic that I've been really, really excited about. And you'll see it's got the big XLR cable, so it's got to go into a capture card that can handle that with power and everything. So I've got the Rode Streamer X handling that with its Aphex processors. So this is, normally I don't have all the cool stuff for audio. In the past, I use a nice Rode mic, but it's just directly into the stream box, and that's it. You're just getting it. But with this, I'm actually running it through Aphex processors and stuff, and it's a much nicer microphone that's designed for exactly this. And my guess is that it sounds a bit better and definitely takes the pops out, and that sound was my dog flapping her ears. Don says, hey Scott, I'm close to coming to Nicaragua. I'm going to Leon first. Perfect. I need a 2-bedroom apartment. How's the best way to find one quickly? Oh my gosh, there's no good answer. How long until you come down? And Don, what do you need to know? I know you keep asking, how do you get on Nica Habla? I'm going to send the link right now for people to sign up. For anyone who wants to be on Nica Habla, just being on Nica Habla is just open to everyone. We have a special, super secret, very public group just for the show members, the people who are subscribers on YouTube. We have a group for them in Nica Habla. But what you do, if you're going to join it for anyone can join Nica Habla. That is just an open, free platform for chatting that's based here in Nicaragua. Here, I'm going to send the link. And do not do this on a phone. No matter what you think, no matter how confused you think I am not. I mean, don't open this on a phone. Open it on a computer, Mac, Linux, Windows, doesn't matter. Just make sure it's not a phone. You can sign up. Then you may go to it on a phone without a problem. But if you try to sign up from a phone, it doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter how much warning I give. at least 80% of all people who hear the sound of my voice are completely confused or completely believe that I have no idea what I'm talking about, and they are positive that it will work from their phone. And no person has ever gotten that to actually work. They all believe they do, and then they can't join anything and nothing works. And then we go, you went through a phone, didn't you? And they're like, well, yeah, but it worked. I'm like, no, that's why it's not working. It's because you went through it like every single time. Trust me, do not go to it on a phone. If you click that link on a phone, the magic of the internet will trick you into thinking I'm wrong and that somehow it's working. Every time. And I guarantee someone in this group is going to do it anyway right now and act like I didn't say any of this. But it's recorded, and if you do that, I will play this back for you. But anyway, go there, Don, and it'll have a sign up, and just create an account. Make sure you remember your password, remember your username. Let me know your username, and I'll add you to the super secret group, because Don is one of our subscribers.
Did you give that warning before or after you put that in the chat?
I gave it as I did it in the chat, so it should have.
A bit before.
I should have, because the link shows up first. There's a delay. My daughter is correct. There is a delay. Someone has already done it, I'm sure. See, you should actually be sitting here beyond the show. You could be participating.
No, I'm good from here.
My daughter is organizing movies and TV shows and anime and stuff. Okay. Luke says, thanks again for the VIP lounge info in the video a few days ago. Oh, absolutely. Oh, Buddhist is here. Evening all. I've missed a few things. Okay, Dawn is coming. Finding an apartment, there's no easy answer. It's just kind of come down, walk around, like get in a hotel, get in a cheap hotel that you know you can stay in for a little while. A lot of people use like the hostel Leyendas in Laborillo because it's very cheap, and just a lot of people, like I have no idea what drew people to it, but a number of people, including Jillian from our community here, started going there, and it just, I don't know if like it's easy to find and everyone finds it the same way, or if our recommendations are costing, but people seem to be pretty happy with it at low cost, and it's in a part of the city that's like far enough from downtown that it, I don't know, encourages finding another house. Maybe it's not that nice of a place and that encourages. No, people say it's nice. But it's in an area where like you can easily walk around and see what's available in the area. Kind of like you can get to Sutiava easily, you can get to Laborillo easily, you can get to Guadalupe easily, you can get to Saragossa really easily. And those are kind of the core barrios that the majority of our audience seem to gravitate towards if you're in Leon. So staying somewhere like that that's low enough cost that you can put in some time searching for something is probably the way to go. And typically what you end up doing is hotel for possibly a few weeks, finding a short-term rental that is furnished and doing that for hopefully no more than like 2 months, while you're there finding a long-term rental and then moving into a 6 to 12 month unfurnished, where you can then make the decision, because that gives you time to get to know neighborhoods, gives you time to walk around, gives you time to get your bearings, make decisions that Leon is the city you want, not the city you want, and so forth. And then once you're into an unfurnished, yeah, you're stuck for 6 months, 12 months, whatever. But at the end of that, you can just take your household goods, your white goods, and just throw them on a truck and drive to the next place when you've had more time to decide. That's kind of the process. There isn't an easy shortcut. Sometimes people find Airbnbs that are pretty promising ahead of time. You can come down and just start with one of those, but that's the rarity, especially here in Leon. Leon is just a tough market. Janet says, yes, it's like Dick Van Dyke. This is the black and white she's talking about. And now like those phones in the attic at home. Photos in the attic at home. Yes, so this look is called classic neg, meaning classic negative film from like the 1960s. Kodak's Kodachrome, like Kodachrome 64 and Kodachrome 200 for those who are really semantic, is kind of the classic look like National Geographic covers from the 1960s. So I was a professional photographer and worked professionally with Kodachrome, with Kodak a little bit, and it's a cool look. It's a unique kind of thing that not everyone can reproduce. And these days, people are kind of, they're used to other color mixes. And Kodachrome was really this subdued color with a warmer vibe that a lot of people really like. Now, growing up, I always was an Ektachrome shooter, which is much closer to Fuji's Provia, which became more popular much later, and then they eventually came out with Ektachrome Elite, which is their answer to Fujifilm's Velvia, both of which I have access to as part of the Fuji camera. I can just switch to them. It's interesting, I started a lot of my my career with Kodak, and my wife's first work when she moved out of chemistry and moved into IT was working for Fuji. So we worked with all the film companies over the years. Larry says, now you look like Errol Flynn. I do look like Errol Flynn, thank you. Mark says, me too, I will need a place probably in April. See, if we find the right place, we can just get everyone into it. It is possible, depending on when people are coming. At the moment, I still have an apartment that could potentially be available, so hit me up, but I can never know the status. Like, one day they're like, let's keep it, one day they're like, let's get rid of it, one day they're like, let's rent it, one day they're like, no, we want to use it, and I'm just like, I'm so frustrated with it. But it is, at the moment, if you were to come like today, technically, I have an apartment you could use that's a furnished short term, and it's $500 a month, plus you pay your own electric. The internet is included because it's a flat rate. Electric is not included because it's not a flat rate. So if you use like nothing, it's basically free, and if you use a ton, it goes up in price. YouTube says we're having a problem, but my cache says we're not. So let me know if we're cutting out in any way. I'm going to type that because
there's a problem, there'll only be the chat.
Right. When there's a problem, there's only the chat. Mark says 6 months to start. Yep. Janet says Kodachrome. They give us those nice bright colors. They give us the greens of summers. Makes you think all the world's a sunny day. Oh yeah, got a Nikon camera. Love photographs, so mama don't take my Kodachrome away. Yeah. A lot. It was, so the Kodachrome had less blue in it. So like the oranges really pop like these. So that's the big thing. That whole look of the United States in the 1960s, where it's like everything was so, it was like almost deserty. That was Kodachrome causing that to happen. And Kodachrome was the original color film you could use at home because it had a really complex processing process to make the colors come out. So it had to go to Kodak. It was a lot more expensive. And it actually shot it just in a really unique way. And then later, Ektachrome was much easier to deal with and had much more even, honest color rendition. So it took over because it was so much cheaper to deal with. However, even by the 1980s, when I was working professionally in film, or starting to, one of the reasons we used Kodachrome as much as we did, one, is that it was easy to get it in 64, which people like me like to shoot really low ISO. This is going way back, whereas average people were shooting 200 and 400. I would shoot 64 and 100, or I'd shoot 100 pulled to 50. And so I had a very different grain to my pictures even a long time ago. And but Kodachrome would hold its color decades longer than Ektachrome would. So Ektachrome, you'd be like, yeah, this will be good in 30 years, 40 years, it'll still look good. Kodachrome, you'd be like, 80 years, it'll still look good. It's very different. So Kodachrome was often used for news whenever possible, but then it was hard to capture images because that low ISO made things difficult. There was a Kodachrome 200 used for news print, of course. Don says, how do we find Nika Abla to discuss this and other things? I sent the link, Don. Did you find it? It should be there. Did it not come? Did you ask that before it came up? Maybe you did. Maybe I'm that far behind. Mercy's here. Hello, everyone. Larry says, how was the baseball game? Sorry you couldn't reach me earlier. Larry, it was the best baseball game I've ever seen. I have to be honest. That was a freaking amazing game. It was so good. For those who don't know, now today's video was about the baseball game, so some of you are refugees from my baseball video today, but it was just incredible. It was the national finals. It went to Game 7 of the series. It was tied 1-1. We went into overtime. We got to the bottom of the 10th. It was 0-0. They were scared of our best batter, and so they chose to walk him. I couldn't believe it. We all were flabbergasted. every single person was like, did he just refuse to pitch? Like, he's like, nope. Just walked him. We're like, are you kidding? They loaded the bases. They ended up with 2 outs, bases loaded, bottom of the 10th, 2 strikes, 3 fouls, 3 balls, and they for the last 3 batters they brought in this new pitcher from the Caribbean coast, and let me tell you, he was throwing heat. That ball was smoking every time he threw it, but he came up and he was practicing, and I'm like, boy, he's throwing out of bounds quite a bit. Like, he's really having a hard time coming in over the plate. But his arm was cold. Like, okay. And then the next 2 guys got up, and he threw fast, and he managed to get him out. But that last guy came in, and he was getting nervous. And right before the last pitch, I leaned over to Jimmy. He was sitting next to me, and I'm like, he's throwing fast, but man, he's getting sloppy. And Jimmy's like, I know. I'm like, all he's got to do is tag someone, and this game is over. And he threw, and he whacked our batter in the leg. Game over. It was unbelievable. It was the most down to the moment game that I've ever seen, and for the national finals, like, it was so cool. So everyone is out partying tonight as well. All night it was big, and it was just crazy. Mercy says, my first time here. Hey, Mercy, great to have you here. Welcome to the party. Son says, okay, I hear it. Familiar accents, great explanation. Butta says, evening all. James deleted something. Luke says, thanks again for the VIP lounge info in the video a few days ago. I think I already read that. But you're welcome. Hassan says, big up Toronto, I think, T-Dot. Janet says, I don't see a jitter. Good. So maybe it's smooth. It could just be, I just have this cheap TV over here that I use as a monitor. Maybe it's doing something weird. It happens. Hassan says, I didn't notice. Lester says, how was the baseball game experience? I thought I was answering Larry. Maybe I was answering Lester. It was amazing. Just awesome. I mean, I go to the games from time to time. I used to be at the games all the time. But I haven't been too much until the new stadium came up, and then it's been awesome. Larry deleted something. Son says, looks clean, no jittering on the live. Perfect. William says, the image is fine. Awesome. Edwin is here. Hey, Scott. Hi, Edwin. James says, did get maple syrup sugar rush while up in New York State. Oh, I do love maple sugar. Let me tell you, as a New Yorker, upstate New Yorker, love my maple sugar. We're the same as Quebec with the maple sugar thing. And New York and Quebec, people don't know this. We have the same mountain range. We're actually connected by a mountain range, like the way that Nicaragua and Costa Rica are. Like, it's just one thing. And so when you go to like Montreal and Quebec City, like those mountains you see, that's the Adirondacks in New York, with the St. Lawrence cutting through the middle to separate the 2 countries. Really, like, that's where the maple zone. It's amazing. Butta says, I didn't think I have much of an accent unless I get upset. That's when my New York City accent appears. Butta, you have a little bit of an accent. I gotta level with you. Luke says, I concur on not a phone. Ooh, what was the not a phone? Where did someone said something about a phone, and I saw it, but then I think it disappeared. I don't see it anymore. What's going on with the phone comment? Hassan says, looks clean, no jittering on the line. Oh, no, we already said that. Boy, I'm missing a lot of stuff. Mark says, listen to Scott, don't use your phone. Oh, listen to me and don't use the phone. Perfect. Jan says, I just found out that my accent is called Pacific Northwest and includes BC, which might be one reason why people keep asking me if I'm Canadian. Yeah, it could be. I get asked if I'm, once in a while, very rarely, I will get mistaken for Canadian, but from like the border zone in Toronto, so like Hamilton, they're from like, I don't know, an hour and a half from where I grew up, so it's not very weird to be mistaken from there. Like, we can see each other across the river. Mark says, I'm Pacific Northwest. Isolated cockpit. Heidi ho, first time listening while in Nicaragua. Well, hey, welcome to the show, Isolated. Edwin says, do you know what a special place here in Managua? Do you know about a special place here in Managua, especially for me because it was a surprise for me when I first saw it on TikTok. That's about the Korean Market Club, located on the south side of the Gallerias, just meters away from the front of the Hyatt Place Hotel, aside from the European Academy School. Edwin, that's in the it's right next to that Chinese store that starts with an X. Like, is it Jimmy? It's next to that in that little plaza, I think, near La Colonia. I think that's correct. I have not been into the Korean Market Club, but I need to check it out. That would be awesome if they got some good stuff. Patricia's here. Hello, friends. James says Kodachrome was Simon and Garfunkel. Oh my gosh. Yes, it was. Edwin says, I hope your daughters can come there and eat the famous Boldkin ramen. I ate one of those on December 23rd. My daughters had Boldkin ramen 2 nights ago? When did you have the Boldkin ramen? Was it 2 nights ago? 3 nights ago?
I don't think it was Boldkin. Was it?
The black one? Yeah, that's Boldkin.
Okay, that was...
I'm saying it wrong.
3,
Boldak.
4 nights?
Boldak.
I thought it was that.
She's like, no, it's Boldak. What are you talking about?
I was like, that is not the ramen. I think it might have been like 4 nights ago.
Yeah, like 4 nights ago. We have some in our pantry here. I'm sure it's not the same as at one of the nice restaurants, but we've got Boldak ramen here in the house. Son says $500, not bad. Oh, on the apartment. No, it's actually a pretty good deal. Honestly, it's we've talked about it on the show before. It's a nice apartment. It's a very Nicaraguan apartment. It is not fancy at all, but it is a really good neighborhood. It is in a, this is going to, ritzy part of Sutiava. It's part of the Colegio zone. It's a bunch of the best private high schools in the country are all grouped next to each other. And just to be clear, not because ours are the best, because they're chains, and we have members of a bunch of the best chains. Calasan's and Pureza predominantly are next to each other, plus some small ones. And not far away is La Salle. They're one of the top ones. They're a little bit farther away. They're not in this zone. But Sutiava, for some reason, has a bunch of the top colegios. I've heard Pureza's number one. And I think Buddhist went to Calasan's, and so we have an apartment right in front of Calasan's. It's really popular with professors and local businessmen in that little zone. And there's some really cheap stuff there too. There's a little pulperia. Like, it's not a ritzy street, but it is like this kind of upscale, desirable area that's very safe and very easily accessible to a bunch of things, including Mercadito, the small street market, and some of the buses. So getting to the beach, getting to downtown, and getting around the city is incredibly easy. So it's specifically a barrio place, so you can experience barrio life, but also connected to the entire city and beach zone. So you can kind of mix tourism and city living and barrio living all in one thing. And it's double gated, so it's got its own security, obviously, and then it has an outside gate for the apartment building. So getting into the apartment, if someone was to break in, they have to break in to the apartment complex and then into the apartment, which, to the best of my knowledge, has never happened. In the area, people will climb the walls and stuff. Like, you do have to be, like, it's not a dangerous area, and Nicaragua in general isn't dangerous, but if you have completely unprotected walls, people will try to steal whatever you have just sitting around in the yard. May not break into the house, but if you leave something out that they can get to, they'll give it a try, right? Because why wouldn't you? So it's nice. And we have really good internet there, which is one of the reasons why it's $500, is because it's got $80 of internet alone, because it's Teco fiber, same as we're on right now over there, and then it's furnished, right? So it's got it's a 2-bedroom with 1 bath. Definitely nothing special. The secondary bedroom is just a normal bedroom, but the master is actually a really good size, and it's got a king bed in it. Like, we stay there sometimes if we're doing stuff, we'll use it. It's really comfy. It's both rooms are air conditioned. The main room, we've closed all the windows and just open the 2 bedrooms and run the air conditioners, and it'll air condition the whole thing. We'll make it cold, but it definitely will take the edge off. But normally you just air condition the rooms and then let the rest of it be wind blown. It does have a TV, fridge. You can cook, toaster oven, has a washing machine, which is pretty rare in rentals. So I think it is actually a really good deal for $500 for short-term rentals. And I would love to have it rented out, because that's my goal. My goal is to get a number of these places. I've talked about this before ad nauseum, but I really want to have a bunch of these nice little different types of housing things around the country, so that people can do short-term and bounce around the country and explore a bunch of stuff and get to know what things are. I think that is a papaya. For anyone who hasn't been on yet, we have a new Expats chat group to compete with the generally pretty bad Facebook groups on WhatsApp. because Facebook is just a train wreck of bad moderation and dangerous misinformation, and Facebook does nothing to protect your data. So we have this new WhatsApp group, because WhatsApp groups are just introduced this week, and so we started one the instant that it was available. And someone just sent me a location, but didn't tell me why. Mark says, nope, not cutting out. Awesome. Edwin says, yep, it was spicy. It was the black original because at that day it was the only flavor available. I then came on the 30th and they were sold out. Oh, well, we got lucky. We've got them. I think we actually flew them in from the United States. I think that's where we got them from. Oh, my daughter says, yes, that's why we have them. I think they got, did you get them for Christmas?
No, we were at the store and we decided to get them because Mom saw them on TikTok.
My wife saw them on TikTok, they saw them in the store in the United States, and they brought them down. That's how we had it. I had it. I was not a fan. I didn't know they were supposed to be special, but I don't like it.
They're very spicy.
Yeah, my daughter says they're very spicy. A little bit too spicy for them to enjoy. Luke says there was a single 2-second delay a minute ago. Mark says out. Larry says, what's the story on Alamasan Colonial? It's similar to Price Mart. Just heard about it yesterday. Oh, I do not know. I don't know that place. Let's look into it. Paul Simon is a fan of Kodachrome. Yes, he is. Gigi's here. Do they have things in place in Nicaragua to mitigate wildfires to avoid this happening in California? They're not dumb like California. That's what mitigates it. So specifically, that's a California problem. Not to pick on California, right? Most of the American and Canadian Pacific coast has a certain amount of risk to it because of the way that they lie with the mountains and the ocean and stuff. Like, it's not actually California's fault. It's the land of California's fault, right? And I saw someone posting the other day, of course, random post by someone, but their point was accurate. It's especially Southern California, but much of California is a desert zone, and so it's very prone to wildfires. The West Coast has wildfires because it's dry and it's hot, and they get droughts, and they get high winds, and the shrubbery that they have, the foliage that they have, is designed to burn and regrow quickly. It's a design to burn landscape, and so the thing that's dumb about California is that they found this place that's designed to burn every few years and then regrow, and they decided to put giant cities, which trigger fires, in that zone. And so this is a California problem, right? They've created an issue where they know they're going to burn, and everyone who lives there moves there knowing they're going to burn, and they just accept it as a thing. Nowhere else on the Pacific coast is that a concern. You can't have wildfires like that here in Nicaragua. People burn everything they can. You have to work to keep your field burning. We have rain and green grass and trees and stuff that have like water in them, which is the same for, all of the Mexican coast and the Chilean coast and the Colombian coast and the Panamanian coast, right? None of us have these fire hazard conditions, so we don't have to mitigate anything. The climate mitigates it. It's very specifically Southern California that is at that risk. And yeah, British Columbia can have it happen, but it's fractional. By the time you get to Alaska, it's like never a thing. So we don't have to worry. That's what I'm saying. So many of the problems that people deal with in the U.S., and it's not the U.S.'s fault, right? But hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, volcanoes, fires, the way that natural disasters hit the United States, even places that rarely get earthquakes, rarely get volcanoes, when they get them, it's really bad. But here in Nicaragua, we get most of those, but not fires, all the time, and they do generally nothing. Like, we don't worry about them. We just have different size mountains, different size shape of the land, more trees, whatever. We just don't have natural disaster problems under most conditions. Nika Clement says, FYI, the terms you want to use are extra inning instead of overtime. Oh, thank you. And they are runs, not points. Thanks for the content. Edwin says, yeah, I was talking to my dad on a phone call last night. I was hearing it on the phone through his TV. I had no time to turn on mine. Alex says, hello. His son says, did you already discuss a video on banking in Nicaragua? I actually made one today on banking in Nicaragua, but sort of, because someone asked me about what to do with Social Security payments, so I made a video on that. I'm not sure when it's going to be up, sometime next week, probably. If you're American, which your knowledge of Midwestern accents pretty much guarantees you are, basically the answer to banking in Nicaragua is don't. You're American, use your American bank. Nothing's ever going to be as good. The U.S. has amazing banks. Next class, I'll be back later, Janet says. Dale's here. Hola, Scott. Glad to see you back. Hope you had fun visiting your family. Sorry you had to go to the U.S. and deal with bad food, shitty technology, and the cold. Thanks. It's good to be back in the civilized world, the developed world once again. It always shocks me just how far behind the U.S. is, and how I was really surprised by how much the food hit us. Montezuma's curse in reverse is not what we were expecting, but I mean, it was great seeing family and everything. So we had a good time, but we also really missed being at home. Itchithik says it's buldak ramen. If I were to try, buldak ramen. If I were to try to type it phonetically, source, I'm in Korea. Also, just FYI, dak is chicken, so maybe not vegetarian friendly. Although, how much is actually chicken? Yet normally, if my wife is buying it, she looks into it and sees what's actually in it. But awesome, thank you. So, see if I can say this right. Buldak ramen. I'm getting the pronunciation straight from Korea.
Okay.
My daughter's like, what? My daughter's like, it's actually in there is actually in there is up for debate. Oh, yeah, how much chicken is in there? Luke says, remind me, anyone in the family enrolled in Vivian Pellis's health club membership? We are not. We've definitely looked into it. We've talked about it. I thought we were going to do it, and then we haven't. The gold monthly rate is $60 for adults under 60, easily replaces U.S. insurance. So, for those who don't know, it's a discount plan at a specific hospital with branches around the country. The reason that we're generally not using it is because we never go there. Now, would we go there more if we had the health club? Probably, but our annual expenditure is never $720, ever. And that's just the price of membership. You still pay for it. It's only a discount. It doesn't get you very much for free. So we would spend so much more money currently getting that plan than we would save. And we'd have to go to Managua to do everything, which we're not going to do. I'm not going to go to Managua for a checkup. My wife, maybe. My kids, definitely not. If we're going to do anything like that, we go to Amaxa, which we're already getting cheaper than Vivian Pellis does. And I have a personal doctor. And I have a backup personal doctor who owns a hospital chain. I call up and I'm like, hey, I need a doctor sent to my house. And you'd think that the hospital would send a doctor to my house. But instead, the owner of the hospital shows up. He's like, I'm not letting my doctors talk to you. I'm going to show up. And it's like, okay. So, and then they don't charge us. So paying for Vivian Pellis for that for us, I don't think makes sense. If we were far less healthy or lived much closer, it would be a completely different thing. But being very healthy and living decently far away is just a combination that makes it, for us, not make sense. Paul's the oldest. If anyone was going to do it, it would be him. He's the one that spent time there last year. And, if you knew you were going to have a major event and you had it ahead of time, yeah, that would pay off. But if I'd had it for the last 4 years, I'd have spent thousands of dollars and I never used it once. I would never have shown up for anything. And when I do need things, like, I need an x-ray, the things that happen to me is someone always, breaks my foot or something. Recurring problem. And so when I just go to Amaxa and order an x-ray. It's cheaper than the gas of going to Managua, so, yeah. So trying to find out how and what to use groups in WhatsApp. Oh, well, you just kind of, I don't know. But, I didn't send the link. I had it typed out, but I wanted to make sure you guys saw me say it first. So there's the link. You just click on that link and it'll take you into, assuming you have WhatsApp on your computer. If not, click on it on your phone and it'll just take you in and join you to the group.
When does season 4 end?
I'm gonna look that. Okay, so my daughter's doing some categorization of, for those who don't know, Case Closed Detective Conan anime, and she needs to know the last episode of season 4.
Mm-hmm.
Season 4 runs through. It's a little bit shorter. Episode 106 is the last one of season 4.
Okay, I'm super close. The last one of season 3 was 82, right?
I'll double check.
I don't want to rewrite everything.
82 was the last one of season 3.
Okay.
Perfect. All right. Mark says, Hassan says, I like your idea, Scott. Nicaragua sounds more attractive based on my budget. I would like to live between Panama and the United States. Well, you're in luck. Nicaragua is between Panama and the United States. Just what you're looking for. There's, what's funny is between Panama and the United States is a lot of great options, including Panama. Panama's fantastic. I used to live there. Loved Panama, but Nicaragua's just better. Costa Rica's fine if you're just looking for the Costa Rican experience, which is different than everyone else. Not my vibe, but it's a great place. But I like Honduras, even though it's probably the bottom of my list in the region. It's probably, I would live in Honduras before Belize. I mean, Belize is cool. I work there. We love Belize, but I don't want to live there, right? Great to visit, like it's cool. It's so tiny. I don't want to live in a place that small. But El Salvador would be great. Guatemala's great. Mexico's great. You got so much variety and choices within this tiny area. Isolated, isn't WhatsApp owned by Meta? Yes, but the Facebook stuff is treated completely different and really promotes bad usage. But WhatsApp is owned by Meta and is not completely secure. That is why we use Nica Habla as our secure platform for Nicaragua. If you want the absolute utmost in security, that is the place to go. It doesn't even track metadata. Unlike Meta, that's their name, there's no metadata collected in Nica Habla, so there's no way to know how many users there are, no way to know who they're connecting to or when, nothing. There is none of that. And then there's industry's top security on top of that. Edwin says, remember that generally in Nicaragua during these days when the rainy season is over, November to May, all vegetation, grass around the season countryside dries out and looks brown. It does, Edwin. It gets, it's called the dry season. It gets very dry here, but it does not get California dry. They're quite different. At the very driest, the day before the rainy season starts in Nicaragua, it is still like wet season in California. California is dry to an insane degree. It's actually a desert. It's not a jungle. So Nicaragua is a jungle zone that has a dry season. California is a desert zone that has a not quite so dry season. It's actually pretty dramatically different between the two. But yeah, it does get pretty dry here, but I've never seen at the driest it's been in Nicaragua. You could still go out and start fires everywhere, and they would burn a little bit, but they're not very likely going to jump hedgerows. They're not going to jump highways, and they also don't get these big winds. We can get windy. We don't get California windy. Like California is experiencing 99 mile an hour winds. We get whiny if it's like 20 mile an hour winds, right? It's a very different thing. Anyone says cold fronts, high temps, about 30 degrees, strong winds. These final days of 2024 and first days of 2025, we got unexpected rain. So when you were descending into Managua, not all the countryside was seen as dry. Luke says SSA banking video posted this morning. It did? No, that can't be right. Hold on. Something's wrong if you already saw it. Oh, I'm in the... I'm like, where's my YouTube studio? Oh, wait, that's what we're streaming on. The baseball should have been today. It is the 16th. 15th was Americans and Canadians. You can become an expat today. And the day before was the Living with Erupting Tolica volcano video, which did quite well. But not as well as the Spirit Exiting Nicaragua video, which people are saying it's not actually... Oh, which didn't do as well as the VIP Lounge. The VIP Lounge is really good. That was popular. But the... No, the... where did you see that? Or did I do it as a short? There might be a short. I don't think there was a short either. I don't know. Zena's dry. Itch a thick. Yep, got it. Edwin disappeared. You said it right. Edwin says WhatsApp is owned by Meta. Yep, for sure. Gigi says, do you know if Panama accepts border runs to extend a stay from a U.S. citizen? I believe they do, but I've not actually checked. Panama makes it so Panama gives you an automatic 6 months. You don't have to do the extensions. Not that that's a big deal, but it is nice that they don't do that. They're a pure 180 days. They are, as far as I know, the originator of the 180 days in the region. Sorry, my eye is dry and bothering me. Sometimes I forget on my camera and I'm like, my eye. Then I'm like, oh yeah, you're watching me. But I believe Panama does border runs. I'll look that up quickly. But Panama makes getting your residency so easy that I don't think you have it's just a different set of things that you do there, right? So Nicaragua is a border-run country because we have this indefinite tourist mode thing, and that's unique. Other countries in the region, like Costa Rica, you might be able to do it once, but the idea is that you're going to get residency much faster and for many more people. So they just approach it differently. Boeing says, yes, Panama tolerates visa runs. Larry says, just saw the Almacen Colonial small store that brings members-only products to... Oh. Larry, yes, I knew about that. I forgot its name, or never knew its name. Marcella's been talking about that. It's just a store that drives PriceSmart here and charges twice as much as PriceSmart. If you want one thing of PriceSmart peanut butter, it's a good deal. If you want any amount of stuff, it is not. I don't know why. None of us would ever go there because all of us go to Managua enough to just go to PriceSmart. But you don't need a PriceSmart membership, right? So if you're just getting that one thing, you know. Boeing says, all countries in Central America tolerate visa runs. That sounds right. Mark says, awesome, thanks for the link. But it says, be right back. Retired on active duty. Can you describe rides on the chicken buses? Yes. Deciding how to get from Managua to Matagalpa, and this seems like the most viable option. Yeah, probably is. So the chicken buses are wild. Managua to Matagalpa should be a pretty good run. I think it's direct, so it may not be. Now that I say that, it may be Managua to the not the Empalma. No, it might be to the Empalma. It might be Managua to the Empalma San Isidro, as opposed to Terminal San Isidro, which are pretty close, but they're not the same thing. Make sure you know which one you're going to. So you may have to take the Esteli run, and then get off at the Empalma, and then stand at the stop, and then the Matagalpa bus comes by. So if we're coming from Leon to Matagalpa, we take the chicken bus to the Empalma, and then we walk to the bus stop, and then Matagalpa comes by and gets us and takes us up into the mountain. That tells me that the Matagalpa bus must have come from San Isidro Terminal, so I bet you go from Managua to San Isidro to Matagalpa, which should be easy. Yeah. So it's once you catch the chicken bus out of Managua, and I don't know where you do that because I don't have to do that. I catch them out of Leon. I'm only taking the Ucas out of Managua. The chicken bus really isn't that bad. It is packed. It is an old school bus. Like it's not bad, but it's not great. They keep the windows open, so there's a lot of wind coming through, right? So it's really not that bad. It's not nearly as hot as it was riding as a kid on the school buses. You got to keep your wits about you because people will pick your pockets. People will, not most people, but there's always someone, right? So you got to stay a little bit alert. It's not the most secure of circumstances. It's totally safe. No one's going to shiv you on the bus, nothing like that. But, leave your phone on the seat and someone sees it, they will go for it. And there's so many people, you'll lose things. So it's not like the Uka bus where you don't have people getting on and off and there's only a handful of people. I've lost my phone on the Uka before. The whole place stopped, got out, and looked for my phone. Right? Like no one's going to steal it. They're going to find it for you. But on the chicken bus, you might lose some things, including your glasses. So seriously, don't fall asleep on the chicken bus. But other than that, we've done it. I've done it with my children. That run specifically, and to Leon, and you see good scenery. It's a little bit slow. It's completely fine. I don't have any problem with it. I definitely prefer the Uka buses, but the chicken bus isn't bad. They stop every little bit. But one of the nice things is, as you're going along that run, you'll go by a little town, they'll pull over, a woman will get on who's selling a bunch of stuff, and she'll walk through the bus selling sandwiches or snacks or drinks or whatever. So that's kind of cool and interesting, and then they'll go to another town and she'll get off and she'll get on the bus, go in the other direction, just go back and forth all day. It's not bad, and it's what Nicaraguans do every day. It's how people get between those places. So, it's daunting as a first timer, but it's also, it's for a lot of people, it's everyday life. So it's pretty cool. Scott Edwin says, Scott, this other fact about Rare Snacks Flavors by Yummies will surprise you, or maybe you already saw it before this. It's about Zambos with tahine. Is he just saying I have not seen Zambos with tahine yet. Interesting. I do eat Zambos, so I'll have to try that out. I like tahine. That could be good. Definitely a rare flavor I've not seen from Yummies, but Yummies makes the best chips. But overall, yeah, retired, do the chicken bus. It'll be an adventure. It'll be good. It'll be completely fine. Gigi says, since your daughters do online school, how do they make friends in person? Asking for my teens. So my kids, I'm gonna have my daughter pipe up. How do you make? They don't, because they hate people. My kids really are mostly. So there's a bunch of things about my kids. And she's sitting right here, so I'm getting direct commentary or fact checking or whatever. But in general, they're not really interested in other kids for the most part, and never have been. That's not really a thing. They have some friends their own age, but not tons. And honestly, I didn't either at their age. I went to school, like private school and then public school. Once I went to public school, but I was older, I had more friends, but even then, not actually tons. And when I was younger, I had very few friends. I had lots of people that I got along with, but of like close friends, most of my friends were adults. I grew up as an only child. I was around adults a lot. And my kids are the same way, but I'm very extroverted. They tend mostly towards being introverted, and they make friends very well with adults. They're used to a life of interacting with adults, and so that's just where they gravitate. So it's very easy for us to have lots of our adult friends over, and my kids are just friends with everyone and get along and have great conversations. And our friends are always like, oh my gosh, your kids are like small adults. Like, it's so funny hanging out with them because they have very adult conversations and very adult topics and very adult views on things, because we treat them that way. We always have. We speak to them like adults, except when they get in trouble. Stop that. And she's laughing. And so it's one of the things that we've always wanted, right? One of the reasons that you raise kids is you want them to be functional adults. You don't want them to be functional kids. You don't want them to be dysfunctional kids, of course. But the goal of raising children is not the childhood process as much as that's what we talk about. It's giving them the adult process. And so our goal is to make our kids ready to be adults, whereas school has a tendency to cause kids to interact only with other kids. And then when they're adults, they have to figure out how to adjust to being adults. Obviously, you can't give someone an adult experience when they're a kid completely. There are differences, but they get a much more adult interaction, and so they treat the world differently because of that. So they're not really looking to go out and meet. They're definitely not going to make an effort to go meet people. That is not going to happen. They're never going to be like, you know what, I'm bored today. Can you take us somewhere? We want to go meet other people our age. They do not want to do that. They would kick me if that's what I tried to make them do. And every time we do that stuff, they're like, why? Why do we have to do this? In reality, we have to put up with them fighting against meeting people. We don't need to go out and make an effort to do so. Now, we've been here for a while, so that starts to happen over time. But if they wanted to meet people, right, we have local friends who have, even Marcella, who's often on the show, her kids come over, and our kids avoid each other, right? Like, now, partially it's because they don't speak the same language, but they're not trying to speak the same language. They're not trying to hang out and do things. They don't have shared interest. And so it's just not something that really comes up. They have access to kids. If they want to hang out with kids, they have no shortage of kids to hang out with. There's kids across the street. There's kids across the highway. There's kids in there's English-speaking kids and Spanish-speaking kids. Lots of, we had 3 teenagers come over to the house 2 nights ago that were in the park. And we could have been like, hey, come inside and hang out with the kids, but my kids don't want to do that. But as English speakers, people will always make an effort to let their kids come play with you. One, they know you're safe, right? You're not dangerously moving to another country with your kids. Like, it's just way too much work for someone who's crazy. So that tends to be very safe. So people are really looking, and exposure to English and just interesting friends. Like, there's lots of reasons why people want their kids to potentially interact with you. So you won't have a shortage there. Someone's gonna be like, I don't know about those people, but more often you'll have people who are like, oh no, these seem like good kids for you to hang out with. So there's I think there's a ton of opportunity if that's what your kids are looking for. As if they're teenagers, the country's incredibly safe, so they can go do things on their own. There are kids running around on the streets everywhere. Like, you don't have to worry about your kids on the streets. That's not a real concern. Obviously, 2 o'clock in the morning, don't let them walk through the barrio on their own. Like, be smart, but don't be hovering. Like, they really can go out and do things. 2, they can do a lot of different things to meet kids. They can get involved in local activities like playing sports, or they can even go to school here, depending, private or public, depending on different things. They can go to events, right? Like, we were at the baseball game last night. There were teenagers all around us. They could have just gone and hung out with people. People are very social here, going and just meeting people on the street, meeting people at a baseball game, whatever. Very easy to do. Obviously not on your first day, but the longer you're here, the easier it gets. Restaurants, if you see kids, you're not going to go up to a table, but a lot of times you're at places that have music and people are up and moving around. You can definitely introduce yourself. Going to the beach, there's going to be tons of people out on the beaches that you can meet there. That's probably a good example. Going to bowling alleys or laser tag or arcades or just shopping at the mall, it's easy to meet people in that way. But I think the biggest thing by far is, and this is always a little bit less than ideal because your pool is limited to what your parents do, but the biggest pool of obvious potential friends for our kids primarily comes from our friends who often have kids of very similar age, and they have the opportunity to interact with them, and any amount of not interacting for our kids is because our kids are avoiding it, not because of any lack of availability of other kids. But they're, if kids are around, they're much more likely to hide and be like, no, there's no reason. And if adults are around, they're like, yeah, we'll go hang out to some degree, and then they'll get tired of people and leave. But they've had, friends of similar age here that speak Spanish and would come over and hang out, and they do that. And if you have shared activities like you like watching movies or TV shows or playing video games or sports or some arts or music, they could become involved in a band or something. There's any number of activities that they could use to go out and find people as well. And of course, in this day and age, people do a lot of things online. So depending on the age, you don't just give up your connections back to home. So they'll still be, talking to the friends that they have now and so forth. It's, it becomes a different experience. But like my daughter who's sitting here, her best friend lives in Dallas, last I knew, but they're from Bolivia. Their family is from Bolivia, and so they grew up there. So they may move back and forth at any given time, and they stay connected online. So they still have friends from before moving here, and that's just, there's a lot of flexibility. I think almost certainly your teenage kids will just find a way. If they want to interact with people, they will, and if they don't want to, like mine, they won't. James says, I've heard that create a fund for self-healthcare. I've heard that you can create a fund for self-healthcare. $20,000, take your $60 a month and put it into that account. Absolutely. If you have a really good system, like you live next to Vivian Pellis, you're going to use it. That's the hospital you want to use. You're not going to travel, so you definitely are going to use it. it might be great to be a part of a plan that they have, and they know that other people are not leveraging it well, or they know they're locking you in, so they're willing to take a little bit of a loss to basically guarantee earlier revenue or whatever. It can pay off because it's not an insurance plan. Insurance basically will never pay off, essentially. But a discount plan, like it could, in theory. But it's true. James is absolutely correct. For normal people, start early. And you can't do this as an American very easily. But once you aren't living in the U.S., immediately start taking set aside money that you would use. So I'm an American. Given my access to resources, what I would do is take a certain amount of money that you would put into insurance every month and put that into a savings account, but not a normal savings account. Put it into an investment account, because the chances that you will use it is very low. Save a little bit. Make sure you have enough for, like, oh, I need to go see a doctor today. Have a little bit of cash for that. But if you need to do something serious, you can wait 48 hours to get access to it. Throw whatever you need on a credit card to get you through the week, right? And pull your money out. Use, like, an index fund, something very reliable, very conservative, but getting a reasonable return on your money, and put your money in there, and then save up to some number that's so big it'll protect you no matter what, and then either just let it grow and have the extra be part of your retirement, or take the extra that's coming out of it and use it as extra monthly income, whatever is good for you, right? Smart finances are still smart finances. But throwing money into insurance means that money is gone. You have to have a disaster to have any chance of recovering your investment. That's kind of a horrible system. But if you put that money into an actual investment, then you're encouraged to be healthy. And the healthier you are, the better. But if something bad does happen, the more protection you have, because nothing protects you as much as money. Right? Insurance can always deny you. Even really good insurance might deny you, but no one can deny you your own bank account. So it really is a good way to go. Mark says the majority of California is a desert. It's because of the rain, the lack of rainfall. Yep. Gigi says, by the way, I asked you the question about Nicaragua fires because Google says Nicaragua is prone to wildfires, earthquakes, and volcano eruptions. So everything coming from, so first of all, if Google says, that means it's coming from like ChatGPT or it's Gemini. It is garbage. That thing tells, I have never once seen a search that is accurate in any way. The information coming out of there is bonkers. I just read a thing, I can't remember what it was. The response was so obviously impossible. It said like the average cost, the most expensive of something was $40, the average is $50. It clearly refuted its own information in one sentence. But because it's not actually intelligent in any way, it doesn't know. It's just pulling random crap from different places. It's completely unfiltered. Nicaragua is not prone to wildfires. Not a thing. And we do have earthquakes and volcanoes, but those aren't things you care about. So it's a really bad bit of information because, one, Google's just garbage in this way. But it's returning meaningless information. So in a meaningful way, right, is Nicaragua at risk of earthquakes in a meaningful way? No. We have them every day. Does that matter? No, no one cares. Mexico has far fewer earthquakes, but it's prone to life-threatening earthquake situations. That's what you care about. Will it put you at risk? And a human can say, oh, yeah, like there can be fires, but they're on an island somewhere that isn't like, no, it's an uninhabited island, but yeah, it has wildfires. That's not true. I'm just saying that that could be the case, right? So you could have this misinformation of like, yes, there's an island that technically, well, okay, for example, if you said, what's it like in Colombia? And Google might say, it might actually say Colombia is a 2 square mile island completely surrounded by the Caribbean. And you say that is nothing like Colombia, but in reality there is an island in Colombia that fits that description. So in some ways it's correct information about Colombia that isn't what anyone means when they ask about Colombia. And you can say, what's the population of Colombia? You say 50,000 people. You say, boy, it seems bigger than that. Yes, it's 44 million. Well, what's the difference? One's this island again. Makes sense. So in Nicaragua, can there be volcanic eruptions? Yes, there is all the time. There's one going on right now. Who does it affect? Nobody, right? It's interesting. We all find it interesting. But is there been a volcanic eruption in recorded history where it mattered? And I don't think there has been. Like, there's nothing of recent. We've had some ones that have disrupted flights. We've had some we've had to clean up after. We have some where they had to stop people walking around on the trails that go around the caldera. But we haven't had any that actually caused damage, any that actually caused evacuations or deaths. You know, there's always like that one person on the volcano or someone who gets caught in a mudslide. Mudslides are different. But there is... yeah, and the same thing with the earthquakes, right? In 1972, everyone was in a rush to build these flimsy high-rises because it was the thing of the time. It's not a Nicaragua thing. It's not an America thing. Everybody did it in the 1970s. We put up flimsy high-rises, much like San Francisco did leading up to the Great San Francisco Fire. Then they said, well, that was a bad idea. And they built things better, and San Francisco does not burn every few years. Likewise, Managua does not collapse now, even though it gets much bigger earthquakes. It doesn't affect it because now we're like, okay, that was stupid. We have to build things strong, and so everyone's adjusted. None of those things are risks at all. But wildfires don't actually happen here. So is Brush, Columbia? Columbia and Washington State also have. So is British Columbia and Washington State similar with the really dry and easily burning stuff, kind of desert-y. Road, nice name. Wait, yeah. Boink says it's amazing how they redo those old school buses. I don't know how much they redo them. James says, have you heard of a toque with insignia on it good for going to New York State in winter and gangsta in Nicaragua? No. James, you have to send a link. Oh, no, you can't send me a link. Shoot. I'm not sure what that is. Patricia says your daughters are not missing out on anything. Kids can be terrible at that age. They really are. Most of the kids we know around here are really good kids. They would make really good friends, but they just have no shared interest. Like, partially, most of the kids that we know here, they're Nicaraguan. They have Nicaraguan interests, which are very different than American interests on average. And my kids have very unique interests as American kids, so it's not like they can go hang out with American kids and have this like shared interest experience. That is also not the case. They hang out with their cousins because they're family, and there's a little bit of overlap, but they have extremely few shared interests with their cousins either. My kids are just small adults, and they act that way. She gave me a look. Edwin says these old U.S. school buses is part of Nicaraguan culture and from the same citizens, including myself when I was a kid when I was taking the Managua-Huigalpa route. Luke says, user error on this side, can't get the WhatsApp link to load. Oh, that's weird. Luke, are you signed into WhatsApp on your desktop already? Golden says, you speak of baseball in the Northeast Canada. I caught the Batista home run ball 11 years ago in Toronto. Have the pick. Oh, awesome. Very cool. With the Blue Jays. Tim Greener's here. Hey, Tim. Says, you have suggestions on places to check out between Managua and Huigalpa? No, I'm pretty sure there's nothing between Managua and Huigalpa. So I've never actually done that drive, to be clear. But I do not have the map thing hooked up today, so I can't just show you a map. I'm going to look at a map, but I am pretty confident that that is, one, a very short trip, but two, a very empty one. I'm sure it's beautiful. I'm not saying it's not a nice drive. Like, of course it is, but you're going to go from, basically, you're probably going to drive, I would think, to Granada. So if you want to include Granada as in between, yeah, Granada's cool, of course. Go to Granada. But then you're going to take 39 up around the lake, and then at, I don't know what town that is, the El Palma Papayal, you're going to take a right onto 7, and 7 will take you right into Huigalpa. That's like fields. You're going to drive through fields the whole way. That's it. It looks like at Malacajaya, anyone know if I got that right? It looks like there might be a cool bridge to go over. That's your highlight of that trip. That is right as you go to leave Granada to head into Boaco before crossing into Huigalpa, or into, losing my mind, what is the name? Into Chantales. But that is going to be, Tim, a very, I mean, if you've never done it, and if you haven't done Nicaragua, it's going to be a beautiful drive. Like, I love driving through farmland, but if you do it all the time, it's going to get really boring. But if it's like your first time, it's going to be beautiful and really interesting. So I think that drive will be really nice. I'd love to go do it, put a GoPro on and film the whole thing. It'll look great, but it's going to be pretty much like mountains in the distance, and every so often you see the lake. But once you're out of Granada, you're just going to be like, okay, these are some nice fields. Nice fields. Gigi says, are there Christian churches in English by any chance? I think this is probably a no, but I'm curious. I'm not sure. Obviously, it's going to depend where you are. I think if you're in Managua or San Juan del Sur or possibly Granada, the answer is probably yes. If you're in most of the country, the answer is definitely going to be no. There may be exceptions here and there. There may be one here. I know there's a Mennonite church in Leon, but my guess would be that they do their services in German, not in English, because as someone who comes from a Mennonite background, they make fun of you if you speak English. So especially if you're living outside the U.S., I don't think they would speak English. That said, I've heard Mennonites on the street in Fatima, and they were speaking English, so maybe they do it in English. I don't know if a Mennonite church is going to meet your desired requirements. That's not a middle-of-the-road Christian church by any stretch. The Catholic churches, to the best of my knowledge, are always in Spanish or, Latin. But I expect with some effort you could find something in English, but it will be effort. Luke's, you may be able to find in some small communities where there's a lot of expats. You may just get lucky that there's one here and there. But I know like Las Piñitas has a lot of expats. There's definitely not one, and of all the places I know with enclaves, I can't think of a single one in English. So that it's probably going to be a challenge. Or learn Spanish, then the world's your oyster. Luke says, Charles Schwab International Debt and Investment Fund already set up. S&P account will be open by end of year. Very nice. Good choice. Gigi says, does our credit score matter abroad? It does not. Can we get credit cards in other countries like Nicaragua or Panama? So you can. It is possible that they will use your credit score to some degree, but I don't think they will. At least not for normal credit cards. But can you get them? Yes. But you're going to have to jump through some hoops, I assume. I've never tried to do this, and I'm not sure why you would want to. So that's the first question you're going to come up with is why. But if it's a thing you want, so for example, there's a BAC credit card here. There's a BAC American Express card, believe it or not. There's a Nicaraguan American Express card. That's how much American Express is accepted here. It's one of the few credit cards issued in Nicaragua on a Nicaraguan bank. And it's in the U.S. You can't go to a different bank to get American Express, but in Nicaragua you can. They treat it as a bank account, as a open optional bank card. They call Visa and MasterCard bank cards in the U.S. and people act like American Express doesn't come from Centurion Bank, like they're crazy. But that's Anyway, here it comes from BAC or from Centurion, and I think they have visas and other things too. I know they have American Express because I see it advertised. I have no idea why you would want that. I don't think there's any reasonable possibility you would ever want that. But if you did determine you did want it, I'm pretty sure you would have to have a bank account with that bank first. You probably have to get your cedula first. And the reason is that no one's going to... So if you don't have a cedula, you're a tourist by Nicaraguan law, right? If you're here and you're an American, you're a tourist under American law, but that doesn't matter. Under Nicaraguan law, you'll be viewed as a tourist until you get your cedula, which you get with residency. Most functions won't allow you to do things until you have that. You can have a bank account without that because anyone can go to America and open a bank account. Like, there's no rule saying you can't do that. So if the bank lets you, you can. Same thing in Nicaragua. Any tourist can open a bank account. They have no idea why you would, but you can, and give them money, right? Now they're going to, like everyone else, bank accounts are a pain in the butt here, but they'll let you do it. Once you have a bank account and you have a cedula, probably getting a credit card won't be a problem. The reason that a credit card is a problem for a tourist, one, it's just super suspicious, right? Like, that is seriously sus to want a credit card. Like, hi, I'm visiting your country, I'd like a credit card. Why? What are you trying to do? Why didn't you bring a credit card with you? But the most important thing is not that you're sus, it's that you have no legal requirement to stay or do anything. Like, obviously, if you commit a crime, they can block you from leaving. But if you owe someone some money on a credit card bill, that does not stop you from getting on a plane. So you could fly in, get a credit card, rack up a whole bunch of restaurant bills, owe a ton of money, get on a plane and be gone, cross the border into Honduras and be gone. So they need a framework for being able to stop you at the border. They need a framework for being able to file charges against you internationally if you're going to get a credit card and take on that credit. So the banks need some assurance, and they're not going to get that without a cedula. So that's why I guarantee you will always need a cedula unless it's somehow a card that can track you internationally, which they don't have. Gigi also says, why did you decide to leave Panama? What neighborhood did you live in there? So I lived in the easy part. I lived in Rio Hato, which is 90 minutes, maybe a little bit more west of Panama City. So we lived in the Central American-ish part, not the Panama part. Where we lived, people would you use the phrase, I'm going to Panama, meaning you're going to cross the bridge into the state of Panama. So Panama is fantastic. Love Panama. All of us love Panama. It was a great experience. That's why we came to Nicaragua, because Panama was so good. We're like, we got to check out more of this. And absolutely loved it. We had a beautiful, beautiful modern apartment. We just rented, right? We didn't own. On the Pacific, we could see the ocean out of our windows. We weren't directly on the sand, but it was right there. We had the world's second largest saltwater lagoon, artificial lagoon that was there. It was so big that there was like a village on it and boats going across it, like pontoon boats traversing the swimming pool. Like, it was nuts. Absolutely.
You lost your phone?
That is where I lost my phone. It is the lagoon that was so large. I had my iPhone 5S, my first one, in my pocket. This is back when iPhones weren't waterproof. And I was in swim trunks, and I was standing in this giant lagoon, and I just kind of walked deeper than I expected, and I didn't really notice the water coming up, and it got in my pockets of my shorts, and didn't get my shorts, but obviously it's my shorts. But the pocket dangled into the water, and my phone got destroyed while I was there. So my daughter remembers me walking into the lagoon with my phone in my pocket.
I remember you freaking out about it.
Yep, and I had only repaired it like 2 days before because it had fallen off of a bed and shattered on the floor. It fell 18 inches to the floor and shattered. We paid for it to be repaired in Panama, and then days later it went into the lagoon. It was the most tragic iPhone week of my life. But Panama was fantastic. Reasons we left: one, it was the first place that we went in Latin America. We wanted to learn more about the region. We didn't want to just go to. We didn't want to stay in the first place that we tried. Panama is quite a bit more expensive than most of Latin America at the time. It really stood out as the most expensive. Now it's not the most expensive. It's like third. Would we go back? Yeah, absolutely. There's no reason we wouldn't live in Panama. But we love Nicaragua. Like, we don't want to give it up. But Panama is a really nice country. I love the big city. Panama City is amazing. It has beautiful countryside. If I was going to live there, if I had to move there now, I would probably get a place on the Azuero. I love the Azuero. It's such a cool region. That's the peninsula to the south. A little bit farther from the city, but different vibe. It's so cool. It's very Spanish colonial. I have this one gnat that's driving me crazy tonight. And I really need one of those things that hangs down that catches the flies, because we just always have a few gnats. There's nothing that's a problem. They just get in your face and they fly around in front of you. And,
when does season 5 end?
And my daughter needs to know when season 5 ends.
Yeah, I've just been sitting here waiting for an opening.
Oh. You can wave your hand and I will know that you're signaling. The last one of season 5 is 134.
Okay.
Thank you. But we just didn't find that Panama quite offered everything that we wanted. It's certainly a great option. There were a lot more tourists there, and that's not something that we're looking for. Obviously, you can get to parts of Panama that get really isolated, but it's much harder. It's a very small place. So to get to isolation away from expats, you also are getting really far from resources. You're completely different in Nicaragua. You have to really seek out expats, which of course a lot of people do, so it seems like a really easy thing. And it is. It's easy, but it is not the default. It's not like you have to avoid them. You do have to make an effort to go to them. It's just very easy to, once you know where they are. Grenada, San Juan del Sur, there they are. The but great choice. Like, we did not rule out Panama. We ruled in Nicaragua, if that makes sense. So now, of places I've really spent time in the region, it's my third choice. Guatemala would be my second choice. Very close to Nicaragua. Nicaragua and Guatemala to me are Nicaragua remains my first choice. That's why I live here. But Guatemala is a very close second choice. I really like Guatemala. I think El Salvador would probably come in as our third choice. Panama probably is our fourth. Mexico probably is our fifth. And then Honduras, Costa Rica, and then eventually Belize, without leaving the continent completely. But Panama definitely, bless you, definitely falls into our, this would be a great option if we didn't find something that fit us better option. So nothing negative about Panama at all, other than the size really is small, and that for some people is a pretty big negative. One of the things I do like a lot about Panama is just how globally connected it is, and how much you physically feel like you're at the edge of the universe while logically being at the dead center of it. It is a neat combination of things, and I really do appreciate that. But there's just something about the vibe of Panama that I love and I miss, but didn't make us feel the need to stay and make it home either. Mark says, more of a chance for fire, earthquakes, and volcanoes in the Pacific Northwest than in Nicaragua. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely, all of those things are probably more likely up there. It's true. And all the, like, Mount St. Helens and all the, like, really scary volcanoes are up there. Our volcanoes here are more scenic than scary. Again, when they're going off some, it's just kind of neat. And yes.
I'm on to the next folder, so it's a bit different. I'm not sure what to do with it.
The next folder of,
the episode.
You got to rename them. As long as you can identify them the same, rename them the same. Try to make them so that the names match. Try one, and then put it into the folder, and let's see if we get it right.
Okay.
And I will run the scan to check it. Itchethik says, interesting searching. What is Colombia like? Doesn't return an AI result on Google. Oh, it doesn't return an AI result on Google? What? I've gotten to a point where I completely avoid Google because the entire first page is utterly garbage results on everything. And they don't let you turn off the intentional garbage results. So they've, at this point, made Google intentionally, it's on purpose, give you a whole bunch of known bad results just to make, oh, you're right, there's no AI result. Just to generally make it useless. I don't know why Google being bad is a business plan, but it's very clear that it is. And I don't know. But I have turned it off on every device. I use DuckDuckGo and set it to not give AI results, which they're happy not to. And then I get good searches. But if I go to Google, it's worthless. Absolutely worthless. Carla says, is March a good time to visit Nicaragua? Yeah, the only TJ says March is hot. Nicaragua's hot. Mark says anytime is awesome to visit Nicaragua. In reality, yeah, March is good. April is the one month we generally say if you're gonna skip a month, skip April, because it's the hottest and just the least of everything. And the one moment that there is something in April is Semana Santa, and if you're Nicaraguan, you want to be here for Semana Santa, and if you're not Nicaraguan, you definitely want to avoid Semana Santa.
I added it so.
You've already added it? Yep,
Yeah.
alright, I'm kicking off the.
Episode 18.
18 in season 5.
Yes.
Okay. Kicking that off now. Let's give it a minute. I speak of Charles Schwab. I gotta find where I am again. We're right down to. Gigi says, is gay pride a thing in Nicaragua? So, I'm gonna say no. Right? Like the whole movement on both sides is very different. So if you go to Panama, you have a very big gay pride movement. Like that's a big thing. I know people in Panama who are involved with large demonstrations and social interaction for LGBTQ plus community. Right, and partially you find, I think, really big demonstrations and stuff like that in countries that tend to be very conservative, and it is a backlash against a push against those communities. Not 100% necessarily. I'm just saying trends, like big trends. Like, why are those parades so big in the U.S.? Because it's a deeply conservative country that has very anti-LGBTQ views. And so there is a need on one side to do a lot. So there's big demonstrations on both sides because they're trying to sway public opinion. Nicaragua has a very open and inclusive lifestyle across the board, and is not a deeply conservative culture. Culture maybe, but a society, no. It is very, very progressive and advanced, and just is welcoming of everyone. They're not out to take away independent rights and to restrict what you're allowed to do, with the exception of the drone thing. And so because society is far more inclusive in general, and this is very much my opinion, the need for people to speak out for gay rights doesn't exist in the way, because there isn't a group of people speaking out against gay rights. The entire topic goes without being talked about. So people are often like, well, is it safe to travel for people who are gay or trans or whatever? And it's like, yeah, like not being someone who's affected by those things directly, I'm a bad reference point, right? And I said this to someone this morning. It just happens to be like, I only have so much visibility into it. But the visibility that I have is that I've never lived in a place that was so just generally welcoming to people of all walks of life, whether that is personal identity issues or it is racial issues, right? One of the things that Nicaraguans say is like they're really shocked by racism in other parts of the world, which is very pretentious in some ways, but it's also because it is a very blended society, and they openly use skin color as ways to identify people, but they also don't consider one type of skin color to make you a good person or a bad person, or to be beneficial or not beneficial. It's just people, and siblings will have very different skin color very commonly. And so because it is such a tight community of people who have a common outside force to contend with as a society, and because society is so broadly different within a small range, I think it's just kind of taken this, where Nicaraguans were all in this together, kind of approach to things, and they find the idea that, like, the United States, for example, is so divided, even though everyone's American, to be really shocking. It's only at 15% scanning right now. We have so much in there now that it takes time to scan.
Okay.
Oh, and I scanned the whole folder instead of just that one, so that's why. So it's very different. So to answer Gigi's question, no, there isn't like a thing for it, because it's not like the whole, like, going back to the U.S. and being like confronted with this like societal concern in all these different directions about what other people is doing is so big. And when you come to Nicaragua and everyone's like, that's someone else, like, I don't care what they do, I'm only worried about what I do, is such a completely different mindset, that the idea that you need to have those kinds of things is not really there. Like, it's hard to imagine Nicaraguans being like, you gotta represent an internal group within the country. No, it's like we represent as a country. Unless it's baseball, then it's our city, and everyone else can suck it. Gigi says, P.S. thanks for doing these live sessions. I respect and like hearing your point of view on stuff, and appreciate you answering all of our questions. Well, thank you very much. I love doing these lives. Like, there's so much fun hanging out with everybody and getting a chance to do something different. And it really does bring in like a different group. Like, a lot of the people who are on live watch the show normally, but we really do have different groups that do different things. Gigi also says, also in a recent video, you said you were trying to do shorter videos. Please mix it up with some long ones, because I love the long ones. A lot of people do love the long ones. I've been just really busy, and I'm trying to be a little bit more brief. I can still do long ones. I'm going to try to get more content into them and be less repetitious, maybe. I'm good at repetition, though. Larry says, I looked at BAC credit card several years ago. They want you to deposit 50% of the amount you want on the card. What a weird thing. Interesting. Tom says, Scott is back. Yes, I am. Hey, Tom. Now that you have been back for a few days, what was your favorite part of being back in the U.S., and what did you miss the most from Nicaragua? Well, honestly, after being in New York for over a week, the thing I miss most in Nicaragua is enough warmth to keep reasonable people alive. That was way too cold. Like, it actually hurt going outside in New York. I'm over that. Like, no. I mean, I said when I left New York that I never wanted to live in a place with snow again, and I meant it. But that was not just snow, it was cold. And I love driving in the car and looking out the window and seeing that severe winter environment in New York. Like, that's where I grew up. And winter is half the year. Someone tried to tell me it's not half the year. I looked it up. It's 6.5 months of the year, just to be clear, that it can snow. But, we drove from Geneseo to Rochester, and I'm so used to that drive. I know every field, every little ditch, every little lake. I've driven it 1,000 times. But looking out the window at it, there's something about the winters in New York that just draw me. They're so melancholy. They're so silent. They're so tranquil. Like the snow on the ground and the heavy snow-laden clouds and people not being outside because it's really cold. The world is silent in a way you don't get other places, and that's magical. And it's cold and severe, and that makes it not depressing, but like melancholy. Like, there's just this kind of almost sadness, but not actually, and you know that the warmth will come. It's just a long way away, and the snow-covered world gives you this, like, I want to sit by the fire and have hot cocoa and hang out with people in a very enclosed, comfortable space. I'm kind of describing the thing I hate most as the thing I like most, maybe. But the weather is so awful, right? The weather outside is frightful. It is true. But then when you come inside, it is so delightful because it's so frightful outside. And so being like my father's apartment is this lush carpeting and small rooms, big comfy furniture, and everything's close, and there's lots of blankets and pillows piled up everywhere. And so we take off our shoes and we're in our socks, and everybody just hangs out really close, and you lounge around the house, and it's got this vibe that's just so comfortable because I grew up with it, right? And that is, I immediately miss it so much, but it requires this outside environment that I hate so much to make it happen. So it's a weird dichotomy, but that's the thing I hate most. That's what I was trying to say. Is the thing I hate most is how cold it is. I just, as much as I like to see it out the window, if I could live in New York and had no reason to ever go outside, but I like going outside. I like going for walks. I like being an outdoor person. I like not having to be in heat and air conditioning most of the time. If I really wanted to just be like, I'm just going to be a homebody and never talk to people and just have my little space, New York's amazing. But getting things like food delivered and stuff not only is expensive, but completely worthless as far as the attempt. It never worked. That's not true. Like, twice it worked. But out of like 9 days trying for every meal, it worked like 2 times. We maybe half a dozen times placed an order with Tim Hortons, and every time they would just go, oh, sorry, the restaurant's closed. We're like, why do you have an app for placing an order? Why do you take an order? Why do you advertise all this stuff and then always be closed? They were closed the entire time we were in the U.S. Like, as far as I know, they're always closed. Like, it's just weird, right? So that's the negative. What did I miss the most? Family, obviously, but assuming you don't mean that, I mean, the variety of food, honestly, I thought that was going to be the thing I missed, and that I actually didn't. So a lot of it was surprise, right? My surprise is how much I miss the heat of Nicaragua. I could use it a few degrees cooler, but I really prefer the even hot temperatures a lot over the seasonal extremes of the United States. Now, I thought the United States was going to have this variety of food that I was going to really miss, and I didn't. Most of it, even the stuff that I really thought I would want to have, Taco Bell, which traditionally I love, and like Impossible Burgers, and a lot of the prepared foods, you can just go to the freezers and heat them up. I was like, oh, that's good, but it's not the great that I remembered. But Pizza Paul's Pizza in Geneseo, New York, and Ant Cookies, like next door to each other, and Ant Cookies subs were so good and still taste the way that they did in my childhood. Everything else I had fast food, even from places I used to work, prepared food, common things that I thought, they were all like, this don't taste the same. I can't tell if I changed or if they changed. The only thing that gives me hope that they changed is that the Pizza Paul's and Aunt Cookies were exactly the same as I always remembered. Everything else was just not as good as I remember. We did go to Delmonico Steakhouse. They were excellent. But most of the food was just kind of that. But I gotta say, the pizza and the subs in New York, none of the food in Texas was like, oh, that was so good. It was just fine. The one prepared food that I really, really do wish I could get here is Marie Callender's vegetarian pot pies. But that's one of the flavors of my childhood. And then my hometown pizza and my hometown subs. I didn't get a chance to do Western New York fish fries. That probably would have been right up there as well. Those are like the foods that just, they take me back, and they were my favorite things always, and they're just so good. They were still really good. So I think those are the things that were biggest for me. For the most part, you know, and this is really good, right? This isn't meant to be a negative. One of the great things about going back to the U.S. for me is that as I'm there, I'm constantly like, a lot of things aren't as bad as I think they are, but in general, the amount that I like being back is very, very little and less than I anticipate that it will be, right? I get there and I go, oh, there's so many little things I don't like. I hate how far you have to drive to things. I hate the way you have to park for things. I hate that everything's based around a car. I hate that, customer service is terrible. I hate that, in Nicaragua, when they say they have an airport shuttle, it's 24 hours to get you to the airport when you need it. In the United States, the airport shuttle runs just during one shift in the middle of the day. And they're just like, what? You need to go to the airport when your flight is? What's wrong with you? Like, customer service, like common sense, like just the quality of everything, just so much less than I remember. So little things, right? They add up, and you're just like, wow. So glad, at the end, maybe my favorite thing in the United States is that every time I go, it reminds me of how much I like Nicaragua. And you need to go every so often to get that, I really like it. Now, my kids, I think, liked being in the U.S. quite a bit more than we did. They're like, yeah, there's a lot of things about it. And they see their cousins, which, of course, is a really big factor. They have a lot of family to hang out with. They spend less time in the digital space than we do. So there's a lot for them. It's like, there's a lot of good. And they don't have to put up with a lot of the bad stuff. They're not the ones dealing with the customer service, and they're not the ones paying 4 times as much for every little thing. They're not the ones having to drive everywhere and fix the things. Things tend to be delivered to them and such. So they don't experience a lot of the negatives, and they don't have to put up with a lot of the worries that we do. Like, this could go wrong, or that's something we're worried about. They didn't have to go to the DMV and spend weeks preparing to go to a meeting just to have the DMV be offline now for a month, right? They don't have to deal with that stuff. Stuff that to us is really stressful and borders on scary, they're like oblivious to, or just hear about it as a story. So they have a much more positive look at it than we do.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the food variety.
And especially my eldest daughter really appreciates the food variety. She has a lot of food challenges in general, and she's lactose intolerant. And so there's a lot of things that in the U.S. are much easier, and definitely milk in the U.S. is way better. Tim says, okay, so the drive between Managua and Huigalpa is not exciting. We are staying 3 nights in Granada at Mombacho Lodge. Do you know if the night tour of the volcano is happening now? I'm actually not familiar with the Mombacho night tour. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be happening. It's not an active volcano, so nothing going on in the region would cancel it other than just a lack of interest. So I'm sure that's still going on. Tim, what's drawing you to Huigalpa? Do you have family out there that you're going to visit? That is a very, very uncommon destination for people. We are talking about, and I've been asked a lot of times to verify that I want to do this still this year, and I certainly do want to do the Nicaragua in 7 Stakes tour, and Huigalpa will be on that tour quite certainly. So I'm very interested in going out there and doing that. I think that there's a lot of value, but I never hear about people heading out there. So I'm really interested, Tim, what is bringing you out to Huigalpa? Tim says, are there any suggestions of things to see? This is the first time in Nicaragua. Whoa, okay, I skipped that part. So you're driving to Huigalpa on your first time in Nicaragua? Why? Okay, everyone needs to know why. We're going to dig into this. Gigi says, honestly, my credit sucks right now. Sometimes we need credit cards for stuff in general, so just asking. Well, no, credit cards you want, but you want credit cards from America, not credit cards from Nicaragua. That's the real question. Why? So all financial things, as an expat, financial things, where your money comes from, where your money is stored, where your banking happens, where your credit comes from, all those things remain your home country. You should never jump to that it'll happen in the country you're visiting, right? You may be visiting for the rest of your life, but you're just visiting. And so until you have totally moved and are cutting ties, and this is in a video I recorded this morning, so it'll be out in a few days, until you are absolutely cutting ties with your origination country, you do not want to be thinking in terms of banking or income or anything in your new home. That's a leap that a lot of people tend to make, but it is not a natural one. It is definitely not a good one. Like, that will get you in a lot of trouble. So do you have credit cards today? Like, they're not going to go away. Don't cut up your credit cards or cancel your accounts just because you're moving. That's not how it works. When you travel the world, you definitely want your home country's credit cards. You want long-term accounts for everything you do. You may want more cards. You may want different cards. That's legit. I've got a video I do, maybe two, on what cards I recommend for travelers in general in this part of the world, but I always recommend that everybody has a good international fee-free Visa, MasterCard. I really like the Sapphire, the Chase Sapphire card is really good for Visa. I use the Spirit MasterCard. If Spirit ends up sticking around down here, then it's the way to go. If not, look for a different one. I think Capital One might have one that's really good, but I'd have to double check on who has. Avianca may have one. You generally want something with an airlines in many cases. You want an Amex and you want a Discover, right? You want 4 if you could do it. That's your perfect situation for a lot of things. Don, I see that you made it onto Nicaragua. That is a huge success for the day. I'm going to open up my Nicaragua and accept that thing. So Michael says, I'm planning our trip down there. Is there... Oops, something covered up my screen. And I gotta check this thing for my daughter. Okay, this is opening. There is... Yes, Dawn. Haha. Yo. Dawn says, I used my computer. Thank you. It worked. Okay, we're going to check these things for my daughter because she's doing these. Okay, so we've got all 28 episodes of Season 1 are good. Or they look good. 29, 30, 30. Okay, so the Season 2s started counting up. They didn't restart at 1, 2, 3.
Oh, they didn't?
No, they started at 29, 30, 31, 32. So they're counting in the thousands eventually, the way that they're going, however that's happening. So they showed up right, but they are... is Season 2, Episode 2, The Missing Melody? I will go check it myself. That was Season 2, Episode 2. Sorry, guys, we gotta verify these things. We have a big anime sorting bit of stuff to do. No, they are showing up wrong. That should be an alibi testimony murder case. That should be episode 30. Is that what I said? Yeah, and it thinks it's Missing Melody. So, unless that's an alternative title. No, I don't see it anywhere. So we got to figure out what's showing up wrong with that. Okay, that's unfortunate. Let's go see what we got though for the others. Sorry, guys. Okay, Season 3 showed up right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the way up to 40? 41? 42 in Season 3?
That doesn't sound right. Season 3.
And Season 4 is currently showing as empty.
Season 3 is 28.
Oh, something went wrong. Yeah, I'm showing nothing in Season 4 and 5, and Season 3 is showing 42 episodes. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, we gotta figure that out. Back, Tom, Tim... Gigi says, yeah, Tim, we're gonna get back to you on things to do in Nicaragua once we find out why you're going to Huigalpa. Because we're definitely missing something. Michael says, this is skipped while I was reading this. In planning our trip down there, is there any value to bringing our car seats for our 4 and 2-year-old? Any value you think in a stroller? I mean, with a 4-year-old, probably not. 2-year-old in a stroller, maybe, but there's very few places you could go in a stroller. You'll never see strollers anywhere. Sidewalks are garbage, and obviously you don't want to push a stroller around on the street because you will get run over. The stroller, probably just a clear no. Maybe if you're going to, I really want to push around the mall a whole lot, okay, but in general, no. Car seats. Some people do bring car seats. Car accidents are frequent in Nicaragua, so this is important to understand. In the United States, accidents are infrequent, but they're at high speed and very dangerous. So you got to be seatbelts, airbags, car seats. You really got to be prepped, and then you can just slam into brick walls at 100 miles an hour, and Americans walk away all the time. Nicaraguans scrape and bump and bounce off things constantly, but at really low speeds. And so they often don't wear seatbelts, which is ridiculous, and they don't wear helmets, and they don't, a million things they don't do for safety, but they're constantly having accidents. So having younger kids in car seats can be good because you may be bouncing off of things. But if you're going to be taking taxis, you're going to be taking buses, you're not going to be able to use those car seats anyway. So if you're going to be renting a car and driving a lot, then probably, and I've done it myself. If you are not, and you're just kind of going around the country in the more normal way, Nicaraguans don't use car seats. I've never seen one. People hold their kids on their laps. They do absolutely crazy, dangerous things. They'll ride motorcycles with kids hanging off the side, with people holding them who aren't even on the bike themselves. It's nuts. Self-preservation and the preservation of your children are not things Nicaraguans take into consideration at all. That does not mean that you should not protect your kids. You definitely should. But the inability to really utilize the car seats may be incredibly low. So it'll depend what you're doing, but probably not worth bringing. Janet says she can hear the party from Central Park where she is in Saragossa. They have a massive Central Park party going on right now because we won the game last night, the national championships. Let's see. Charles is here. Hey, Charles. Hey, Scott. As an expat on tourist visa, would it be not wise to buy a small engine 50cc motorcycle to get around town, or is it illegal with a tourist visa? It is, for all intents and purposes, illegal with a tourist visa. Yeah. It's not that you can't drive. Of course you can. And it's not that you can't rent things. Of course you can. It's that you can't register a vehicle in your name. And if you have a lawyer and do a bunch of paperwork, I've heard there are ways to do it. And you can always form a corporation to do it. But in general, no. So you got to jump through some hoops to be able to do that, and most people just find it to be too much. Everyone's situation does vary. I don't want to be everyone gets painted with the same broad brush, and there's no case where you would want one. Depending on, you live outside of town a little bit. I know Alan has one. He's not a tourist anymore, but when he was, he did have one, and it's just a lot simpler, right? So I spent my whole first year taking public transportation everywhere. It wasn't bad. And I didn't live in the city. I lived out in the middle of nowhere, so that affected it a lot. Hassan says, yo también amo Panama. Yes. Panama is awesome. It is a really great place. James says, was at World Series game in Toronto, Atlanta and Toronto, 7 rows behind Ted Turner and Jane Fonda. She was basically driving him. Vince is here. Hey, Scott from Florida. Hey, Vince, glad to have you here. Hassan says, me too. First place I visited in Latin America. It is very often people's introduction to Latin America. Panama is very accessible in that way. Dale says, it's cool your daughter is hanging out on the stream as a disembodied voice. Someday I'll convince her to actually be on the show. Hassan says, good idea for me to check others out before I decide. I may keep options open. It really is good to keep your options open. There's so many great choices in Latin America, and they vary in interesting ways and things you won't expect. Each country has very different vibe there's these shared bits, but the amount that's shared is less than people think, and there really is this huge variety in this amazingly cool single language region, unless you include Brazil, dual language region. And it's just really cool. My kids and I were looking at things to do in Brazil. We were talking about going to Argentina this year, and then their cost of living skyrocketed. So we've been really seriously considering an alternative. Colombia is high on the list. Peru is an option, but Brazil's on the possible list as well. So we were looking at where dinosaur parks and paleontology museums are in the Sao Carlos region, and found some cool looking stuff. So we're talking that could be maybe that'd be interesting. Ecom Insider, hello Scott, going to be there in May, moving there in November. Can't wait. Awesome. Good luck. GG disappeared for us. Luke says, let me know if you'll be in Managua in February and up for a cup of coffee. I'm normally in Managua every couple of weeks. I have those GoPro batteries and a hat for me. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Mike says, Scott, you need anything from Canada or Amazon you can't buy there? No. One, I just came, but thank you. I'm sure you're offering because you can bring me something. I just got back last Thursday so 1 week ago today, from the U.S. with a huge haul of things. And I mostly only bring stuff with me that's small and delicate, or batteries, because that can be a problem. For things. So I brought hordes of batteries, a couple new cameras, lots of this microphone that's kind of just a little bit on screen, and things like that that I'm going to be using a lot for the show. But the bulkier things I can just ship here. Like we can just order. I have a shipper. I use NVO's Fast Track, and I just send them a WhatsApp and say, I'm sending you stuff. They say, cool, give us a tracking number. I order from Amazon, tell them the tracking number, and it comes right to my house, and it's very straightforward. So we're really pretty good on the Amazon stuff. Like, it's always like, oh, we want some stuff from Amazon, but we could just order it. We just resist. But thank you. But it's pretty easy to get stuff. Jan says the celebration of the victory of Leon Leones is on Central Park right now. Can you hear it there? Hear it here? No, but I'm talking pretty loudly, and I'm in the sealed room with the air conditioning on because of the show. So if I went outside, I might be able to hear it. Mark says best credit card if you're Canadian, not sure American, is EQ Bank. They have a MasterCard that you can load up, and they will pay the external fees, and conversion is reasonable. Good to know. I'll probably need to find a link to that. Alessio is here, KATZ in New York City. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but it says best deli ever. Oh, Cat's Deli in New York City. I do not go to New York City when I'm in the U.S. anymore, so I don't miss that stuff. Other people may. I'm from the Buffalo region. We don't consider the food in New York City to be interesting. Patricia says, do you eat chocolate in New York? I mean, New Yorkers do. I remember your wife saying Nicaraguan chocolate is no bueno. Yeah, Nicaraguan chocolate is generally weak. The chocolate game is weak. Let's just be honest. So we tend to be, so Texas, yes, New York, no. When we're in Texas, we're constantly getting, because we're there for the holidays, more chocolate than anyone could possibly shake a stick at. So we have a ton of it. My wife and kids do eat a bit of it. However, my wife's family is normally where it comes from, and they normally use Hershey's chocolate, which I don't like either. So I don't eat chocolate. I like European chocolate. I mostly like Swiss and British chocolates. And I'm not a huge chocolate guy. Sometimes I like chocolate. I'm not saying I'm against chocolate, but I don't like chocolate in bread. I really like hot cocoa. I had a bunch of hot cocoa in the U.S. That was really nice. But like chocolate as a thing is not really big for me, so I'm not super concerned about it the way that they are. They do miss it, but they get so much of it that they're good. Chris is here. He says hi. El Nika Man is here. Nothing beats gallo pinto. Oh my gosh, I had some awesome gallo pinto today. It was so good. I had the simplest eggs and veggie, butter on toast, and just gallo pinto for lunch today. It was so good. Greetings from Nicaragua, living in Gringoland in Houston. How's it going? James says the Canadian geese are smart. They go south. Winter Wonderland is amazing. Live 5 minutes from ski resort. Nothing like snowmobile trips into the wilderness. Got to do it once in my life. Felicia says, regards from Miami. Mark says, James, what ski resort? Chris says, howdy. Butta says, Russian tea room. I've never actually been. I've walked past it many times, but never actually went. A Plus says, oh yes, I would like to see a series on the states of Nicaragua. Once I have a car, we will definitely do that and film in each one. And not when I have a car, a license. My current plan, for those who are not paying attention to every last little video moment that I do, our current plan is Paul and I are probably going to the U.S. to try to close out the storage unit in March. Hopefully, we have to wait. I may not have enough days to safely go, so we got to wait till I'm hitting the days. Like, I stay a day, lose a day, stay a day, lose a day, and can be there to do it. I'm really close on days, but I got to get my license renewed and got to close out the storage unit. Once we've done those two things, my life will be much more flexible and open, so hoping. Okay, here we go. This is where it makes sense. Tim says, yes, my girlfriend's family is there, so we are making a stop there. My girlfriend was there for a week in October and promised when we visit that she would stop by. Okay. Buttis says it's the Capital One Venture card. That's their equivalent of the Sapphire. The Venture and the Sapphire are the two best American cards you can get. Tim says we are currently in Managua. You're there right now. We'll definitely be coming back to see more. Would love to find places that have animals to see, wild animals such as dart frogs, sloth, monkeys, jaguars, etc. So we have not had, we've had one jaguar sighting in Nicaragua in like the last 80 years or something like that. Like it was, and they're like, this was a Costa Rican jaguar that got lost and like wandered over the border, got seen and ran away. You're not going to see that. Sloths exist here, but we never see them. My taxi driver's seen one on the road, like my road right in front of the house, but I've never seen one. No one I know has ever seen one. Monkeys are all over. You'll hear them from place to place, and dart frogs jump around our kitchen all the time. Once you're out of Managua, you'll see a bunch of stuff. We Galpa should have quite a bit, I'm sure, what's this? There's an error thing on my, what is that? I don't know. Luke says, no, the spinning lag wheel of death. That's odd. I didn't get it on my monitor at all. So that one may have been you. Maybe someone else saw it. I did not catch it. James says, Mark Lawrence, a credit card for travel Canadian bank is almost impossible. Patricia says, did we lose Scott or is it just me? Oh, apparently there was a bit of a problem. Buttis, we lost him. Patricia says, refresh, he's back. Larry says, just watch baseball video. It's not as good as Jimmy Shops in Paseo Real, but very good. But did you like Jimmy eating the sandwich? That was pretty good. That could have been you, Larry. You could have been eating that sandwich. Dale says he's back now, but he's back now. Big lag, but fairly short. That's weird. Yeah, nothing I have here showed that we had a lag. I normally, like, it pops up warnings on both sides, depending on where it is, and nothing came up. That may have been a YouTube issue. Normally it is not YouTube, but it can happen. Patricia got me back. Gigi says, your sound keeps cutting in and out, but your video is great. That's really weird. Patricia says, the mountains of Colombia look beautiful. I want to go. Yeah, Colombia is very high on our to-visit list, and it's so close. If we play it right, we can get there for like $75, although most of the time it's like $250. $225, I think we saw. A number of airlines will go from here to there for $225-ish, right to Bogota, and so much beautiful. Paul has spent time there. I have not. One of my best friends grew up in Medellin, and it's so close to here. Like, it's just crazy. Every time I don't know if you see, I like do this. I'm killing things on my desk. There's so many of these like gnats. They just walk around in front of me. It's like boop boop. And I've pulled. I think this is 6 that I've pulled out of my coffee now. Like, oh my gosh. I need to put out an extra cup of coffee to just kill everything. And they'll swirl it around, see if there's anything else in there. Nope. Now I can drink it again. It's just ridiculous. I don't know. And I don't know what's causing it. I think I don't run the air conditioning all day. I have the door open most of the day. So they just come in. I don't know.
That's why I never have a glass of water for too long.
And then my daughter says that's why she never keeps a glass of water for long, because the bugs just end up in it all the time. You should use one of the water bottles like your sister. We have like...
But it needs to be washed.
They were all washed in the last day.
Were they?
They're all on the counter, just freshly washed.
Mine too?
I'm sure yours too. Even mine that was in the floor that I was drinking last night was washed again today.
I guess I'll look for mine.
Last I saw, they were all in the counter. Mountains of Columbia. James says, tell daughter, to put on a smiling face and go on the live feed.
No.
You've been requested.
No.
You have to do it now, James said.
I'm good.
James is going to be sad. You're going to have to contend with an angry James. James also said, good Canadian bottle of whiskey. Okay, if anyone wants to bring me, so Buddhist, thank goodness, brought me Woodford Reserve, one of my all-time favorite bourbons from the United States, which I drink sparingly and enjoy every last drink of. And by the way, Buddhist, you need to come over and we need to have some of it together. Almost got to see Buddhist last night, but he lost his driver and at the game, and so wasn't able to come hang out. And Larry didn't make it out either. We're like ready to go hang out with everybody, and no, only Jimmy made it. But yeah, I love me some bourbon, but like traditional bourbon, not Jack. Before anyone is like, I'm gonna bring you some Jack. No, that is the one thing. Don't bring me. But bourbons, I love bourbons in general. And if you're bringing me Canadian whiskey, which I really do love, and I realize that Canadian whiskey implies it's a rye, but if you get like a rye Canadian whiskey that has less corn, more rye, that is my jam. That's like an Islay Scotch. Like if you're gonna get me Scotch, lean towards Islay, lean towards peaty, lean towards smoky, same thing. Bourbons, like traditional American bourbons, and really heavy ryes, which a lot of Canadian whiskeys, that's what the term often refers to, a heavy rye mix, and that it's from Canada, of course, but the farther north you go, the more rye you tend to get. That's what it is. So yes, if anybody wants to bring me Canadian whiskey, I love Canadian and bourbon whiskeys. I love Scotch too, but over the years, my wife has leaned towards Scotch, and I have leaned towards rye. And that's my, like, if my daughter who's sitting here is also my bartender, she'll make me cocktails. But we do miss ingredients. If anybody wants to bring me like bitters, that also I need. I don't know why we didn't bring any bitters back with us. I have in the past, and I didn't think of it this time.
That's a good question.
Very hard to get anything but Angostura here in country, which is fine. Like, they're obviously good. And even here, that's even hard to find. Like, you can, but you gotta like order it. But like if I'm watching like a movie and I'm just having an evening to myself, a couple glasses of bourbon is what I want. Charles, what is the total cost for 180 days on a tourist visa? 10 plus 25 times 3 extensions. What's the 25? Plus 25 times 3. I was missing where your parentheses were in the equation. Oh no, we just got so I just got the spinning circle, so let me know. I'm going to give it a second so that we don't lose this. Take a big swig of water while it catches up. And do a little ASMR. Now we have the microphone for it. Like, we can do that stuff. Let me know. I'm going to see. All good. Hear you. Okay, cool. So $25. I think the extensions are $25. Remember, I have not had to extend in a while. But yeah, that sounds about right. Or like 20. It's like odd, like 28. 30 or something, like it's like not an exact dollar amount. 10 plus 25, so 85 for the 6 months. That sounds right. Plus you have to exit the country, which is like another 11. So really, I would consider it like 96. Janet says, so the part with the team is over, but the concert with Fusion 4 is on, and it sounds a lot closer than it really is. Mark says best whiskey is Irish. I think we have 6 bottles of Irish whiskey in the cupboard, but they're all my wife's. She's very protective of her Irish whiskey. While we were in Texas, my brother-in-law, my wife's brother, who has a huge bar, mostly stocked by me, when we left the States long ago, we gave our alcohol collection to a number of people. Kim, who has been on the show 2 years ago, got, I think we counted 95 bottles went into the trunk of my car and drove over to her house. The entire trunk was bottles of liquor. It was a huge amount. The amount that was left over after she got 95 bottles. Oh, now we're getting a warning. The actual cash has dropped. So now we're having a problem. Now we're going to We're going to wait. Okay, it says the cache is okay. Let me know if you don't hear things, but I think we're okay. I think we stalled through it. So my brother-in-law had a just glass bottle, like a carafe, that he had put whiskey into, and he's like, I heard you can identify whiskey. This is to my wife. And so he gives her a bottle, and she's just like, yeah, it's Jameson. And he's like, like of all the things it could be. But he has, I don't know, my brothers-in-law have 20 or 30 bottles of my high-end whiskeys that when we moved we didn't bring with us that are still there. So every so often when I'm back in Texas, I'll stop by, because each of them has a house bar. So I had the original house bar and the original home theater, and both of them built home theaters and house bars because I did. So I'll go there, and they have huge bars. And we switched. We went from having a house bar to owning bars on the beach, so that was our change. But the vibe is still the same. So I go there and I'll drink my own whiskey from time to time. Hockley Valley Resort, James says. Patricia says, your dogs don't try to eat the poison dart frogs? No, my dogs do not. We've had a lot of conversations with my dogs about the amphibians, because they have tried to lick the cane toads, and I don't need my dog having hallucinations again. And they've mostly learned their lesson. We do yell at them about the frogs, but they leave them alone. We have one that lives, for a long time, his name was Slinky. He lived in the bathroom for a year. And he would just, you'd walk in at night, he would jump around over your head from wall to wall, and he would hide in the sink. He would actually hide inside the sink in the drain. He'd go in and he'd poke his little head out. It's so adorable. We think he's the same one who moved to the kitchen, but if not, he has like a sibling that lives in our kitchen and hides behind our dishes and stuff. And sometimes you'll be doing things, you see him running around. And then, of course, we have geckos everywhere, but the dart frogs are freaking hilarious. Dogs don't try to eat. But it says, where was the barbershop? It's Leagade Barbershop. It is, as you're going into town, Buddhist, it is on the right, maybe half a block after Dr. Coffee. I think it's before Biares. So it's right in there. But real close. Janet says, I'm good with the voice behind the camera if she doesn't want to appear. Charles says he can hear me. Mark says, make a list of what bitters and stuff you would use, and I will grab it when I head down that way. Oh, awesome. Thank you. But you can pretty much surprise me. Any bourbons and bitters. Like, I do really like Fee Brothers bitters, because for those who don't know, there's only 2 cities in the world that make bitters. There's people who make it at home, obviously, but of like commercial high quality bitters, there's only 2 places in the world that make them. One is Trinidad and Tobago, who makes Angostura, which is oddly named after a town in Argentina that has no association with the bitters. And the other town that makes them is Rochester, New York, the city where I was born. That's Fee Brothers. So I tend to use Fee Brothers bitters because it's the lesser known and my hometown bitters. But they also have the bigger bitters selection. Angostura tends to have very few flavors. Fee Brothers tends to have this massive array, including things like cherry and habanero. Although most of the time, honestly, I want normal and orange. But I do like variety in bitters because my life when I drink is mostly some whiskey, a tiny bit of sugar, a couple dashes of bitters, and an ice cube to give it the right kind of mix. And I have learned that I drink too much straight, so I gotta have a little tiny bit of ice to water it down. Like for a long time I would just always drink it warm, and it really is better with a couple drops of water, because it releases the aromas and gives you more flavor. But I love the flavor of bitters and whiskey, and so you put them together and life's just great. Gigi says yes. Larry says I would have gone. However, I always leave my phone in my truck when I'm at the gym. I don't even see my phone until I get home. I have out-of-town guests and they have my dinner on the barbecue, and I was sweating. Larry, you need an Apple Watch. That is the solution. Then you get the messages even when the phone's not with you. I didn't see your messages after 6. Luke says pulling the ripcord and punching out. Audio, y'all. Luke, have a good night. But it says I got all the paperwork up to date for my SUV, so I won't have to depend on a driver as often. Oh, nice. We need to go drive around and do some stuff. But it's, oh no, that was Mark says I was a little jittery for a second. Gigi says hear you loud and clear, or hear you fine. Wow, where did I get that? Adam Ritchie said a bunch of things but deleted them, but then said, do you have air conditioning? Hey Adam, how you doing? And yes, I do. I'm not sure if it's on the camera. I'm gonna see if I can. This is risky. I'm pushing a camera back while I'm not gonna be able to. Wait, can you see it up there in the corner? No, I don't think so.
Do you need me to move the camera?
No, it's okay. That might get a little bit difficult. But there is an air conditioner right here. I didn't run it all day. It's not very warm right now. But when I'm doing the show, these are studio lights. You can see this one. These are big studio lights. These are like 120 watt, and there's like 2 behind me doing the back wall and 2 big ones here. And I've got multiple computers on the desk. Like 2 full-on computers plus an audio processor. My phone is charging here. My daughter's working right there in a relatively small space. We're generating a lot of heat, and I can't have the doors open at night with lights. Like with these studio lights, every insect in the universe would be in here, and it would be hot. But during the day, we can have it open because I don't have the lights on, so the insects don't all fly in, and then you have the air movement, and you're fine. So I'm assuming you're not questioning my studio setup, though. I assume you're wondering if I have air conditioning for my general life. So we have a relatively open-air, modern colonial style house. Modern colonial meaning it's built to a colonial kind of footprint, but it is certainly not a colonial. You would not look at it and think it's a colonial. You look at it and think it's like 50 years old, which is exactly what it is. So the way that it is the middle of the house cannot be air conditioned. Living room, second living room, main hallway, kitchen, dining room, they're impossible to air condition. We have 9 bedrooms, 2 of which do, I hope I get this right, 2 of which don't have air conditioning, and we use them as optional guest space, but mostly storage space. And then we have 7 bedrooms that we use as bedrooms. One is this one that I obviously have converted to an office, but that's what you do with an extra bedroom. One we've converted to a video game and general gaming room, or media room. We watch movies in there. One that we call the gymnasium, that is like our official guest room. One is my bedroom, one is my eldest daughter's bedroom, one is my youngest daughter's bedroom, and one is Paul's bedroom. So that's 7 rooms, 5 of which are used as bedrooms, and 2 of which are used as utility rooms of one sort or another. All 7 of those have a split unit, so there's just a wall unit up here. It's just more or less the same in every room. We make a point of using 220 instead of 110. You get better efficiency, and it'll cool down faster. And we have a ton of people here with a huge amount of traffic, and nearly every room is air conditioned most of the day. But my kids, neither of them can handle insects, so like these little flies that are in here drive my daughters crazy. So they are in air conditioning all the time. My wife likes to sleep really cold, so she air conditions really heavily at night, but not during the day. My office, depending, we'll have to air condition if it's going to be dusty or super hot. And then the media room often is not air conditioned. Almost everything is air conditioned at night while we sleep, if it's a room people are in. And there's almost always someone in the guest room, like always. So put that all together. We also have multiple, at least 4 people with computers running 24/7. Lights all the time. We have the entire outside lit up, often during the day, always at night. We have an entire area. We have a separate bodega building. All this is not just random talking. This is to understand the electric bill. We have a security outbuilding. We have a laundry outbuilding. All of them are powered. The laundry is lit up 24/7 now. And then I always have video processing going on and stuff, because I'm always doing video editing. That stuff is always running on, so there's always cameras running. We use a lot of power here because it's the office, and other people come here to work during the day, so it's used as an office building. And my kids there's video games always going on, movies always going on. It's extensive. Now, all of that said, the electric bills are relatively within a small percentage, even year long. It's not like the United States where summer's high and winter's low, or summer and winter are high and spring and fall are low. It's pretty much the same all year round, because during the rainy season the temperature is higher, and during the dry season the temperature is lower, but the rain kind of cools things down and you don't really need to air condition as much, so it kind of evens out. The bill is dramatically different from place to place. Here, for a long time, we were on flat rate, and it was roughly $85 per month. Then they jumped to a completely different billing system, and it was like 400 and something. But we're now adjusting how we use our air conditioning, so we're probably going to see that come way down now that we are not on a flat rate. That was when we got surprised, and we didn't know we were on a flat rate. And a bunch of the stuff, right, like these windows, they're slats. So that's why there's so many gnats in here, because they're just coming in, right? These are not sealed windows, and the door you can't see it, but there's a door right over here. Like tarantulas can just walk in under it. It's not even close to being sealed. Air just comes and goes, and people are just coming in and out the doors constantly. So if you're renting, you're screwed, like we are. But if you were to own here and you wanted to air condition heavily, there's a number of things you can do, even if you're in a high electric billing zone. And you tend to move or stick with places based on their electric billing because it's such a significant thing. So we had an apartment that had a flat $10 rate for a really long time. We're like, we'll never give up the apartment while it has that. But then it also changed over time, and now it's still really cheap, but it's not flat $10. At flat $10, we would never give it up. At variable, we might. Who knows? But if you own and you want to have air conditioning, then what you do is you seal and actually make it, able to hold the cold. And you make sure you do 220, and you put in nice big air conditioning units. You do those things. And then you also consider maybe doing solar, and you can very heavily offset the cost and make it very cost effective. The biggest challenge that we have is that power is unpredictable. You don't know what your billing is going to be until you do it. So we've had we've had little houses with 2 rooms with barely running air conditioning, and it cost an insane amount. That was years ago. We were paying $450, so it's probably like $600 to $700 in today's money. But this place, which is enormous, has never hit $500, even with the high cost, and most of the time has been just ridiculously cheap. By comparison, my house in Texas, the year that we left, which was like 10 years ago, hit $850 on its highest month and like $450 on its lower months. So we still see it with twice as many rooms and I don't know what we are, 10,000 square feet. We still see it much cheaper here than in the U.S., but it's way higher here than it used to be, but not as high as other places we've been here, like Grenada. But every street is different. Like, it's just, the variance is insane. So it's not something you can predict. So finding out how much someone pays is only useful for finding out the possible range. I could pay $1,000 a month, you still might pay 10. I may pay 10, you may still pay 1,000. So there's so many factors that we don't understand what causes them. Right? We know that the electric company will come sometimes and talk to us, and then randomly things will change. And sometimes they change equipment, sometimes they don't. Like, it's all over the place. But it says, cool, when we get together, I'll bring a bottle of the Macallan to share. Ooh, I like it. Michael says, what tips do you have for hiring or selecting a driver or shuttle for transport for the 6 of us and luggage once we arrive in Managua? Michael, you're coming out to Leon, right? First, we had it in our head to head directly to Leon initially upon landing. Any lodging recommendations for the first few nights? Should we try another location to start our journey and exploring the country? Generally, I say start in Granada because it has that tourist infrastructure. And I've known families who've flown in and are just like, well, it's our first day, we're on vacation. And it doesn't matter where they go, they're upset that they don't have access to the vacation-y stuff. So if you're coming and have any amount of time, do some vacation stuff and get a few of the, like, I gotta see things out of the way, so that you're able to contemplate the idea of actually settling in somewhere. So I would say Granada. So no, not Messiah, definitely not Tola, not Rivas. All those places are difficult. Like San Juan del Sur you can do. That's really far. It's not Rivas. I mean, it's the departamento of Rivas. It's not the city of Rivas. But Granada works really well because it's nearby, it's easy, and it has a lot of food, a lot of, like, everything is handled for you, like a tourist location. So you can just go, stay in a hotel, stay in something nice near the main square. It could be an Airbnb. They have a lot more than other parts of the country do. It could be a hotel, like a regular hotel. It could be a hostel, whatever. You've got a lot of options, endless options in Granada, and loads of restaurants, and a lot of areas you can walk around and do things. You got a number of museums. You got the Chocolate Museum. You got some history history museums. You got, you can do shopping. You can be like, I got to get some things. I feel like the need to, you can do that stuff there. You can go to a variety of restaurants. You can see the lake, because it's the lake, right? Like, it's a big thing. You can do some tours of things. You can get some traditional Nicaraguan food. You can get some, buffer food to help you transition. Like, you got a lot going on. And 3-4 days. And get some of that. Go see a volcano. Go take a boat tour. Take the horse-drawn carriage. Go to a museum. Go out to eat. Do some walks. And you'll start to be like, okay, we're in Nicaragua. And just remember, you're in a tourist town. So you have to keep the mentality of this isn't Nicaragua. It is. Like, it's one of the old traditional cities, but it's got a lot of tourist stuff. Then when you come to Leon, Managua, Masaya, Rivas, whatever, Chinandega, Matagalpa, you can be like, okay, this is like Granada, but bigger without the tourist zone. Got it. I understand. And it'll just make things easier, but you'll get that stuff out of your system a little bit and probably make the whole thing easier. Plus, just going from the airport to Granada, really easy because it's very close. You can even just catch like taxis for hardly anything to the UCA and just take the UCA, or just take a taxi the whole way. That's what I did. It's like, I don't know, 45 minutes at most. Like, it's nothing. Michael says, oh yeah, I mentioned those things. My wife and kids love the beach the most and are excited for that. That's the only thing, is there's no beach in any of those places, but I would say, like, if you're going to come to Leon, you're going to have the beach right there as soon as you get there. Do all the other stuff for just a couple days. I'm not saying for any length of time, right? And then once you have that, like, that we've arrived thing done, then you can go from Granada to Managua on the UCA. You don't have to have a driver anywhere. And then just transfer. And by transfer, I mean jump off the van, carry your bag, get onto the other van, and the UCA will take you to Leon. And you'll be in Leon, and you don't have to worry about the big transfers across the country. You got it very simple from place to place. That would be the thing that I would almost certainly do and make it very easy. Yoli says, flat rate in Nicaragua, that's great. Yeah, you can't. The only thing is you can't guarantee it. You just get lucky and get it. Gigi says, in a video you're showing a house. It seems like fumigators just walked into the house you were showing. Do they assume that they can enter without permission? Does the smoke they use leave residue on the furniture, utensils, etc.? Is it harmful? So I'll start at the end. It does leave residue on things for sure. Like, it's dusty and gritty. I don't think it's harmful, but clean your dishes for sure. Don't breathe it, obviously. In a video of you showing a house, it seems like fumigators just walked into the house you were showing. You'd have to send me the link to the video for me to remember what's going on. I do know the one that you're talking about. I was with April, right? I had kids with me and my wife's best friend, the blonde April. We were looking at a house. So they did not just enter a house, but they fumigate from the outside. Houses here normally have, this is not what it's designed for, but it's real. They have a hookup on the outside of the houses for the fumigators. So the fumigator walks up and doesn't have to enter the house. They just hook up a hose and blast the house. They knock, they try to see if you're home. If you don't answer, they assume you're not home, and they fumigate your house because you need to be fumigated. So it's always best to be aware when they're doing that. They don't just, and no one enters your house, right? They can't do that. Just like anywhere else, you could shoot someone who just enters your house. That would not be safe. Plus, how would they get in, right? Your houses would be locked if you're not there. I know I say we leave the house open all the time, but I mean when we're there. When we leave completely, we do not leave the house utterly open with nobody there. That would be pretty silly. I mean, in the middle of the day, it could happen maybe just a little bit, but we have security outside, so there is someone there. But so the fumes that they're using comes partially from diesel. I don't know what else is in there, but it's mostly diesel. So it's definitely not great to breathe, but once it like settles, like it's not like poison. Animals breathe it all the time. We breathe it all the time. There's geckos everywhere that don't die from it. I don't know that they like it. I'm sure they don't. It's unpleasant, but it's You get used to how to handle it, and it's not a big deal. If you have pets, though, we're always like, we know when the fumigators are coming. We always take our dogs outside, like they just go outside, like whatever. And the cat, we throw it in a carrier and just take it outside. So we don't leave any animals in the house. Definitely don't leave your animals in the house. I've been trapped in the house when it's happened before. Not pleasant. And that was, we didn't understand what was going on. We closed everything up because this is one of the reasons we didn't like Granada. In Leon, you keep your windows open and it's noisy on the street, but people don't harass you. In Granada, it was a thing. People knew we were gringos, and they would come to the windows and scream at us because they knew they could make us unable to work. And so they did it as a way to extort us to get money to make them go away. That was one of the reasons that we ruled out Granada. The degree to which people mistreated you because they believed you to be a tourist. Now, we were a tourist, but they didn't know. We could have been gringos who had moved in and lived there for 20 years. They wouldn't know the difference. They just harassed us because we were gringos in the tourist zone, and it was unlivable to us. Absolutely unlivable. Leon, none of that. None at all. Never seen it anywhere else in the country. It is a Granada thing because there are so many tourists, and so many will just pay you to go away because what else can they do? They would see me on the phone, and people would scream to make sure I couldn't stay on a business meeting. So we had to close up all the windows and pretend we weren't home, which worked fine because the middle of the house is still open, so we have plenty of air. But then the fumigators are like, no one's home. Why else would it be all closed up and locked in the middle of the day? And so that was what happened. Edwin says, you saw in your way back to Leon after landed back to Managua the great progress of the new overpass in the Carretera Norte? No, we never see that. No. In the Carretera Norte overpass, yes, I did. Like the new, that's looking really cool. There's a new, like the Carretera Norte, which is the Pan American going along the lakefront near the old airport, is getting a huge upgrade. That is going to be really significant when that's done. I'm looking forward to that. Normally projects in Nicaragua happen pretty quickly, but that one's pretty big, so it's had some amount of work going on there for most of a year, which is funny. The same thing in the U.S. would be like, they've been working on this for 20 years. I just saw, I don't know where, this was not the U.S., I don't think. Someone showed a video, I think it was England, that they had a single road project that's now hit 65 years or something, and they're not done. And it's not like some amazing, like, groundbreaking thing. It's just a road that that's how slow their union workers are or whatever. Like, it is a different world. Here, you'd be like, a major new highway? That would be 65 days, not 65 years. It's so different. Here they'll be like, oh my gosh, the road's all torn up. You're like, the road's all torn up? What are we going to do? I don't know, wait for this evening, because they'll fix it in one day. Edwin says, city workers continue down below to continue with the project of the Pista Héroes de la Insurrección. Yeah, it's all, I've seen a bit of it. It is pretty cool. But it says 4-bedroom central air, 2 computers, 3 bunch of peripherals, 24/7 in Miami, $250. Much better sealed probably than we had in Texas. Oh my gosh, everything just scrolled past. Oh, no, where are we? There we are. City workers, 4-bedroom. Municipality, this is Edwin. Municipality of Managua have announced that Section 1, 7 South, Rotunda El Periodista, will be finished in July. Section 4 will be finished at the end of 2025 because of the big draining line. There's a lot of that going on everywhere. Don Timoteo is here. The Granada that you described seems very different from the Granada I know. That's how it was for us. And that was the way it was downtown, too. When we would walk anywhere, there's so many people coming up and begging everywhere. Like, it wore on us a lot in a relatively short time. When I go back to visit, we still get the beggars everywhere that you don't get in Leon. I mean, it happens, but it's very, very rare. Wow, I forget that it happens, right? And then as soon as I'm back in Granada, it's like, tourist zone. And it's just because it's a tourist zone. It's, Edwin says Section 4 is from La Robelo, Barrio El Riguero. Today, El Dorado intersection. Oh, El Dorado, yep. It was closed last Saturday for regular vehicles, for the vehicles that come from the west, except buses. Oh, interesting. El Dorado is the one that has to close often because of heavy rains, but not during this season. Luis is here. Hey, Luis. Hi, Scott. I'm currently in Managua visiting family, and since you are the tech guy, which store or chain in Managua should I visit for value and service for a Dell laptop purchase for my cousins? I never do like that, so I'm not that tech guy, right? I'm like I need to run, I want to build a bank, and I need someone to design all of the information technology and security and platforms for an entire Fortune 100. I'm that tech guy. As far as getting like a laptop service, one, I don't do that in Managua, so I really don't know. Comtech is who we go to for things, but I don't even know if they do repairs. That's just when we go to Managua, that's where we go. I have had a desktop cleaned in Leon, and that is it. Any repairs we either do ourselves or replace from the States. We never do repairs here. The stuff we have doesn't have parts here normally. I don't know. I would start at Comtech and see if they can, but outside of that, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I wish I had better information, but it's not something I've had to deal with. Edwin says, for regular vehicles, they will go through the 18th Southeast Street. The 18 Calle Sureste. John Wilder says, Scott, can you opt out of being fumigated? So you can if you know to respond to them, but you have to talk to them. So they just walk down the street and do stuff. Now, you don't want to not be fumigated. Trust me, you want to be fumigated, but you want to leave the house for a minute. This is just part of living in the tropics. The last thing you want is a house full of mosquitoes, and that's how they stop it, right, is by fumigating everything everywhere. The street, the bushes, the lawn, the creek beds, you name it, they fumigate it. They drive down with trucks and fumigate the sides of the road. Right, like they fumigate everything. Now, the thing that you probably can't opt out of is a mosquito inspection. You can definitely walk out, and if someone's coming by with fumigation, you can just be like, no, not my house, and they'll just fumigate the street and move on. That I've never heard of that being a problem. And you can always be like, I fumigated myself. Like, you're obviously able to do that, and we do. Right, we pay for our own fumigation because we're inside a locked community, so the fumigation crews can't come in easily. They just trust that we'll do it ourselves because we're in a gated community, like we can clearly fumigate ourselves. But in the neighborhoods, they very strongly try to fumigate everything because they don't want those people getting sick, right? And it's super important. One of the reasons that mosquitoes are not a problem here is because they're treated very seriously. So there's two steps that they generally do. One's the fumigation, that's what you see, and that's interesting on videos. The other is that a guy who looks like a doctor comes door to door and does a mosquito inspection. And they will actually walk around your property and look at plants. They will look at drains. They will look at, any place that water could be and inspect for the possibility of mosquito larvae or mosquitoes themselves. And they will give you a program for how to treat them. They will tell you what needs to be kept dry, what things need to be covered, which things need to have some kind of treatment done, and they'll supply all that stuff. And so it's a completely inclusive service as just part of the municipality, but I think they have to do that because they have to make sure people don't have standing water, mosquitoes breeding inside their houses and stuff. But it's very simple, very easy. And they also go door to door with treatments for your animals, for rabies, and all kinds of things. Like the amount of they just take care of you is really extreme. And things like mosquitoes, you will really appreciate it because living with the environment we have organized, they seem correct. Why is it randomly getting them wrong? That's the constant challenge that we live with. Yeah, it's just miscategorizing them. That's just great. Okay.
What did I do wrong?
I don't know. They look the same as the ones that work. The ones that work and the ones that don't work all seem the same. The only thing I can imagine is that there's some information embedded in them that's wrong. Mm-hmm. I can try turning off embedded for the anime folder and see what happens. But who knows how many of the others are going to freak out. That'll be interesting. Oh.
I don't know if I should continue.
I think not. This is why we're doing a little bit at a time, is because trying to figure out why it's acting that way. So I'm doing another scan just to make sure it doesn't clean itself up, because once in a while it does. But now it's showing over 99 in Season 3, but Season 4 suddenly shows some stuff. A lot of stuff, with a lot of numbers. Oh, these gnats are driving me crazy. All the studio lights are making all the bugs come in. Yeah, Chapter 5 is showing that a whole bunch are in there, but you only did one, I think.
I did a few. I did up to 18.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's 18. It's showing... Oh, no, it's showing 18. And 4 is showing 24, but it looks like the labels are wrong. So we're close, but not quite. We'll have to dig into that in a little bit. But it's a step forward. But why does Season 3 show over 99? That is the... Like, where are they coming from? Yeah. Right, where did all my community go? Where do we go? Louis says, okay. James says, how's the new bus terminal coming? I've not made it up there. I do not know. It must be getting pretty close at this point, but looking forward to being able to use it. Not sure what's going to be there, but it'll be nice being able to walk to something like that. There's got to be cool things, I'm sure. All right, I'm trying to force a Season 3 scan on its own.
Okay.
Tori is here. Hey, Tori. So, because they need to regularly fumigate to get rid of mosquitoes, would that mean having a pond in the yard would be a bad idea? You can have... I've never seen a pond in the yard. I mean, like, water features are fine. The thing that you really want to do is have, if at all possible, a water feature that's moving. Obviously, swimming pools have chlorine. You don't really want to do that in a pond. But if you have moving water, generally you can't get mosquitoes. Mosquitoes don't like aerated water. So if you had like some kind of fountain or something, like you can have that stuff. You just need to make sure that you're doing something to get rid of mosquitoes. If you're going to have a pond with just standing water, you will have a problem, right? Like that will be a problem. So you'll want to be sure that you do something, but it's very easy to come up with solutions in your yard to make sure that you're not getting mosquitoes. Like it's, as long as you're being conscious of it, it's pretty easy to deal with. But once you've had dengue or chikungunya or something like that, you will most definitely consider having things mosquito proofed. Dale says, are scooters treated? I'm going to stop right there. No, we do not fumigate scooters. Same as motorcycles for registration. Yes, I believe scooters are the same as motorcycles. I definitely know that you do have to have the same legal registration. They may be a slightly different actual registration, but it does require the same residency stuff. Tori says, was hoping to have a pond with fish. You must be able to. I can't say that I've ever seen anyone do that. Like, really not a thing. If you do a small pond, one of the problems you will have is that it'll get hot. Like, you'll have a couple things. One, you'll have to supply water to it because the dry season will be devastating. And two, it'll be insanely hot. So the amount of fish the amount of kinds of fish that could live in there and the amount of fish that will live in there will be challenging. I'm sure it can be done. I've never seen it. You're kind of blazing a new path, if you will. Patricia says they just put fish in the pond, they'll eat the mosquitoes. In theory, that hopefully is the case. Tori says, would fish take care of almost all the mosquitoes, though? See, there, you guys are on top of it. I assume if you have the right fish, they will, but you got to have fish to stay alive. And just... That is not a water feature we tend to see here. This is one of those amazing things, is like growing up in the U.S., ponds are normal. They're everywhere. And here, they don't exist at all. And here, there's no rivers of any size. Like, even like when they, like the Rio, like it's, at best, the size of my desk in kind of the narrow way. Like, it's small. But you go down to Costa Rica, you're just crossing the border, suddenly they got big rivers. Not big rivers, but they're way bigger than what we have here. No, it just... the land changes just that much in these little distances. That it's really surprising. Edwin says, on January 1st, when I was in a tour through Granada, when leaving the town via Carretera to Malacatoya, we found one of the U.S. school buses operating as a private transportation. Interesting. You don't normally find them as private, that I'm aware of. All right, we're checking season 3 again. I rescanned it. This is Detective Conan. Everyone should be watching it. Good stuff. What does it show? It's still showing an insane number of episodes. That is so frustrating. All right, I'm going to turn off Embedded. We're just going to find out. Dale says, would have to run the water feed well underground in order to cool the water off for the pond, I think. Yeah, probably. Well, I mean, if you're feeding from like wells and stuff here, we tend to be the groundwater tends to be really cold here, so that's not too much of a problem. But yeah, it's all challenging. I'm sure it's doable. Just it's going to be a lot more work than it would be in the north. Edwin says, the point was it had the stop sign deployed. Oh, and I told my mom to respect it because in the U.S. passing the school bus when the stop sign is deployed is illegal and get an expensive fine, isn't it? Yes, that is true. That is a thing in the U.S. It is definitely not a thing here. The stop signs are not... So the thing about the stop signs on American school buses is they're not optional. They come out when the bus stops. And so... it's not that you can't pass when the stop sign's out. You can't pass a stopped school bus. If a school bus parks on the side of the road, you're not allowed to pass it. It's part of the whole, school buses are just like a special thing in the U.S. They're regular buses here. You can pass them anytime. But yeah, those signs come out, and it's very confusing for Americans driving past them because, but yeah, no, Edwin just passed them. All right, we still have a lot of people on tonight. This has been so we started off the slowest start to people joining the live stream, and as long as I can remember, probably better than like the first time we ever did it a year ago. But it's been quite a while. We normally get a lot of people in the first 2 minutes, and this time we didn't. We had quite a few minutes of nothing, but then we had a pretty good. We've had a really good turnout. Our total views, and it's only 9 o'clock, is about to pass 300, which is good. I think our best ever may have been 800, may have only been 600, and typically we're in the 4 to 550 range. So 300 and we're early is excellent. So awesome. It's so awesome having everyone back, and everybody's very talkative tonight. This is really good. Although now the chat rate has officially dropped to 0. We'd like to keep that at 2. My goal is 3. Okay, just bounced up to 1, which is weird because no one said anything. I mentioned that the chat rate was low and it came up. Very odd. Dale says, you didn't give us a heads up on Nicaragua. What? What kind of heads up? I gave a lot of heads up. I didn't give you a heads up about this show on Nicaragua. Oh, yes. Sorry. And Luke even asked, what is the ETA? Oh, that was it. I didn't see that. That was early. I'll say. All right, guys. Forgot to say it here. It's on. There we go. Thanks, Dale. It's good to be back. I think we only missed 2 weeks, plus we did that really short, from my laptop one, but we're well over 300 now, we jumped up. But I hate missing these. I really like doing this every week. It's so nice. And but I do think we're going to go back to black and white. I think that was cool. I almost touched the lens. Don't want to do that. I don't have a protective cover on it. That would piss me off if I touched it. Going the wrong way with this. Oh, yeah, there's Velvia, Provia, monochrome or acros. We're going to go with acros. All right. That was probably a lot of... No, I wasn't leaning in that much. He did no response. Yes. Is your daughter a fan of the Spider-Man franchise?
Yes.
Yes, very much so. In fact, one of the 5 at most movies that we've gone to the theater to see here in Nicaragua. Well, us. Me with my daughters. They have been to the movie theaters without me. I don't know how many things. But together, last year we went and saw Across the Spider-Verse.
I think so.
I believe it was Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse in theaters in Spanish. That was not great.
No, I rewatched it when it came out on Netflix.
But yeah, both of my daughters pretty good Spider-Man fans in general. Both of them like superheroes a lot more than me. I'm okay with Spider-Man, like it's okay. Batman's okay. Superman, like I like the old Christopher Reeves Superman. That stuff is good. I'm hoping that my daughters will watch that with me. My eldest is doing cinema studies as her English language requirement for the year. So we're doing traditional cinema, including in black and white, like we're now. And we've done some. Oh gosh, I can't think of his name. Buster Keaton. Like we started with silent films, and we went through some of the 1930s. We're currently in 1939, and going through some classics from 39. We've done like The Wizard of Oz and discussed why it's important. We've done Babes in Arms, also 1939. We saw some of 1938's Bringing Up Baby, which is unwatchable, which really shocked me. I'm like, this will be okay. No, unwatchable, so bad. And I'm a fan of those actors. No, can't do it. But by 39, the ultimate year of movies, we're watching a number of things. We haven't done Gone with the Wind yet. She's bracing herself for when we have to watch that. But we're enjoying doing cinema studies. And I'm really hopeful because she has to do some amount of writing requirement for English classes that I can talk her into, instead of writing, talking about movies and doing a YouTube channel so that we have a portfolio that she can show to be like, this is how much I've done of my English studies. I have a full professional video series talking about cinema history. I think that would be super cool for a lot of reasons, and I think it would be a lot less work, a lot less stressful than having to write things. So I'm hoping she would do that. That would be cool. And then we could really get into movies and like watch something, make a video, watch something, make a video. And it would be fun. But one of the things I'm looking forward to, of course, is the Superman, I think it's 1979, with Christopher Reeves, the original, because like in cinema studies, you really get into like the, this was the first time that they talked a studio into making a serious movie about superheroes. Before that, it was all cartoons or cartoony, right? About Batman and Robin in like the 1960s. Pow, wham, blasto, right? Like those were fun in 1960s, the Monkees kind of way, but they were really goofy. And Superman with Christopher Reeves was really serious. I know it's goofy now looking back at it because it's the 70s, but like those special effects, they didn't know they were going to be able to pull them off when they started the movie. The actor's father was basically weeping. He was so upset that his son would do such a goofy movie, and then it turned out to be the career-making thing, and he developed the entire superhero as a serious thing genre. And there's like so much that went into that. Like that's such an important movie, and it has some of the biggest actors of the time. Gene Hackman did that movie just so he could act with Marlon Brando, who was, under Christopher Reeve's own direct statement, like the worthless, terrible actor who just phoned it in because he wasn't a professional like the others. Like Marlon Brando, I love that Christopher Reeves was willing to say that Marlon Brando was the unprofessional bad actor that worked on the set. Like that's amazing. But I just watched an interview with him. But like that's such a cool movie. And was so important in my childhood, and be able to watch those things in cinema studies and look at them through that lens of like, now superhero movies are this huge genre that makes billions literally of dollars, and Christopher Reeves, like, yes, and the directors and writers, I understand he didn't work alone, but he was so instrumental and took it so seriously and put so much of his life into creating that character in that role that it was fantastic, and it's really important, and that makes cinema studies so interesting and fun. But I'm not into superhero movies typically. It's very rare that I find one that I really like. I like Darkman, and I like Spider-Man to some degree, and some Superman and stuff. But my kids get into like the Marvel ones, which I think are much less serious, and they're just too, I can't handle them.
Chana's into Marvel. I'm really only interested in the Spider-Man parts of Marvel, as I simply just don't really like Marvel superheroes that much.
Yeah, I don't like them as characters. Yeah. So if you heard that, my youngest likes Marvel a lot more. My eldest, Liesel, who's sitting here, mostly just Spider-Man. Edwin asked about Spider-Man. The new Yutong buses are running routes through Granada. They are luxury compared to the old school buses. Oh, I bet. I've taken, I don't know if it was one of the Yutongs, but I took one of the new... Oh, no, I think I took one of the Russian buses. Luis says, oh, congratulations on Leon winning the baseball league. Yes, woohoo! Hodido! Mark says, I think the chat just sleeps with the phone. Oh, that's probably true. Luis says, crazy finish. That was great. That was best baseball game I've ever been to. That was so good. Desmond says, I've discovered what the delicious golden triangle bread is called. Yes, picos. We're going to be getting more of those. That is so good. I need to find which bakeries do a really good job, but El Dorado really knocks it out of the park. Treasure the Time. Hey, welcome on to the show. I believe you're from the Northeast, like myself. Yeah, Rochester, New York is where I was born, grew up in Buffalo. But did you have any opinion of the wildfires in California, particularly the water management? My real issue with the fires in California is that the fault lies, to me, with the people who decide to live in a burning desert. Like, that is what it is. It's a desert designed to burn. Designed, by nature, to burn. No amount of water management will correct that problem. You know, it's nice with the idea that you can make people live anywhere. And you can argue that no part of the earth is actually designed for humans to live on. None of the earth is designed for anything to live on, right? Like, it's just a rock floating through space. We are things that live on it. But there are conditions under which humans live well. So let's reverse it. There are places where humans are designed to live, that humans are designed to live in, and there are places where humans are not designed to live. And we're designed to live mostly around places that have access to water and are safe. And Southern California doesn't meet those requirements in any way. And so, yeah, probably there could be better water management in California. I don't know, right? Like, everyone's just saying whatever they want to say. There's no question, though, the people who live in that area of California are 100% guilty of living in a place and whining about a situation they created and knew was going to happen. This isn't like an unforeseen natural disaster. This was 100% known it was going to happen. When, we didn't know, but it's completely known. And there's every time I hear someone complain about their insurance having dropped them, that's because this was known, and no one else should have to bear the risk of people doing something reckless, right? It's the equivalent of people playing Russian roulette and being upset that they can't get a life insurance policy. Like, that's not okay to do. If you want to live in Southern California and take your chances, as long as you have no children or pets, that's okay. But if you're doing that and you're putting other people at risk who don't have a choice and expecting other people to bear the brunt of the insurance risk, that's not okay, right? I certainly don't want to be an insurance carrier, and I certainly don't want to be a citizen who's on the hook for FEMA costs for a region where people are gambling with our tax money or our insurance money. That's not cool. Those people bear a responsibility to every American who, in every country that is sending people to bail them out, they shouldn't be there. There is a point of recklessness that it's absolutely fine when people take on the responsibility for their own decisions. And I totally understand when you have, a farmhouse in Iowa and a tornado hits it, people have to take risks for certain things. And some number of people need to live in Southern California. We have to have shipping there. We have to have people on the land, but there doesn't have to be America's second largest city with no water supply and taking the water from the entire region. The entire region is at risk because people decided to live in Southern California. And it's a crazy expensive zone. Everybody who lives there has a certain affluence that, they're like, oh, normal people live there too. No, normal people don't live there. It's too costly. Normal people can't live in Los Angeles. You have to have a lot of money to do so. It is what it is, right? So I'm pretty angry about the situation in California, but my anger is directed towards the people who created the problem and put the rest of the country in a position of needing to bail them out for something that they totally knew and created themselves. Don says, also I noticed Yutong minibuses running routes in Managua. Oh, minibuses. Interesting. Edwin says, is because No Way Home from Tom Holland's Spider-Man is coming to Netflix February 5th. Ah, cool. We already have it, so we're good. Edwin also says, I watched Across the Spider-Verse on Max and HBO Family. Tori says, DC over Marvel. I feel the same way. There's not a single, like, general Marvel thing, Spider-Man being the exception. It's like, Spider-Man's okay. In general, if I see Marvel's name on something, I'm done. Will not watch it. I've learned that, I have no problem with Marvel. Like, other people like it. You can like what you want. It's a movie, right? Like, whatever. For me, I can't sit through a Marvel movie because I feel mocked by the writers. I feel that the people who make Marvel movies take it so lightly. They hate what they make so much. It's really funny because I have a screensaver going on, and the guy who wrote the recent Marvel movies, literally his picture just came across as I said that. It's so phoned in that if you care about it at all, the movies are so frustrating. So they only exist for people who don't care or don't like them, or like it's on in the background and they're not paying attention and don't know what's going on. But once you pay any attention to them, they're so inconsistent within themselves. My wife hates this, right? So when we were first dating, we've been together for a quarter century. When we were first dating, I didn't tell her all the things that were wrong with the universe. But later, as we were together for a while, one of the things that I would always complain about in movies is that if I hated a movie, I don't care. Like, whatever, I'm not going to watch it. But if I like a movie, and if you want me to watch a movie, if I engage with a movie, I'm going to pay attention. And I will be a part of the experience. So let's just take Star Trek. I like Star Trek, right? If I'm watching Star Trek, and I get into it, and then like I'm paying attention, and then you do something, and Star Trek really is good about not doing this. That's why I like it as an example. They won't do things that break the universe. They won't be like, oh, we don't know how to end this story, so we're going to come up with a ridiculous plot device. Don't get me wrong, they do, but they have built into the universe these plot devices. They will find a way within the rules of the universe to make the story work or come really close to it. Whereas in the Marvel universe, they will just phone it in and go like, oh, we totally forgot. There's no way to end this story, so we're just going to do something that doesn't make any sense and is inconsistent with the universe. At the beginning of the movie, this couldn't be done, but by the end, we'll hope you forgot that and weren't paying attention. And so I find it quite literally offensive watching it, how stupid the writers of Marvel movies think I am, that I would sit through this and not catch that their universe doesn't make sense to them. It's just explaining that they hate their own material or just find it completely unimportant. So if it doesn't matter to them, why would it matter to me? That's what makes Star Trek to me, probably more than anything else, a thing that I like, is because the people who write Star Trek seem to actually care and like Star Trek. They know the Star Trek universe, and they know the rules and the history and the lore, and they put it together and they consider it when they make a new show. They don't just ignore not just other episodes, but other things they've said within the episode, right? It's almost to the point with some of these movies where it's like, this is this character's father, and later in the movie it's their brother. Oh, we totally forgot what their relationship was, right? Whatever. It's not like anyone's paying attention. This movie's terrible, right? I get it. I think it's terrible too, but that the writers think it's terrible feels awful to watch it. So I actually get angry watching these movies, so I completely avoid them. I can't even like have it on. I cannot handle it. So, I feel that the writers and creators of Marvel movies hate people who like Marvel movies. It really seems like they make an effort to mock them. But DC, I feel like they're, superhero things are goofy and have this huge suspension of disbelief. But it took a long time for my wife to understand that I have no problem with the suspension of disbelief. I have absolutely no problem with saying Star Wars, like the physics don't match our universe's physics. That's okay, because as long as they're consistent within the universe, right? It's just like Hogwarts or, the Harry Potter universe. Well, that magic isn't real. That's not how, you can't just get a wand and do those things. I know, I just ruining it right for everybody. that's not real. I don't need it to be real. I just need it to be consistent. As long as their universe has these rules, has these patterns, and they are consistent, then great. I'm going to get into it. I'm going to learn what their universe is like, and I will participate in this story that they have. Star Trek works that way. Star Wars is decent that way. Harry Potter's decent that way. Like those things. Lord of the Rings, kind of. They're edgy. That's important. And when something is internally inconsistent, where they tell us what the rules of the universe are, and then ignore them because they couldn't be bothered, that's where I fall apart. And after a long time, now my wife will tell people, oh, no, the thing that's making him upset, or the reason he won't like this, is because it's internally inconsistent. It can be, because people will accuse me, they're like, oh, you don't like fantasy, you don't like science fiction. I love those things. But I want them to be good. They can't be bad, right? And imagine if you're telling like a normal story, right? You're like, it's almost like telling people a riddle or a mystery. I mean, like, okay, we wrote this really, it's like a famous mystery, it's so good. And at the end, well, how did they die? Oh, magic. What? Like you build up this whole thing, like I'm trying to follow the story, I'm trying to get the interplay, I'm trying to solve the thing, and at the end you couldn't come up with how they died. Imagine if, Agatha Christie was writing these mysteries, but at the end had no idea how to make it tricky or how to make it convoluted, and instead came up with magic as the answer. But in a universe that didn't have magic at the beginning, they get to the end and they're like, in the last 5 minutes we invented magic. That's how they killed them this one time. The magic didn't exist before then, it didn't exist afterwards, and that's how they died. I bet you didn't figure that out. No, I figured out I don't want to read these books anymore. Right. So she didn't do that. That's what made her a good mystery writer. Dale says, I'm planning on getting a bicycle early when I arrive. Slow traffic, so as long as I'm careful, I should be good trekking around the city. As long as I don't linger in La Providencia. I would not ride a bicycle around Leon. Personally, I would not do it. And I was a bicycle racer when I was young. I know I don't look like it now. I was good. And I would not do that. The degree to which you have to know what people driving here are going to do, the degree to which you are inches away from death at all times, the amount of bouncing off of vehicles, of kids stepping into your path, like it's so unbelievably reckless. I would not do it. I just wouldn't. Tons of people do, but they also grow up with it, and they're reckless. I mean, people step out, people bounce off of cars constantly here. So, yeah, other people do it. I would not. I have a very hard time coming to a place where I would recommend riding a bicycle here. In the city. Out in the countryside, that'd be different. Desmond says, they're called picos. Yes. I need to bulk order these to my house here in Granada. The sweet combination with the light layer of cheese and sugar. That's awesome. Where do you get them from in Granada? I haven't been to the bakery in Granada in forever, the Panaderia. Itchithik says, Spider-Verse movies are so good. The ones that I've seen have been pretty solidly good. I'm pretty happy with them. It's not my vibe generally, but they have been good. Like, my kids have had me watch some. I've enjoyed them. I tend not to be big on cartoons, which is funny because I really like anime. But like American style cartoons often don't do it for me, but I feel like they've done a good job with the Spider-Verse ones. James says, did you hear about boar worm that's now in Honduras, was eradicated in 1987, came back from South America? I did. I did not hear it was in Honduras, but I heard it was in the area. I thought it was in Costa Rica. Edwin says, to Don, is really to replace the old U.S. school buses. In the last few years, deadly crashes and fires had involved these buses. It's also because of becoming very old and rusty and even obsolete. The American school buses are specifically super dangerous. Like, I don't know how anyone ever thought it was okay to use those for children. Like, they are crazy dangerous. They're so poorly designed. I know they were just cheap, right? That's the American thing with kids, is it's always just cutting corners. Those school buses are dramatic. They last forever. But, like, the seats are uncomfortable, dangerous, you're always hitting things, there's no seat belts. Like, holy cow. Even when I was a kid in the early 80s, I started riding a school bus in, like, 81, and My gosh, in 81, I remember being like, these things are death traps. I cannot believe adults would ride on these, let alone put kids on them, right? And at a time where all the kids had to have, if you're in a car, like a safe car with like seatbelts and airbags and crumple zones and all these safety things, and a driver who actually wants you to live, you had so much safety, and then the law would be like, you have to be in a car seat, you have to do all these things, you can't be in the front. Unbelievable amounts of things supposedly for the safety, and I assume that they do increase the safety. And then they like, oh, you're on your way to school? Die, kids. Like the leap of we are so over the top nanny state about your parents driving you. And then like, your heroin addict bus driver who can only see out of one eye, has cataracts, and is shaking from all the drugs they did that morning, and is, armed with a completely illegal gun he made at home and has spent half of his life in a penitentiary, is driving like a maniac and running over people all over the place. Oh, you don't need seatbelts, or in many cases, they'll take away your ability to call your parents or get the police. Because it's the new thing in the U.S. Now, we never used, obviously we didn't have phones. Now they're starting to be like, these kids have way too much access to their parents and the police. We got to find ways to limit that now. And they're my gosh, but the school buses should have tipped us off long ago that this was always a problem, that kids were not being treated as important. And let me tell you, I would never let my kids go to school in the U.S. where they're taking away cell phones. I know a lot of places are not taking away cell phones, but a lot of places are. And my gosh, there's only one reason to take away kids' cell phones. It's because you're planning on committing a crime and you don't want to get caught. I think I'm a very strong believer that taking away kids' cell phones should be a federal crime, a felony. Replace the old school buses. Maybe she should do a reaction series. That's kind of what it is, really, Alton. They said a reaction series for movies would kind of be. That's kind of what it is.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that, especially like the older ones where it's a lot like, wow, this is, yeah. Pretty, like Babes in Arms.
Pretty boring.
Yeah, this is super boring. What is wrong with these? Why is this? Why would any of this? Yeah. Edwin says most of it they will replace with the Yutong ones this year, I can guarantee, without any doubt. Patricia says, do your daughters have to turn their projects into a teacher in Texas? No, they do not. So my wife is way more worried about it than I am. I'm kind of like, whatever. Like, Texas doesn't check these things. But if they want, like, if they get audited and there's like a bunch of things and we have to show something. You can fake it all, of course, but we don't want to do that. We want them to actually have correct paperwork, do all the requirements, cross every T, dot every I, blah, blah, blah. We want to make sure that they actually do the stuff, and we want them to actually learn the stuff. Like, we're not trying to get out of doing anything. We just want them to do it in a practical, useful way. And if they did, which we don't think they will, but what if someday they decide they want to go on to university? What if they want to be researchers? What if they want to teach or something, right? We want them to have those options. And so if they're going to be accepted to university, in most states, they need certain things to be demonstrated. And so we're treating their high school much like the way that my university treated my college. I did my degree from the State University of New York at Empire, and Empire was not a graded university. It was a portfolio university. So if you were going on to a master's or whatever, which I went on to a master's and PhD program. When I did that, I didn't finish, but I went on to it, and I did actually finish. They just didn't give me a degree because we got into a huge fight. And it's what happens when you file reports for cheating and what do you call it? Anyway, I accused the school of cheating because they were, and completely unprofessional, and did not have the high ground to grant a degree, right? So they didn't. The portfolio thing allows you to show the work you've actually done. A grade is meaningless, right? But a portfolio is like, here's the work I've done. You can actually, like, so Empire produced these portfolios. It was the most impressive thing I ever saw. It's one of the reasons I chose it as a university, because one, they allowed me to do anything I wanted. So like, they'd be like, we have this requirement. I'd be like, that requirement's way too easy. I want to do this thing that I actually learned something. They'd be like, yes, let's do that. And so they would just really, like, they were in it for education. They're like, okay, like, yeah. any time that I was like, this is a waste of my time, they're like, okay, make it harder. They're like, yes, okay. And so we had this really good relationship with it, and the whole purpose was when you were done to have something you could show to a job, to a graduate program, and be like, here's what I've done, here's my work. And then that's one of the reasons that my graduate programs hated me so much, is that they would do things like say, oh, you have to have this reference. This is how a reference material would work. And so I would do things like publish papers for people to use as reference material, so that my professors had to read my stuff all the time because I was the expert on the subject matter that they were teaching. And what I didn't like what the textbook said, I got into contact with the university and the professor who wrote the textbook, taught them what I had learned, had discussions, and had them rewrite the textbook. These things really piss off your professors, but my point was I took it way more seriously. They didn't consider this as very like the same internal consistency. They didn't take their education program seriously. To them, the PhD was a joke. This was just something you phoned in, and this was just a paycheck to them, and they were doing as little as possible, and they hated students who knew anything or did any work or cared. But they were pathetic, and who cares what they thought, right? They have no credentials for doing what they do. But so I had a portfolio, so I was really impressed with that. So we're doing the same thing with our kids. So they can go on to anything they want in life. And most importantly, they can use it. It's a much better learning tool. And one of the things that I really learned a lot from my mother was when I was 17, the local newspaper was like, oh, we're looking for a photographer, for a photojournalist for the paper. And I'd done photojournalism competition with Eastman Kodak, but there's a big difference between working professionally and doing competition. In competition, your goal is to produce interesting pictures within a random set of confines. And when you're doing actual photojournalism, you've got to work with the news as it happens. And you get some amount of like, this event is going to happen, so you may know where to go, but in other cases you don't, right? So it is different, but there is overlap. So in having done competition, I built a portfolio, right, just naturally. And I also took a lot of classes from Kodak, and I was a member of the Kodak Camera Club, and I did all my own darkroom work. Like, I took it seriously. And I didn't do it in high school. I did it with professionals. So I took classes with actual people who did like National Geographic, and I worked in darkrooms with actual Kodak engineers who worked in darkrooms. Like, it was really, really good education. But it wasn't a college. And so at 17, I'm like, I can't just go. I don't have any training in this stuff. My mother's like, are you insane? Like, what are you talking about? One, you know what you're doing, and two, it doesn't matter what credentials you have. You put together a portfolio and you walk into it. That's what you do. And I was like, this doesn't seem like a real thing, but okay. I went into the newspaper with a portfolio. I had this huge portfolio, tons of photojournalism work. I had done sports, and I had done human interest type stuff for photojournalism at that point. And I had done quite a bit of sports, actually, like high school sports. And I went in and gave them the portfolio and explained that everything, not only was I the photographer, I was also I did all the darkroom. All this was developed by me. All this was printed by me, everything. And they literally just went through the portfolio, and they're like, you're hired. Like, I had a portfolio. Everyone else either didn't exist, that was an option, or all they had was, I got a grade. Oh, really? Did you actually take pictures in that class? Were they any good? Were they actually photojournalism? Did you just pay someone to give you this grade? Is this even did you even have a camera, right? Like, we've all seen how fake grades often are. Is this one of those schools that uses a 6-point scale and you only got a 3.5, which should be failing, but they write their scale numbers differently, so we assume it's a 4-point scale and it's fake. That was a really common thing back in the day, and now I know I don't know if they still do it, but for a long time, for a number of years, that was a thing that they did to make their students look better, was fake the scale. And they wouldn't say what your score was out of, and they changed it from 4.0. So a 4.0 was no longer an A. 4.0 was like a C. But if you don't tell anyone, then the C students look great. But that was such a learning experience that, like, oh my gosh, the process of putting together a portfolio taught me more about photography than any amount of classes ever would. And having the portfolio meant I was so far in front of students who had gotten a degree in photography, who had studied journalism. They didn't They didn't have a portfolio. So they were ready to start making a portfolio, but I already had one. It was huge. So that's the kind of thing I want to give to my kids is that whole like portfolio experience. And in the case of this specific class, producing a YouTube channel about cinema studies gives my daughter a portfolio that she can talk about in cinema studies, but she can also do a whole study in media creation. She does have her own YouTube channel that she does animation, and that's done really well in the little bit that she's done, like really surprising, way better than my channels. But she doesn't stick to it. But doing a kind of reaction channel gives her an opportunity to learn these other things, right? New media, or it's been 25 years, but modern media creation and how these mechanisms work and what production of these kinds of things would be like. And some of the best education that I ever got as far as something like English studies didn't come from writing a book report about, the Grapes of Wrath. It was the times that I was forced to write a presentation and give a presentation and stand up in front of people and talk about it and defend it and discuss it. And that's where the much greater value certainly came from for me when I was in, both high school and college classes that would make me like think outside the box and do creative things and really get to know the material, not just, answer some multiple choice questions, but do something much more interesting. The formal things that they often did in school didn't actually teach me anything. They taught me how to get past a teacher who was trying to phone it in so they could just go home and watch movies that night. Of groups and answer questions that people threw at me. Those things seemed very interesting and valuable and so forth. So that's a different way of looking at it and trying to get real value out of what they do. Tori says DC has better villains. It just thinks that so many actors have played Superman now, but no one is as iconic as Reeve. It's true. He owns that role after all these years. Dark Knight trilogy is best, probably. I do like the Dark Knight trilogy. That is good. That's Batman, but not Spider-Man. But it is a really awesome trilogy. James says, doesn't daughter have any mask of DC?
Any mask?
Yeah, neither she nor I know what that means. Edwin says, last time I watched a Warner Brothers DC movie, Dwayne Johnson's Black Adam. I don't know that one. I've heard the name. I don't know what it is. After having success in my school's documentary investigation exposition. Edwin says this is one of my 2022 greatest days. Scott, literally the Leon Lions spoiled Train de Norte's party on the sixth game when his Esteli's team was almost near getting it. Oh my God, that was unbelievable. Miracle from them. They bottled it. Dale says plenty of poor people live in Los Angeles or survive in LA at least, but yeah, it's not a space that's conducive to a city of any size. Just the rest of the U.S. has much crappy weather while LA is pretty mild. Yeah, that's the mild weather is nice. I've been to LA. The weather was so terrible I couldn't take it. I've not been there much. I happened to be there when the weather was unbearable. Thanks to Lucille Ball for Star Trek. It's true, Buddhist. That's a funny one. Not very many people know how much Lucille Ball was involved in making Star Trek able to happen. TV account smart. Hello from Colombia. I like your content. Hey, TV account. That's awesome. What part of Colombia are you in? We were talking about Colombia earlier and talking about how inexpensive it can be to get between Nicaragua and Colombia, and how we're hoping that with the addition of more Avianca flights that we may have a direct flight. So we have Avianca is upping their game in Nicaragua, they say, and Nicaragua is putting in a new airport. They say, I flew over it and there wasn't much construction going on. So we're not as close as we'd hope. But with the new airport, we do have the possibility that the larger Avianca flights, because we can take like an A320, but we need to take something a little bit larger, with heavier fuel capacity to be able to go directly to Bogota from here, I believe. So we're really hopeful that that will happen. That will be super cool. And I'm talking, I don't know if you were on earlier, my family's talking about going to Colombia this year, perhaps. Especially now that we're getting Avianca will book us. It's not direct, but they will book us from Managua to Bogota now. So very cool. Charles says, "Is there open mic night there? You can do stand up." Are you saying I can do stand up? I cannot. I would be the most droll, dry stand-up comedian ever. It would be painful for a lot of people. Mark says, we have been saying that about school buses for more than 20 years. I'm a retired transit something. I'm a retired transit. Yeah, though, I mean, I've been saying it about school buses for 45 years, right? Mark says, our first TV we had when we were children was black and white. Mine too. I was talking to my dad about that. We were recalling our black and white TV. And remembering how when I was like a little kid, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, I'd adjust the antenna and twisting the knobs. Like, things that, imagining my kids now, well, now they're teenagers, but imagining my kids when they were like 4 to 8 years old, going and the stuff that I used to do with a TV, which obviously is really simple, but like trying to adjust the antenna, understanding the direction that an antenna would attenuate, and where the Rochester was there, where was the towers for because it was 40 miles away, and Buffalo's over there, and Toronto's over there, and Syracuse is over there, and I would turn the antennas and tune the knobs, and had to know the frequencies of all these different stations, and like knew how to whack the TV. That was the thing we actually did. Like there's all this like physical stuff, and you had to know how the thing worked. And trying to imagine, like, my kids getting involved and being like, oh, this cable needs to be, you got to do this, you got to wiggle this knob, and you got to do this, and knowing, like, all these things. I just can't imagine them doing that to watch TV. It's such a different world, and that was how we watched TV in black and white back then. And we didn't have, cable or anything, ever. My entire childhood, we never had cable. Edwin says, black and white remembers me to see how recording, filming the city streets was in the 20th century, in the early 20th century. Yeah, I like doing black and white, right? Like, so because I was a newspaper photographer, I did a lot of work in black and white. That's all we used. And because I did my own darkroom work, obviously doing color is a lot of work. EJ1692, random question. Any recommendations for lucrative online service-based business ideas? Do you think creating an agency is a good idea? It seems like you know a thing or two. Well, thank you. So, creating an agency, right, very general term, is easily a thing to do. So the reason I like it's not necessarily an agency, but creating your own kind of online services firm, which basically is an agency of one sort or another. If you are looking to work online, right, and you talk to all the people who are like, I'm trying to find a job online, it's very hard. Well, partially that's because people are trying to start off with, I want to work online, I want to never come into the office, I just want to be a remote person, and it's obviously challenging because there's people who are really cheap and remote who already exist, and if they're not hiring them, why are they going to hire you, right? They are obviously picking and choosing people based on something that isn't that, and so if they're willing to have sight unseen people, then they have an unlimited audience to potentially pick from, pool to pick from, and if you are willing to go into the office, then it's different. But it can be challenging, right, to bridge that gap. And I come from a background where I was a regular employee up until 1999, and then not for this purpose per se, but as part of a bigger life planning thing, my roommate and I decided to start our own firm, which is essentially an agency, and we became an online services firm in the 1990s. And at first, we did like basic IT support for small businesses. So it wasn't really online. We were online, but we would show up places. And then by later 1999, I was tasked or kind of fell into designing the first cloud services for medical in the United States. And so ended up being in that space from very early on. So we got really lucky, right? But we did make our own luck also by giving ourselves the flexibility, having our own agency, studying a lot of things, being willing to jump in whatever came. Like, you do things to make your own luck, but at the end of the day, luck is the primary driver on a lot of things. But by having an agency, for sure, one of the things that it definitely let us do was approach companies and potential clients and be like, we're an American company, which we are. And we were American, like we lived in New York. Like we were full on, we were no way remote in 1999. But it allowed us to go to really big clients and go after things that as individuals they would never have let us do, which is insane because it just shows how little businesses often have any rational decision making. They're so poor at doing their basic business diligence that they can't understand the differences between firms and employees and requirements and how to hire. It's kind of like all these stories of places that are like, oh, we hired this guy and then he hired someone else from India to do his job for him, and we're so pissed because, and for good reason they're pissed because they're paying this guy and someone else is doing the work. But if you're saying, well, it's a security concern, then the question is, why is your security so poor that an employee was able to hand off his job to another continent and you didn't know? That's probably a security problem that's not his fault. It's his fault for exploiting it, but it's probably your fault for creating the situation. You probably need better controls than that. So a lot of times they're angry with themselves and blaming other people. But then the other part is, clearly you are either evaluating the final job that's being done, and you should be happy because the job was done to your satisfaction, or you're unable to, you don't know why you hired that person. You literally can't evaluate them, and so you're trying to evaluate them based on being a butt in the seat rather than the output that they're creating, which means that the people who are doing this are exposing that the entire employment of that company is in question, and that all the people involved, or a large number of the people involved, are all phoning it in and scamming their job. Now, maybe everyone that's employing them knows that that's what they're doing, and they don't care, right? So maybe it's not scamming, but in most cases, they actually kind of are, right? Like, hi, I'm a middle manager. I decided to hire this person to do this job. I decided that it's going to be very expensive and we must have an American to do it because no one who's not American could do this job. And then you find out that for a tenth the money, maybe half the money, that someone who's not American is not only able to do the job, but able to do the job so well that you're happy to pay way more than it's supposedly worth. You're completely happy that the person who's you're talking to isn't the one doing it. You're happy with the output of having to have networking and this conversation going on where the person you're paying is then relaying the information to someone else, and they're still able to, with that overhead and delay, able to do such a good job that you're happy with it. And at the end of it all, then you're angry that you got exposed, that you were not properly evaluating the job, securing the job, paying what they really are doing, or anything like that. This is the loudest I can make the volume on this particular thing. I just turned it up, but it's not very much in digital. So that's where people get upset. So all of that kind of gives you this. The same thing was happening and always does. With, they're like, we need people in person. We need to. People are trying to cover their tracks because they aren't doing their due diligence and verifying that the job is being done at a proper rate, at a proper quality, that they're paying the right amount. They have to cover that up. And so they resort to needing butts in seats. Anytime someone says, we need you in the office, so like Elon Musk, right? Huge, obvious thing. He doesn't know. And I mean, if you ever see him talk, it's clear he doesn't know, right? He doesn't know how to evaluate his employees. He has no idea why the people do different jobs that they do. He doesn't know when people are doing a good job or a bad job. And probably loads and loads of his managers don't know either, right? Huge organizations like that rarely do. You don't make money by being good at things. In most cases, you make money by getting government contracts that no one else can get, and you get the money directly from the taxpayers without oversight. That's the sad state of the world. But if he knew how people worked and how to evaluate them, had a clear goal of what they were supposed to do, knew what the value of that work was, and evaluated it, he would clearly not want people in the office. You'd have to be a complete nut job to want to put people into high-cost real estate, make them spend their time commuting, be less efficient, all kinds of things, just to have them sitting around an office and take on a whole bunch of legal liability for it. You don't want that. No business person wants that. That's why you know Elon Musk isn't a business guy, right? He doesn't know anything about business. He knows how to scam taxpayers, which is how he's made his money his whole life. And it's true, scamming taxpayers is a very lucrative business. So if you don't have any scruples and you're willing to take advantage of the public, then it's relatively easy to make a fair amount of money if you have the right connections. But if you want to be good at business, you actually have to have a brain and engage it. It takes a lot of work and effort, and so people opt for the former most of the time if it's available to them, nearly all the time. So because of this is all to get you, this is a real question, right? Is why do you want to start an agency? And the reason that an agency makes sense is that most businesses stop with the weird, we don't evaluate people thing when they have an agency. They either use the act of it being an agency or an outside business to itself justify things, and they just ignore more things than they would when it's an employee, because when it's an employee, they feel angry about it. If that person is like earning too much or doing too little, people get upset. Well, I want to do that too, and I don't know how they're doing it, so I'm upset about it. But when it's an outside firm, they don't understand that it's just one person being hired in a different way. And so they don't get upset when that person makes twice as much money as they would if they were just a normal employee. And they don't care where they're sitting, because if they care where they're sitting, it can't be an outside agency. Suddenly they're acting as an employee, and now you're on the hook for things, and you were told to hire them somewhere else. So if you work as an outside agency, yes, there's a bunch of jobs that aren't available to you because they're only available to employees. Okay. But there's a ton of jobs that are available to you that wouldn't be available to employees. And by going down that path, you're able to control things like, well, I'm going to work outside the country. No one can say anything because you're the boss. You're the person determining where people get to work, how they work, and what's disclosed. You don't have to tell anyone that your employees are outside the country unless they gave you a contract that says these people must be inside the country and you must, verify it in some way. So you have this power to have like my own company, right? Now, we tell people where people are all the time, but no one ever questions the fact that we're in other countries. That's not quite true, but most of the time they don't. When they do, they never talk to us about it. They just fire us and come up with some weird excuse suddenly. Obviously, we know when they're we know they go on and pay twice as much and don't get the people who can do the jobs. Quite often, the people that they hire end up calling us and being like, can we pay you to do our job because we don't know what we're doing? All the time, right? Because people are just being racist, literally, and just only willing to hire people who live in a certain place that they like where people live. But they don't care that those people can or can't do the job because they're not business people, right? They're defining themselves as not business people. And so by having an agency, you get a lot of this power to be like, yeah, we're an American company. That's all you need to know. And the same thing, you go to any American company, AT&T, where's their call center? Mexico. Go to Lockheed, where are their engineers? India, right? Where are they manufacturing stuff? Turkey. They don't have to do things in America. No one questions there. No one says, even though they're getting U.S. taxpayer dollars, and even though they're working in, in the most in-depth military manufacturing, no one cares where they're making it. Right? They care that it's not inside Russia, but they don't care that it's inside Turkey. They don't care that it's in Argentina. I think having an agency, if you have a product or skill set that you can market, that you can get someone willing to pay for, which a lot of people have, they just haven't thought about creating an online firm to do that, it can be a really good way to create that barrier. It's also really good because when you have your own company, just in general, you have a lot more power over your taxes and your income. So for example, you could have a year where you make a lot of money and it makes sense to not pay your, like, well, we're going to hold some of this for next year, or we're going to invest in the business this year because we have excess money and I'll have to pay all these extra taxes if I get it. But if I invest that extra money this year, then we can grow the business or shore up risk and not pay income tax because it's not income. And then next year, it's lean. We didn't have a lot of work this year, so we're not going to invest. I'm going to take that money as income. But I'm at a good tax bracket this year. So there's a lot of these little things that you can do when you own your own company that are really effective in controlling your finances. And when you live abroad, you need that even more because, for example, and we talk about this a bit, if you're an American, for example, and you live in Nicaragua, you get this huge tax advantage where you don't have to pay taxes on income, but you do on business income. So you can shift things around. Be like, I'm going to pay myself this year because I want that low income. But then you're going to be in the U.S. and do stuff. Now you're going to be taxed like you're local to the U.S. Well, then you shift to business taxation because that's lower when you're in the U.S. And you can maneuver these things legally, completely. It's the way it's designed to be because part of the system of nearly every system in the world, this is not unique to the United States, is designed that if you are willing to run a business and invest in the economy, you will get tax advantages. People who only want to be workers will be punished because they're not taking on those risks. It's a lower risk system, so they pay higher taxes, but they are much more stable. And that is a selling point to try to convince people to do something that is ultimately higher risk. It doesn't feel that way. It's kind of like bonds. Bonds are about the highest risky thing you can do for investments, yet people feel like they're somehow not risky. Mathematically, they're the crazy risk. But gut feel says, well, they can't be. Right? We're completely backwards on this. Employment goes the same way. Business carries a lot of risk, and we all know that businesses are risky, yet people who are business people seem to make money. Obviously, many of them just start off rich, and that's the real secret. But of people who start off the same, those who take risks are often the ones with the lower overall risk. And I was talking to a friend of mine, Jorge Maldonado, a long time ago, and he went into nursing, and his logic was he wanted a career where he had a lot of flexibility to spend time at home, and he didn't want to be stuck with something like IT where they would just make him work long hours and he would never be home, and his time was very important to him, and so he went into a career to give himself that. And I went into IT. Now we didn't do this at the same time. We did, but later we talked about it. We didn't talk about it as we went into it. And for my so he immediately went into nursing and always had this kind of, he had to go into, obviously you have to go somewhere, you can't do nursing online, and he put in his, 40 to 50 hour week, and then he would come home, and he really liked that he could come home. And I put in a few years, 4 or 5 years, of absolutely insane hours. I was working, obviously not, but 24 hours a day, right? Felt like I was actually working 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I didn't do anything. I had no fun. Like, I just worked and studied and built my career and built my company. By the time we would talk to each other about our careers, he'd be like, I'm so thankful that I went into nursing because I don't want to ever have to have overtime. I don't ever. But everything in his life was he had to show up to the office at exactly this time. He had to go to bed at exactly this time. He had to travel to these places, all while I was flexible schedule, able to stay home with my kids full time, never went into an office. Yeah, I worked hard, but I only worked hard on my own hours. I had this flexibility. I did projects. My daughters would be able to hang out with me. Yeah, when they were really young, I wasn't quite able to do that, but by the time they were 3 or 4, I was home with them essentially full time. Once in a while, I would hop a plane and fly to a client. Last month, I flew to Belize for a few days. Yes, I missed my kids, but I have gotten already, they're still, teenagers and live at home. We have gotten more time together as a family because of the decisions I made, because of the way that we have approached life, than anyone I know has ever gotten with their kids. And I still have years of them being kids yet to spend more time with them. And so, do we still wish there was more time to spend together? Of course we do. We wish we could spend all of our time together, wish I never had to work, wish they never had to do school. We wish we could just hang out together and have fun all the time, of course. But in a practical sense, to still be able to have a career that pays the bills, that allows me to stay home, because I was willing to be flexible on my time early on, because I was willing to put in that investment, that felt like I was going into this career where you never control your time, I ultimately controlled my time by the point where it mattered, that I was having kids, that I was, early in my career, I was essentially home full time. And for him, he has no future in his career where he will ever get to do that. He has to retire to get out of going into the office or the clinic every day for the rest of his working life, and his vacations are only when he's able to, he gets 2 or 3 weeks, whatever, a year. That's it. And some holidays, but not guaranteed holidays, because that's not how nursing works. And I know my brother-in-law is in pharmacy, right? And the same thing. It seems so safe, but he has to work every holiday. He has to work unbelievable hours. He has very strict limits to how much he can work in a week, but they work him to those limits every week. There's no exceptions. There's no big vacation options. There's no, this year I'm going to travel. There's no, I'm going to go work from another location. There's no, I'm going to work from home. There's never, I'm going to work from home today. None of that exists. My career, even when I had to go into the office, still was home 2 or 3 days a week minimum. When I worked at IBM and had to be on site, it was only 2 hours a day. Yeah, I had to go in, but only for 2 hours a day. Those things, a lot of people don't get, but because of the career choices I made to push for that, I've basically gotten this flexibility my whole life. And having an agency is not the only path to that, but it is certainly a means of moving in that direction that can be very positive for a lot of people. And it's just, it feels risky. But things that feel risky often feel that way because people want to sell us on other things, because it's not advantageous for other people for us to be successful. It isn't advantageous for other people for us to have good investments. It's not advantageous for other people for us to have good careers, right? There's no one really in the universe who benefits from that except for you and your family, right? And of course your parents want you to, but often, I've talked to so many parents because I am a career consultant in my career. I would say easily the average parents aren't concerned with the safety and viability and long-term flexibility and protections of their children's careers. Most only care about the short-term reflection on themselves. The primary concerns are, well, I want to be able to tell my friends that my kids have a job that impresses my friends. I don't care that they're rich, I don't care that they're happy, I don't care that they're successful, I don't care that they have the comfort of knowing that their career will protect them throughout their lives. I only care that I can brag while I'm still young about their accomplishments in a way that my not very educated friends, pretty typically, and definitely my friends who don't care about the future of my children, will be impressed by, or that I feel they'll be impressed by. It's a really weird set of things, but they are super common, especially in the United States. I've literally had people say, I would rather, actually had these words come out of a parent's mouth, I would rather my kid, and angry, right? I would rather my kids be homeless and never work a day in their lives than to have them not have a college education. They literally were willing to put the words on, it was better to lose money going to college than to ever have a career. They didn't care that they could put food on the table. They didn't care if their kids were happy. They somehow, their kids having a college education of dubious value, they didn't care what it was in, they didn't care that it got them anything. That was the ends, not the means. That's never supposed to be the goal of university, right? Or of pretty much anything. And so that's how people think, right? And if that's how parents often think, imagine how strangers think, or imagine how, coworkers think. They don't care. So thinking about yourself first, often we are pushed to make dangerous emotional evaluations of things that are opposite of reality, because society has often really big benefits from you making bad decisions. They don't want you to make completely horrific decisions. They don't want you to jump in front of a train. They don't want you to drive off a cliff. Those things are obviously terrible, right, and benefit no one. What they want you to do is not get paid as much as you're worth. What they want you to do is not take jobs away from them. They want you to contribute heavily in the taxation to society, but not accumulate wealth, right? There's a lot of things that are societally beneficial, but are not individually beneficial, and that's where they're going to push you, right? And we've been taught to push each other, and there's entire mechanisms of schools and universities and military education programs and standardized testing that's all designed to increase the overall good of the economy at the cost of the individual members of it, because the people who know not to participate in that misinformation system are the greater beneficiaries. They're not affected by the negatives, but they are benefiting from the positives, and they feel good about it because they know anyone can stop and opt out of the system if they decide to. People like me opted out of that system and benefit from it. So for me, if everyone goes out and does bad things for themselves, buys bonds instead of stocks, if they all go out and take manual labor or just employed by other people instead of working for themselves, I benefit in a really tiny, distant way, but I'm certainly not hurt by it. And so that is on a scale how people think, and so that's all this is for EJ's question about online business ideas. But that's why online businesses are often such a good idea. There's so much power, so much flexibility, so much benefit to you by going out and separating yourself from being directly employed and becoming your own employer, so that so all the bad stuff that comes from employment, you don't have to put up with it, right? So he said, any recs for lucrative online business-based ideas? No, that I don't know. Those things are almost always going to be, well, okay, I do know, right? It all comes down to what you're good at. What skill set, what experience do you have? Finding a place where there's like a gap in the market, it's not going to make much difference, right? There's always a little bit of gap. There's always room, but the market is big, right? You're talking about a global market, or at least an American market. And that's so large that there is nothing that just doesn't have anybody. And anything that has a gap will be filled so quickly that it doesn't really matter if you jump into it or not. But what is always going to be super impactful is if you are passionate about something, or you're knowledgeable about something, or you're just naturally good at something, you're going to excel in that field. And you can look and say, well, this job, right? Okay, so web design is super low paying. There's way too many people do it. But this other data analyst, right, is paying really well. But if you're passionate about website design and you hate data analysis, I guarantee you're going to make more money. Even if you get skilled and trained in both, the one that supposedly pays less that you're passionate about is going to pay you better. Maybe it's not going to pay much more in actual money, but you'll probably earn more physical paycheck, but you'll also just enjoy your life much better. You will much more likely create a firm that employs other people, that trains other people, that has its identity well known and establishes a good client base and is able to grow and excel and do a bunch of, you will be happier, with the rarest of exceptions, doing something you're passionate about. Because every moment, that statement of do something that you love and you never work a day in your life is not a joke. That is one of the best pieces of advice people can give you. And I know it's just one of those, statements that everyone's, the axioms that everybody throws around, but it's a real one. It really does matter. And so many people are addicted to the thought. We talk about this. We have so many people that we know closely who are passionately addicted to the idea that going to work should suck. Working is awful. That's why people pay you to do it. Well, no. It's not supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be working is acceptable, and you do something you're passionate about, and you provide value so people pay you to do it. There's no reason to make it suck just so you can feel good about getting paid. That's insane. Quite literally, it's insane. That is not the thought. So find what you're passionate about, make an online agency, and it's going to move you forward in a way that other things will not. But what thing that is for you, very difficult. Edwin says, MGA to Bogota flight is 2 hours, 15 minutes. Yeah, but there's no direct flight anymore, or ever, right? I know it's close, but it doesn't go there. The flights only go through El Salvador. Charles says, yes, I mean you are funny when you don't mean to be. Try humor. Maybe I mean to be. Come on. Especially the video talking about the negatives in Nicaragua, you standing in the trash heap talking about loud noise. Okay, that was a good one. No, those are, I do plan those. I'm not unintentionally funny. I'm just very dry. After many, many, many years, my wife still often misses. I'm so deadpan with things that I say that she'll be like, wait, that was... Now, my youngest daughter, she always catches it. And she tells dad jokes like you wouldn't believe. No, in digital, I don't think the volume is low just for you. I'm watching it's not terrible, but it's way lower than it used to be. But I don't have a way to adjust the volume up that I know of. Wait, I bet I do. Let's go look. Audio. Can I turn this up? No. Oh. Is it louder now? Let's try that. I just turned up the gain. Guys, I'm way louder. I'm sorry. It didn't even occur to me that the input on the Atom had an adjustment because I never have to use it, but of course it does. But I'm using the Streamer X and it's cranked all the way up. That's going to be way better for the last bit of the live stream. Axel says, hey Scott, I love the black and white. Great video today about the game yesterday. Oh, thank you. And I'm loving the black and white too. This is cool. I've one or two. I think the Africa visa video, I think I did in black and white. And I was like, this is cool. In digital says, healthcare IT EMR guy. So my cloud healthcare stuff was not EMR. I do own an EMR company now. But back then we didn't. Treasure of the Time says, how's tourism doing at the moment in Grenada and Leon? I don't know about Grenada, but I assume they're all tracking together. Looking online, it looks like hotel prices are back up to a healthier rate in several areas. Rates are coming up, but mostly it's just because the cost of living is going up, not that tourism is going up. We don't have a lot of tourists still. At least here in Leon, we're not seeing them. Some for sure. Like, it's not zero, but I don't think it's really back up. Up is reasonable, yeah, but not much. Great comment about the Doge guy. Ishathik says, volume seems fine to me. Indiddle says, does Trump election change anything for Nicaragua? It really doesn't. I don't think so. So the kind of the thing you have to understand about U.S. Latin American relations, and especially like Nicaraguan relations, these are not partisan. The U.S. does not dislike Nicaragua because it is because the U.S. is on the right and Nicaragua is on the left, or the U.S. is on the left and Nicaragua is on the right. Like, they tried to colonize Nicaragua and failed. That has led to animosity on Nicaragua's side because the U.S. colonized them and abused the country, and on the U.S. side because Nicaragua stood up for themselves and didn't just accept being steamrolled over. The U.S. does not like that, and so punishment will be doled out for all eternity. That's about all there is to it. There isn't any changes because of politics. If anything, Trump might be really nominally, but truly nominally, beneficial to Nicaragua only because we're off of his radar completely. Biden and Harris had a very, very acute dislike for this region of Latin America, not Nicaragua in any way specifically. They made a point of alienating Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Nicaragua, of course, along with the group. And so they were just really hateful. Like, it really came through. Harris especially, that she went on the I Hate Central America road trip. Like, that was bizarre. Just a trip to basically tell the region the U.S. had no interest in them, hated them in every possible way, and there was no chance that we were ever going to be in the U.S. sphere of influence. That speech seems, if I remember correctly, to have led directly to the entire CA4 moving into the Chinese sphere of influence almost overnight. Like, the U.S. made a point of, we are not partners with Northern Latin America. End of story. Done. And so is Trump going to maintain that incredible level of, we don't like Latin America? I don't know. Probably not, just because he's not going to pay attention to it. Is he going to change policies? Probably not. Is he going to focus on it or even talk about it? I doubt it. Or much. But does that indicate probably positive change? Not necessarily. But I think the most important thing is it's nothing to worry about one way or the other, right? If you love Trump, it's not going to do much. If you hate Trump, it's not going to do much, right? It's really feels in this region, like in the United States, yeah, you probably got a lot of changes coming, a lot of, good, bad, whatever, but changes, almost certainly. But here in Northern Latin America, I think we're anticipating like nothing, right? Partially because, and this is worth understanding, that the amount that the U.S. is interacting with Mexico and Canada, and Denmark and the EU and NATO, and Israel and Egypt, and Jordan and Syria, and Russia and Ukraine, is so extreme. The U.S. has so much going on overseas right now. The American public cannot handle another bit of drama overseas. The U.S. is at drama overload at this point. And I'm not saying it's not for good or bad reasons. I'm just saying there is a level to which the United States is not going to go out picking additional fights because it makes no sense. The U.S. only picks foreign fights when it specifically has something to gain, like, there's some gold here, we're going to go take it. They found new oil, we're going to go take it. Sure. Or when it's going to, and in most cases, get them some political leverage. We managed to make the American public upset with, name the country. The U.S. is hating Peru at the moment, so the U.S. government is going to go pick on Peru, or they can maneuver it, right? That's kind of how they approach things. And so there's no political advantage because Americans are not conscious of Central America at the moment. I mean, they know it exists, but they're not thinking about it. No one knows what's happening other than this really minor bit of confusion about El Salvador, that people are sure that somehow the prison's going to open and all the prisoners are going to somehow take over the country that they couldn't before, and now they're in prison, and that's making it at risk. Imagine if the U.S. truly believed that the act of putting people in prison meant they were going to take over the country. No one has more people imprisoned than the United States, and no one sits around going, oh my gosh, they're all going to get out and take over the country. No, of course they're not, right? Could someone escape from prison? Yes, but are they going to take over the country as their act of escaping? No, that's weird, right? That is not where your brain would go. But somehow when it's El Salvador, people have weird ideas, right? No, people escaping from prison, one, very unlikely, and two, never going to lead to them taking over the country. But then people are like really addicted to the Bitcoin thing. Wow, but El Salvador is so rich, they have Bitcoin. They don't have Bitcoin. They allow Bitcoin. They have officiated having Bitcoin ATMs that are not used. It has done nothing. It has proven to be a massive failure and quite a bit of embarrassment, except in the US where no one understands what's happening and they imagine all these things that are not happening. Is the holding of some Bitcoin beneficial to El Salvador? No one knows. They haven't sold it. Until you sell it, it has no value. So is it good or bad? We don't know. What we do know is that holding currency is a weird way to go and a very risky move. So the whole thing is very, very strange, right? The reality is that El Salvador is struggling with their economy, but it should be because of the recent incarceration of so much of the population. They expected to shrink, which the U.S. Suggested was a reason to not try to stop the American-backed cartels in El Salvador. El Salvador decided that, the good of their own people came above the needs of the U.S. political system, so they incarcerated them anyway and managed to recover the economy during that time. Very small growth, but growth when shrinkage was anticipated. So we're certainly happy with what's going on in El Salvador, and we applaud their efforts, and we think that they're doing a great job at the moment. Can they then turn it into standard growth like we see across the CA4 and become in line economically with the rest of us? We will see. They're struggling now because so much of their diaspora is returning home, which is awesome that they're able to, but they're returning home with foreign budgets that they are not going to be able to maintain. So they're ratcheting up the cost of living while not providing an ongoing economic growth to support that. So how's that going to play out? We don't know. That's where their biggest challenge is likely to be in the upcoming years. So we'll see what they're able to do. A lot of potential, a lot of risk, but they had a lot that they had to fix, and so I think they're doing the right things, and there may be some things that they just have to live with as negative that they can't really repair. But elsewhere in the region, growth has been pretty good. Maybe not Costa Rica there, but it seems to be more or less okay. And Digital says, bam, that must be for the microphone. Dale says, wow, yeah, that's a lot louder. There's a background fuzz now. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's see if we can adjust that. Maybe there's a happy medium somewhere. But happy mediums, that's not what I do. I do yes and no and up and down, and let's see, it's okay. Oh, yeah, that is pretty high. We don't want that high. Oh, no. I don't want negatives. I don't understand how this thing works. How's that? I don't know that I made it any better. They were quiet when they picked on Peru. We encourage Latin American countries to build prisons. America encourages everyone to build prisons. I think Venezuela is kind of on the U.S. radar these days. Honestly, I don't know that it is. That's the funny thing, is that Venezuela was on the U.S. radar, right? But it has heavily fallen off of it, which is interesting, right? Now, Panama is on the radar for sure, but Panama has now distracted everyone from Venezuela. It's incredible how quickly Americans forget what's going on, right? And so, like, there was this huge, like, oh, the U.S. is really going to get involved in Venezuela. We're not going to let things happen, blah, blah, blah. And then, whatever, just ignore it. Now it's completely out of the consciousness. No one knows what's happening. You know, things have moved on. Venezuela is stable. No one's worried. A bunch of local countries have stepped in and are like, yeah, we're here to back up Venezuela. Venezuela's like, yeah, we got this. Like, everything's fine. So, you know, I'm not on the ground in Venezuela, but people on the channel have been there recently or like, yeah, things are fine. I've had people visit from there. They're like, yeah, things are fine. Like, it's not perfect, right? No one's saying it's perfect. It's like this like upheaval thought that people have just isn't going on. That the U.S. is really impacting them, or says, well done. The dynasty must be really old. Yeah. Is the fuzz your home lab? There's some. Mostly, it's just that the microphone needs gain. So I'm not sure how I have to deal with that, but I got to figure that out. But that's what's going on. I hope you got a server somewhere in the background. No. There's a little NAS behind me, but I can't hear it here. There's no way you're hearing it over the microphone at the moment anyway. I'm trying to think of what here. I mean, all the lights and stuff make a little noise, but very little. Sadly, fuzz is unchanged. Oh, you got a hum, could be cable. Let's see, what if I move some of this? I got a big XLR cable going across the desk. Yeah. Oh no! I bet you heard that.
What happened?
My microphone fell over so much that it knocked out the camera. It actually just hit the button and changed the camera. That's pretty funny. All right. Is that any better? Oh, my dad's here. Hey, Dad. Did the hum get any better? I don't really have much of anywhere to put this cable, so it's kind of sprawled out on my desk, but I'm going to move it a little bit. Pull this. Hopefully the cables don't come out. I can't imagine it's going to be much change, but we're trying. We're doing our best. Yeah, I assume if I bring this... I really don't want to touch this. I don't know what it's going to do. Every time I touch this knob, it jumps wildly. So it's really hard to adjust well. Now I think it's quiet again, so that's too little. I can do stereo pan. How's this? Now I'm on this side. Now I'm on this side. Now I'm over here on the right. Now I'm over here on the left. Now can I get it back to the middle? That's good. Yeah, I can. Okay. When's the new desk and office setup scheduled to arrive? Honestly, I have no idea. I need headphones. What am I going to do with headphones? You mean so that I can hear it? The problem with, I mean, I can do that. The problem is that there's a delay, and there's no way for me to get headphone monitors out of the broadcast because it's after where all the equipment is. Because I'm actually upping it in the broadcast stuff, not in the microphone portion. So I'm not sure how that would help. I guess there is a headphone jack on it somewhere. There's a headphone monitor thing on it. What if I change this? What does that do? That makes me really quiet. That isn't good. Oh, well, how's that? Is that any better? That seems like it's really loud. No, maybe not. I wish I had more dials. I like the dials on the Rode a lot more than on the Atom, the Black Magic. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. The desk, my guy who does that stuff is so busy with projects because we're getting our hotel open with rooms and stuff, and so that's really just, he's so busy. We can never use him for anything. And he's our driver for stuff, so that's really complicates. Just, we have so much need for staff. It's overwhelming. I'm not a sound person. What do I know? Okay. Oh, is it picking up a fan or AC? When you turn yourself down, it goes down. So, I mean, there's some amount of noise in the room, but it really is low. The loudest fan in the room, I can move the microphone so you can hear it, but it's really quiet, is the camera, because the camera has an active fan. So I'm going to move the microphone, and you can tell me if this gets any better. You can tell me if it gets louder. Yes, I know you mean headphone out jack, but out from where? I've got so much equipment here. Which piece do I listen to it out from?
My laptop makes a pretty loud noise.
My daughter says her laptop is kind of low. They must be able to hear you if they can hear these fans. Because you're much louder than the fans and you're directed towards the microphone. But I feel like my camera's louder than your laptop. Is it better with it turned down, or is it better to have the buzz? I don't know. I have headphones here somewhere. But yeah, so the problem is I have, okay, here's my headphones. You can't tell that I have this really awesome orange case, but I do. These are my Apple AirPods. The problem is that I can attach them to the Rode X and have that feed through my computer, but yeah, I feel like it is just fuzz. That is my guess. I can feed it through my computer, but my computer is not handling the audio, so they will not connect to the thing that's handling the audio. But I'm not sure how much I'd be able to hear it. Not that it isn't there, but because like I'm talking and doing stuff in the room, and like it's hard to isolate down and hear yourself making noise, right? Like that's a challenge. So I'm not sure. So the question is, should I just turn it down? Buzz is better than low volume for me. Okay, that's what I need to know. If you disagree with Dale, let me know. I wish there was a way to directly get the microphone louder. Oh, you know what? Okay. Let me see if I can figure that out. Maybe. No, I've got that all the way up. I can't imagine that there's some way for me to adjust that, but I'm going to see what I can do. All right, so open up Road Central. You could troubleshoot it. In theory, I could. Okay, none of these things seem to have controls on this. Okay, that app is not going to do anything. Let's open up Unify. It's a new Rode mic, so there's a lot I don't know about it. It's trying to open. There we go. All right. So it's got headphone monitors. Monitor. Oh, by the way, because of the way we have it set up, we can do... This is where having... Okay, you're right. With headphones on this would help, because I can do this, and I don't know what you're hearing. Like, I can tell it made noise because the monitor went off, but I don't know what it was. Its distortion must be in the transmission or hardware. Yeah, that's... Okay, so this is me talking, this is me talking, this is me talking. That didn't change anything. Okay. Why didn't that change anything? Oh, this can't tell that I'm making sound at all. Well, that's weird. Recording view, no. Mixer view. Why is the mixer view not showing me anything? Obviously I'm making sound. You all can hear me. Oh, Unify, you're a weird system. I couldn't hear it at all before, but now it sounds like air blowing or the ocean in the background, sort of. Huh. Oh, is this? No, that's the sound effects volume. Is it this? Does this change anything? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't seem to. That seems to be exactly the same. Yeah, this is weird.
I'm gonna leave the room and see if I can tell what it is.
Oh, you're gonna go watch it from somewhere else?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My daughter's off to watch, and she knows what she's doing, so that may help.
I know it right now, but I can't.
In digital says switch mics. I have to switch the platform completely to switch mics. Is it that bad that I need to go to my old mic? Where did I put my old mic? It's sitting in here somewhere. I was sure I wasn't going to need it because this is the better mic. Let's give my daughter a minute to figure out what's going on. And I'm surprised this doesn't have more options for... oh, what did that do? Nothing? Okay. Huh. There's definitely a huge lack of control beyond just, I mean, I've got the microphone turned all the way up.
It is a pretty loud fuzz.
It is a pretty loud fuzz?
Yeah. Does my laptop need to be on? I'm gonna turn it off, see if that helps.
Okay. I mean, I guess.
Well, like, does it need to be on for anything, or can I just, like, shut it off?
You can just shut it off.
Okay.
That'd be so weird if that's what it is. Alright guys, we're trying this. See if I even notice the change in. I suppose I could move a lot closer to the mic and then turn everything down.
Oh, my laptop's off. I can actually hear it in the room. Like the fuzz now.
You hear the fuzz? You hear the in the room? Is it, I mean, there's
like,
fans on all the lights.
Through the headphones.
Oh, through the headphones. Yeah. Gotcha. Edwin says, good night, Scott. I gotta do gym routine next morning. Dale says, it's constant white noise. It could just be just about anything. Fan, straight cable, too high in the gain. If you ignore it, your brain will filter it out. Yeah, that's the, I mean, we've got XLR cables, but the gain is problematic.
I'm not sure what it is. Do you want to try turning off the AC and see if that's it? Like, just for a little bit.
Yeah. Given that I can't hear anything in the room, it seems really unlikely that it's something in the room.
I mean, it's pretty loud.
Weird.
It's not the AC.
Oh, okay. I mean, I could put in monitors and listen to myself, but then it's gonna be me on delay, and I'll be like, wah! Let's see. Oh.
Okay, you just started talking in the video, so it is quite a bit of a delay.
Yeah, okay. Gain might be the thing, as I didn't notice it until you up the gain. Well, I just took the gain back down. So in theory, we have no gain on right now. So I can talk louder. Let's see if that's working. How new is the mic? The mic is, I don't know, this is the first thing I'm recording with it. I mean, I've done a couple like WhatsApp calls on it. That's it. This is the first time.
It's way better.
It's way better? Okay, so the problem is somehow gain on, and I barely tweaked it.
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah.
But it's not as loud.
Okay, so the gain on the atom creates the problem. Interesting. And how loud, like, am I loud enough? Like, I mean, I know it's not as loud, but...
When you talk, it's a lot harder to hear it.
What, the background sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. Well, here we go. I guess part of it is it's too far from me, I guess, but it's pretty close, and I'm aimed right at it, so...
Well, it's fairly loud, but it is less noticeable than before.
It did drop a bit, Dale says. Yeah. It's, I am loud enough. Jan says, my next class is 5 a.m., so I gotta go, get a little rest, have fun, good luck with the troubleshooting. Thanks. It is possible. I am running through some filters. I wonder if I can figure out how I adjust them. I had this figured out at some point, because I can configure like how it does boost and stuff. Actually, that's a real possibility that it's that. Ooh, audio setup. There we go. Hold on. Let's see. Does that take it up? Does that take it up? No, that doesn't do anything. That's some kind of monitoring thing. I don't know what that is. No, we got it cranked all the way up. We're processing for a lot of things. So let's see. Does this make it any better? I feel like I heard noise that time. Does this make it any better? Or does this make it any better? Or does this make it any better?
That was a lot of this.
It was. This, or this. She said, I have my computer at the volume I typically keep it at, and your voice is perfectly reasonable. Well, there we go. So this is the plain microphone. This is me with nothing going on. This is me with standard depth, sparkle, and punch processing through the MFX processor. And this is me with advanced processing with a whole bunch of high-pass filter, a de-esser, noise gate, a compressor, panning, big bottom, aural exciter, and EQ all going on. Which might help. The high-pass filter might clean it up. So let's see if this particular thing works. Anyone? Testing. We got to figure out how much delay there is to get to this.
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit of delay?
Yeah.
I know. Dale says, no change on any of the three. Goes well with the black and white, though. Okay, good. There's silver linings. Or we can have silver linings because it's black and white.
Do you want to try listening to it?
I mean, I can listen to it from here, I think.
Okay.
So I guess I'll pop in and see what I can hear.
Okay, yeah. Just hold it up. Just like you do this, you'll be able to hear it pretty well.
I have noise canceling.
Oh, well, yeah. I'll make it better.
I can make the world go away.
Forgot about that.
I'm not sure if it plays audio for me from this. I've never actually tested that. I'm going to open it in another place and listen over here. They all seem pretty much the same. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Where's my live stream? Here it comes. All right, I'm jumping in. Oh, I can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, that is a lot. Weird. I wonder if it's just add some film grain to the video and call it a day. I can do that.
That would make it better. It would make it seem intentional.
If you want to jump into the camera, there's a film grain setting. You could do that.
How do I find that?
So I'm hearing myself. I am going to change some of these settings. I just want to see. Oh, I didn't realize you're completely audible.
Yeah, I am. I didn't know that either.
Like, it's like you're sitting here with the microphone. Holy cow.
Well, it's like I'm just off screen, but I'm off screen a little way.
Right, you're actually quite far off screen, and it's so we both know you should reboot. That's so funny. Yep. Alright, I'm looking at the other settings, seeing if there's...
What?
Oh, I'm looking at the... What just happened? Oh, an ad came up. That's funny. Like, it was right as I went into something, and I'm like, that can't be right.
You broke it.
Alright, so this is... Do you have a fan next to the mic? No, there's no fan in this area that I'm aware of.
I can confirm there is no viewable fan, at least.
Right, yeah. Liesel says there is no fan in the area. Alright, I'm going to cut off the advanced processing now, and I'm going to see if that sounds different. This is mostly for me, because I'm listening. It does not spell your name right in the, not even close.
In the captions?
Oh, it doesn't sound different at all. Yeah, okay, that's weird. I wonder if this is... They do like you being in the show, though.
Yeah.
You get good comments.
I got at least 3 comments. Around 2.
I'm trying to figure out if this, like... So it's possible that the mic is just passing through raw and it's not processing. But I don't know how I fix that. Oh, did my audio? No, my audio is still coming through. What does that do? Oh, that's unclear. There's a lot of controls on this that I don't know, and I don't know what does what, or if anything does.
You have a lot of devices in here, so if it's one of them, we're never going to be able to find what's making the
Right,
noise.
yeah, there is so much in here, but I don't think it is, because the microphone's picking up something much louder than the room. Now, the cables may be picking up, you know... I really need to get a stand for the mic. It's just kind of sitting on my desk.
I'm going to take out my headphones a bit for that.
I feel like it got a little bit quieter there for a second. He says, oh, did microphone come with software? No, it's an XLR. Like, there's no way to have software for an XLR. This is a studio mic. It's constant and unchanging, which suggests something in the hardware or electrical field. Right, I agree. Sin Rodeo says, what about computer fan monitor? No, it's pretty far from that. Yeah, so I've moved the cable a bit here, and it's not...
Do you need any help moving it more?
I don't think so. Yeah, no amount of me moving it around is doing anything. I don't know if it's related, but you've also once in a while had moments where your audio had cut out completely for 1 or 2 seconds and various points during the broadcast. No, I don't think... I think that's actually the audio, or the stream having problems. The microphone is just plugged in, so it's very basic in that way. I've now got the cable draped all over to try to make it better. Is it better?
I'm really far behind. Are you any closer? I'm still when you're replying to comments.
No. Every time I get quiet, it just comes back the same.
And like nothing happened with the camera when you moved it closer?
Oh, I mean, I can move it close to the camera to test. Alright, that was just a quick test for me. This is a really boring bit of microphone test we're doing for everybody. Jorge's here. Hey, sup, Jorge? And Digital says, reboot.
I mean, if we figure it out now...
Okay, with the microphone close, absolutely no change. As I move the microphone around the room, no change.
Okay.
It has to be electrical noise.
Yeah.
Well, so that seems to answer it. So the question I need to figure out is, does it come from the microphone? Does it come from the Streamer X? Does it come from the Atom? I feel like when I do audio recordings and the Atom is not in play, that it doesn't happen.
What is the Atom? Is that your board?
That's the broadcast board. So that seems like the only thing. Yeah, Itchithick says moving it changes nothing.
Yeah.
And Individual says swap out the mic, but I don't have a bunch of expensive XLR mics here. Like that's not an option. And if I switch mics, I have to switch devices. Like it's that's why I'm Individual's like I'm invested in this now. I wish I had mics to swap in and out. I can move. Ooh, I do have a test. I guess I can keep talking because this works for such a distance. See if I can get this working. There's my light.
Is that the one that you take on to like walks? Or is that
I can, yeah. There we go. Alright, let's see if this does anything. Now we gotta see if it works. Am I still getting audio? Okay, I'm still getting audio. Okay, so when I change this, nothing happens. Okay, this says disconnected. This has to be the wrong one.
Oh.
Okay, I need to find another microphone that looks just like this in the room.
I'll try finding it.
We're on the hunt for a microphone. Could it be...
Gonna look over here to stay off camera.
I feel like it would be over here, but...
I mean, you moved stuff earlier.
No, I don't remember moving that anytime recently.
Doesn't mean that you haven't.
It doesn't mean I didn't. You are correct. Ask Google why my mic make noise. I don't think it's over here.
I'm not seeing anything that looks like it.
What? Alright guys, I'm walking around the room for a minute. We're on the hunt for a Rode wireless mic.
There's a bunch of stuff in this basket.
I have a basket that is dedicated. That might be it. Let me see that pouch on top. This. But, yeah, here it is. Well, that can't be right, though. Yeah, I found it. But it's... I'm sure it's the wrong one. I'm sure the one I have is the right one. Alright. Everyone's invested. We're gonna keep working on this till we figure something out. I really don't think it's the computer fan noise. Like, it could be, but it's a... Oh. Yeah, they say disconnected, but I'm... This one really doesn't want to turn on. Alright. I'm playing with things. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't think I have... Oh, I still have audio. Okay. It's the ghost of the machine. It really is. So why is my Rode not paired? It says I have an unpair option, but how do I pair it? Oh my gosh, these gnats everywhere are driving me nuts.
The audio at least hasn't cut out at all.
Okay, the audio hasn't cut out at all. We're good on that.
I mean, I'd say that's worse than the fuzz.
True, no audio is worse than the fuzz.
It's worse than the cops.
Yeah. I don't know why Rode makes it so impossible to find the information on how to pair. Here it is. Okay, this must be it. Turn it on. Press and hold until wireless LED starts to blink. Oh. Oh, there we go. Aha! Okay.
You got it?
This paired. I now have a microphone. So now the question is, how do I switch to it? This is one microphone. This should be another. Does this work? Does this do anything? No, that's still this one. How do I change which one is acting as the input now? Or is it both? Okay, we can turn this down, in theory. Alright, can people still hear me? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Siri's giving me some serious crap.
I'm gonna close YouTube and go back in because I feel like I'm really far behind you.
Okay. Okay, so this is important. We're now on a new mic. Completely different mic. And it has not changed. So this is the alternative mic, and it's not working. And just to prove that it's not this other one, hold on. I'm gonna unplug this one just to prove that it's not this mic. Is it still? Yep, still have audio. This is now unplugged. So there's no possibility that it is mic related. Now I know that this mic, the wireless that I'm on, provides crystal clear audio in other circumstances. Can you bring me the transmitter that was in that pouch? I have an idea.
What's the transmitter look like?
It looks almost like one of these. There's a wire on it. It's in the pouch that we just had. Oh, never mind. It's on my desk.
Okay.
Okay, so we wanted to test some things. We're about to test some things. Can you plug this into the microphone input right there? And just tell me if it's in 1 or 2.
I'm gonna put it in mic 1.
Right.
I guess it's in.
And then, all right. It says it's getting. Here we go. This is the moment of truth. All right. Now we have 2 inputs. We're about to cut off this one. Okay, we're coming back to this because we lost all audio there. But I can see that it's doing stuff. Now I gotta figure out what's going on. Yeah, got pretty silent there. Oh, that's not all the way in.
Oh, is it not? I tried pushing it. It didn't seem like it was going to go in anymore, but it didn't look like it was in all the way.
Okay. All right, now is it getting audio from? No, but it turned itself on? Oh, that's weird. It went to stereo.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting audio, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna. There, now we muted that. There we go. Now we have some beautiful audio that sounds absolutely fantastic. So, I don't know if it's the input. I kind of like the stereo effect, though. It sounds good. So we got to figure out if it's the streamer acts, like what's going on to create that problem. But that's certainly what it is. So how do I sound now, guys? Now that I'm going to come back and actually read the comments once again. Goes to the machine. Can you pair only one audio device at a time? Well, it's complicated. So the Streamer X can allow me to have one wireless or the main microphone. No, I still hear the noise.
Yeah, I do too. Also, in digital format is right. It is still like echoing. Because I think you got 2.
Hold on. I just, for some reason, the microphone turned itself. Oh no, I had muted it. Let's see if it cuts out just a second ago. Well, at least you know your new mic isn't busted. Yes. Not the mic. Echo now. It's only in one ear. Why is it only in one ear? What the heck?
Is that what stereo does?
It's not supposed to do that.
Yeah, the buzz is gone.
Yeah, the buzz is gone. So the buzz is coming some combination of from this unit to this unit. That much we know. We're gonna have to play with that and figure out what it's doing.
works if you're either only watching with one headphone or no headphones. It's all good.
Yeah. Now we gotta make the experience into stereo. Which we've done this in the past without problems with stereo. I can only imagine. Oh, it's because we have a stereo output. No. Yes. Yes, the wireless unit is designed for stereo. There's a way to change it, but I don't know what it is. I'm probably a little bit louder now. Okay. Rode wireless. Go to stereo. I'm going to try to fix that. Merged and split. Ooh, that's too loud. Sorry, guys. I think that's probably good. And how do I switch the modes? I understand what they do. I just want... Dale says, successful stream. Figured out where the buzz is coming from. First step towards a solution. And Digital says, I consider this fixed. Ticket closed. Press and hold both buttons. Oh. How's that? Are we now in stereo? No, I don't think so. No, we're still in single. Okay, hold on. Now what's it doing? Now, there we go. Now we're back to full mono. That'll make it a lot louder because it'll be in both ears.
I think
the stream is gone.
Yeah.
What?
What did you do?
I don't know. It froze.
Yeah.
Oh, it's caching fast. It's got a problem. No. Sorry, guys. We cut out. We like totally cut out. Hang with us. We're getting there. Cache is repairing. We must have had an outage for a few seconds. There we go. We sound great. Now it's awesome.
Oh. I just got to the part where it's in both.
Yep. Now what we could do is leave it in stereo and give one to me and one to you, and then we'll both be local audio. That's really a bummer that this doesn't work for that. That's not why I had it, but I wanted to use that microphone. That was like the big thing. It is possible. Is it possible it's the... No, it can't be the HDMI because it's digital. It can't pick up a buzz on the way. Luis says, I'm back. And now it's in mono. Yeah.
Does it mono mean one? What does it mean when it's in mono?
Mono, it's only one channel of audio, but it's going to both ears.
Oh, okay.
As opposed to stereo with one channel and only goes to whatever ear it's assigned to. All right, guys. Now it at least sounds excellent. Sorry that we had bad audio for the entire video. I was all excited that we had this great new microphone. It was going to sound awesome. Now I'm all bummed. We're going to have to do a recording with the Streamer X and test that to see what it does on its own. Well, to celebrate our new audio, we're going to switch to monochrome and see how monochrome is different than Arcos monochrome.
Mono for mono.
But it says left channel only. I've got, it's in both ears for me. You guys should have me in both ears. I'm going to take off the headphones now. I do not need to hear myself talk anymore because that's really hard to do the show when I'm listening to myself. It's kind of cool because it filters me out. Oh, look, it froze.
Oh, did it?
And we froze. Every time I do anything, it freezes. This one didn't freeze. It says excellent. This one froze. Oh, because it paused because I took the headphones out.
Oh. Yeah.
Yep. But I don't need to have that going on. That's not helping anything.
It's still in both for me, though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's working really well now. All the monitors say it's good. Everything looks good.
If it's still only in one for you, your headphone might be broken.
Right. Louder. Buddhist says louder, but still only left. Buddhist, if that's what you're getting, something's wrong on your end. Everyone else has it on both ears, for sure. I have another one of these. I have an extra dead cat.
Huh.
Who knew? Well, this is not a very practical solution. I need to get some microphone stands and different mics. And oh man, is good. But see, Sin Rodeo has both ears. Liesel has both ears. I have both ears. Everyone has both ears. I think, Buddhist, your right ear battery died while we were testing and you didn't realize it. Now, unfortunately, the thing that did not get fixed is our anime filtering that Liesel put so much effort into working on, and it's still all messed up.
Slightly mindless, but I still put quite a bit of time into it.
Yep. Oh, and okay, so in season 5,
yep.
The first one comes up as episode 18, the second one comes up as episode 107.
Huh.
So they're really scanning all wacky.
Yeah.
That sucks. Ah, man, these things are so oddly complicated.
Yeah.
What numbers are in there? 18 is the highest number. That's exactly the same as all the others. I thought we had a pattern that worked.
I thought so.
That it's unreliable. That's the most frustrating thing, is that it's not the same with each scan. Like, it's just kind of random. Oh, I never turned off the thing we were going to test. I did another scan. I was waiting for it for so long that I never got a chance to do that. All right, we're going to do that now while everybody's listening to me talk.
18 is a different one. The others are all from the same person.
Wait, Itchethix says, wait, are those really called dead cats? So I have a lot of these. Yes, so this is from my Sony. This is a dead cat. Can we? Come on, Fuji, it's in the middle. There's no face to focus on. You can do this.
Maybe cover your face.
It's like, no, I will not show a dead cat. What do you want from me?
Simply too fuzzy.
Yeah, so I have to put this at my face. This is a dead cat. And that's its real name. Who's your sound guy at the bar? I have no idea who our sound guy at the bar is. Wait, it's still scanning the anime folder. That's how many videos are in there. That's why they're coming up weird, but I've got to still jump into the dashboard. Okay, we don't need that right now. It's been doing a subtitle extract since middle of the afternoon. It's at 2.6%.
Well, not getting much progress with that.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to get all the... what is the question about the sound guy at the bar? Which bar? Because we have more than one bar. Let's see, anime is scanning, manage library. We're going to be doing a video coming up soon on Jellyfin, because I already recorded half of it, but I want to do a video and kind of dig into how to install it, because it's one of the coolest things. We use it for so much here. It's so nice. All right, we're not prefer embedded episode information over titles for extras. Prefer titles over file names. I don't know how much these are going to matter. Oh. Wait, we're using TVDB first, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It's set to AnyDB as the primary. Okay, so I switched that.
Yeah, I think that changed it. That changed from last time, because before it was the TVDB.
Okay, I'm setting TVDB as the primary for everything. See what happens.
Maybe the problem was just it didn't realize it was in the right season.
Learn something new every day. Cheers, my friend. Okay, we're going to set that, and we're going to get into individual folders. It's still scanning. It's at 99%, so it's not ready to rescan yet. And replace all metadata. See what happens. All right. It is now 11 o'clock. We spent an hour fixing the microphone, just so everybody knows. That's how dedicated we were to getting good audio on this broadcast. But it is way better now. That was an hour?
No, I was going to comment on that earlier.
It's a lot, but we care about our audio here. We have good video production, but it was our first live stream of the year, so there's gonna be things go wrong. Like, it just had to. So still the most important thing is having a microphone stand. That is consistently, I need that here. I get all the equipment, but not the stands.
Should we get you a boom mic that I hold
that would be cool. And I can move around, and we can go on adventures and you can like running around. But it says sound is fine. Yeah, now it's fine.
We got a boom mic, and I'm like holding the camera, and you're running around the house, and I'm following you.
Right. That's what we should do. We should get a rig that you can hold, and run around with that. If we hooked up other things to this, you can switch between the cameras too.
It feels like I'm supposed to be helping out with the stream, but I've only helped out with the audio, and I'm not like actually in control of it.
Yep, we got to add stuff to that. When Marcella does it, she'll switch the cameras and have one pointing towards her and one towards me, and she'll sit over here, and I'll sit over there, and then I'll be like, oh, Marcella says something, and she'll flip the camera and be like, blah, 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 and then flip it back.
Yeah, because I'm off screen, it sounds like I am supposed to be, like, working with things.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm changing the camera filter, stuff like that.
They said the only problem with the new audio is they can't hear you now.
Oh.
Which is weird, but I mean, it's a completely different.
Closer to you.
It is closer, and it's a completely different type of microphone. So, but it's meant for near field. It's basically like a lavalier, whereas the other is this big monster thing. This thing weighs like 5 pounds. Like, it's absolutely crazy. I'm not sure how to set it down. Well, that's too bad. Yeah, because you were crystal clear on the other microphone. Well, you can hear yourself. I don't have the audio on. How does it sound to you?
I'm pretty quiet, but my sound's a little down, so I thought that was why. I'll talk for a bit now, and I'll listen to it when I come
up. All right, guys, what else we got going on? We only got 13 people on, but we hit 400 views, which is pretty respectable. We definitely lost some people due to our bad audio. Sorry about that. I'm getting weary of the black and white. I think we need to go to color. That's sepia, provia, velvia. We're going to maximum color. We're going to high vibrance, straight from with the new audio. I think we've earned a colorful show at this point. Everyone's like, "What does your daughter look like? Where is she?" You're the mystery voice on the show.
The air.
Maybe you're the hum on the show. I don't think I'm in focus. Is the back? Is that what's in focus? Like, is this what's in focus? This is what should be in focus. But it will not focus no matter what I do. I can't tell where it's finding focus.
What, is it on like a set focus, or is it like adjusting it in real time?
It should be adjusting it in real time, but it doesn't seem to be.
When you move your face,
Mm-hmm.
like it doesn't like track where you are. Like if you get closer to the camera, you will still be blurry.
What the heck? It's not. Yeah, it's not getting me. There, now I'm in focus. It must have had an off-center focus.
Also, you can hear me, but I am pretty quiet.
Yeah, and the focus is definitely struggling. It's doing something weird. I'm not sure what it's focusing on. I tell the screen where to focus, but there's so many cables in front of the screen that it's It's very unclear. Well, now I'm in focus and the background's blurry, so at least that's a step in the right direction. Dale says, nice stream, though. Good return for the new year. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're experimenting. We're going to have this hopefully smoother for next time. It's been a couple weeks, so everything needs to be reset up. Nothing's been touched in forever, and who knows what setting we have this thing on that's all weird now. Where's your merch site? I need a t-shirt. Oh, I know. That's what we also need to get this thing. Oh, yeah, look. Now it's focusing. So this thing's awesome. And look how cool that looks when I get it to focus. Like, that's pretty cool.
I'll tell you when it shows up.
These are awesome. I really want to get these made because they're so cool. But now we can show the microphone, too, so people can really see what it looks like. Like, look at this.
Yeah, it's pretty nice and focused.
Yeah. Now we got some focus going on. Who knows? It just kind of lost its mind as the focus earlier. But this thing's great. So we got the orange cable that apparently is contributing to noise. Who knows? And this whole thing. It looks so cool. It just doesn't sound good.
I don't think we have any proof that the cord is the culprit.
Right. So we're going to spend some time working on the audio offline and figure that out. Now I have a production assistant to work with me, so we're gonna put her to work, get things done. My persimmon dude is trying to steal focus. It's true. This guy's he's a troublemaker. That one. Behind the scenes tech support. There's a lot that goes into making this show, you know? Like, it's not easy doing this all day, every day. I have to whip out episodes super fast and figure out how to make everything work and keep all the cameras functional, all the batteries charged, and all the audio stuff. And live streaming is very different than the recorded show. There's just a lot going on.
I think from that they could tell.
Yeah. And it's hard to have enough equipment for everything. That's extra hard, that there's just so much of, like, got to have a stand and a cable and a tester and a monitor and a blah, 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 blah. It just goes on and on and on.
Do you think labeling will help? I mean, Sean and I have a sticker maker now.
You have a sticker maker. I think the labels are good. I think I know where everything is. It's how it works or how to tell what's working, and that stuff is what's tough.
I mean, you didn't know exactly where your mic was.
I did not. That is true. I mean, we did find it. It was put away.
Yeah.
The only reason I didn't find it.
Oh
no, no! It was the one over here was the right one. It just didn't. I had to do a thing to pair it, and now it's paired.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yes. All right, guys. It is after 11. We've had a good one. We've had a lot of. Oh, wait. Behind the scenes. Oh, your hand covered the orange head in the back, which was competing for focus with your face. Is that the thing? Do I have to like? No. That's actually possible. It's possible that it's picking up that face instead of mine. Oh my gosh, it totally does. If I cover my face, it switches to the orange. Oh yeah, look, now I'm in focus.
What? Oh.
I turned the orange around and it stopped looking at its face.
I just got to the part where you covered your face. It did go straight to him.
Yeah, see, now it doesn't, because it doesn't see it as a face back there. That is the most ridiculous thing possibly ever. Anyway, after all of that...
the background a bit more when you like turned him around.
Yeah. I think we're going to call it a night, guys. We've had our technical difficulties. We've gotten things working. For the most part, the stream worked all evening. That's pretty good. Really appreciate everyone jumping on. It is after 11. We've had a pretty respectable 5.25 hours. That's not too bad for getting back into it for the new year. We're over 400 views. Feeling good about that, and good discussion and everything. So thank you so much, everyone, for jumping on to our colorful and black and white, all kinds of audio, weird problems, and leave your comments, as always, write in and tell Liesl that she needs to do the show more often. That would be a lot of fun when she's on. It's nice having the banter. It's like it's kind of like, well, you don't know this reference, but it's kind of like the on Letterman, and he's talking to his band leader. He's like, "Hey, what about the ball?" You hear something call from across the. Those eyes are showstoppers. Yep. When you held the cup up and got it in focus, your hand covered the orange face. Oh, that's what it was. So I must have done like that. Ah, yep. Yeah, Dale says good stream. Awesome. Good to know. This is quality content we're making here. Oh, now we have more people watching. See, every time I go to leave, more people jump on. Time to go watching some Dreaming Spanish. We'll be going to one, try to figure out why our anime stuff is not working, and two, Lisa and I are off to watch more of Three's Company, because that's what we've been binging for some time, and I'm tired. It's been a long day. And a lot of work going on tomorrow. Some of you are coming out tomorrow. Marcella is coming out tomorrow. We are tomorrow, for the last of you that are on, we are going to be, hopefully tomorrow, getting the GoFundMe set up for those who, actually, for the last bit, we're going to be doing an announcement about this so people know. Oh, and I just want to test this one more time. Oh, look at that. Like, it grabs it right away now. And there I am. Okay. They did discover Marcella does have cancer. She had to go to bed 3.5 hours ago. She's under doctor's orders. She has Hodgkin's lymphoma, which is a blood cancer, which is why she has the lung problem. She does not have lung cancer. That was the terrible fear, was that she had lung cancer, and if she did, the tumor is so bad that it would be almost certainly just a matter of giving her a schedule. With Hodgkin's lymphoma, it basically acts like an immunodeficiency disease. So she has a very weakened immune system, which has led to a separate infection in her lungs. So they believe that, so she's starting chemo any day, which is going to be rough, of course. And they believe that with the first little bit of chemo treatments, that is going to put her into a situation where the medicine for her infection will start to be able to take effect, because she's been on that medicine for months now, and it has not done what it's supposed to do, which is how they were able to track down the lymphoma. So obviously having cancer and having it being very aggressive has been very bad, but they are very hopeful that the treatments are going to work. There is a very straightforward treatment plan. The doctors are feeling very good about it. They feel that this explains all the unknowns that they have been dealing with. And so she's been the last 2 days in nonstop meetings at different hospitals. She's been with a number of experts, both pulmonary and oncology. She is going to be here for the weekend because she lives just down the street. So she's local here, but she stays in Managua because the main hospitals for both pulmonary and oncology are in Managua. And her mother is there, so she stays with her mother, and her kids are there right now. Her sister's been here taking care of her house. So she's going to be doing treatments in Managua, so she's going back and forth, but they're very hopeful that she'll be able to come back relatively soon. They actually don't think this is going to be a really long treatment plan. So fingers crossed that it really works. At this point, she's still getting sicker, but they have a plan, and the chemo starts very soon. So that is the current status of things. So it's mostly good, but we are doing, we're going to set up a GoFundMe. We've already raised some money for her even before we got it up. But we are going to announce it, I'm hoping, in the next 48 hours so that people can actually help out. She doesn't need a ton of money, but she is a single mother. She has 2 children. They are starting school here in Leon, and she's not able to do... so her medical bills are all covered, right? The government takes care of all that, oncology, all these things that would be absolutely devastating financially in the United States. She doesn't have that. Like, this is... From that perspective, this is a phenomenal process. What they don't assist with, right? As a single parent, she's not home to cook for her kids, so providing food for them is a big challenge. She has to deal with moving between cities and staying with family, and having to have people watch her house and run errands for her. And there's just a lot of life expenses and complications that come with the being sick and not able to provide for her family. Now her job continues, so she's not in a position where she's lost her job or not able to get paid, which is relatively unique. So she's in much better position than many people would be. But there are still, when you're going through chemo, there are a lot of costs
that are just incurred by the process, travel costs, childcare costs, getting into school costs, and those things. So we are going to be starting a GoFundMe. Our overall goal is to raise $5,000. $1,000 has already been raised, so we're hoping to raise about $4,000, and that really should, we expect, to get her through all of her expenses and provide some buffer and comfort and lower stress, because there's just so many things to be worried about, and so many things that normally are things that you just do at home or take care of yourself or do for yourself that now have to be done by other people, that she has to, pay someone to run an errand for her, pay for food to be brought in or whatever for her kids, pay someone to stay with her kids, but there's some things she can't, like she can't clean her own house. She had to have, luckily she rents and there was black mold and they took care of that, right? Which often they don't even worry about it here. They do sometimes, but a lot of times they don't. But because she was sick, they came in with a cleaning crew, but she needed her sister to come and take off from work, to stay for days, to watch the crew so they could clean the house, to get it ready so she could live in the house. But she can't clean, she can't cook, she can't do grocery shopping, so she has to have someone do that stuff for her, right? So that's the kind of spots where that is going to go. So that's why we're going to be working on that, but very hopeful things look like it's going to be. And of course she needs wigs and things like that. Like there's just a lot of stuff that needs to be done. So that is the current Marcella situation. Hopefully I will be able to get her on the show this weekend and talk about that and get the GoFundMe up and running and get the word out and everything. But that is what's going on. So thanks everyone for joining me. Like and subscribe, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. All you guys do. You're the regular crew. And thanks everyone for the comments, for hanging out.